Chapter 12. Forbidden Ritual. Taladin hadn't come by to see her after the last vision. Dylan couldn't describe how much that hurt. She thought he would at least make sure she was okay, but he hadn't said one word or even stopped by. He was so angry with her, more upset than he ever had been. He wasn't really that mad she'd gotten pregnant, was he? This distance almost felt purposeful. Maybe it was. The weekly family dinners had been cancelled permanently without anyone saying they had been, in the wake of Dylan and Taladin's argument. The Sunday ritual was over with, and without them, Dylan felt lonelier than ever. The servants had moved most of their things to the penthouse Savannah had given her by now, but Dylan insisted on moving Envis's things herself, because she knew he wouldn't want anyone but her handling his precious instruments. As such, she was carrying his violin to the penthouse one evening when she came across Jenna. Her friend was stumbling up the stairs, stains on her shirt, and one half of her skirt tucked into her underwear, a high heel missing as she stomped up the stairs in her rainbow tights, curls unwashed and flat. "Jenna!" Dylan yanked the skirt back down and cringed when she saw it was sticky with vomit. She stepped away, wiping her hand on her pants. "Where have you been?" "Out partying, duh!" Jenna said. "Where else would I be?" Dylan looked her up and down. "You look like you need a bath." "You know me! I'm a messy girl," Jenna peeped, giving a hiccup. Dylan scowled. "You sure are coming in late." "It's barely 11. I'm home early." Jenna threw her arms up, spinning in place. Dylan put the violin down. "Jen, are you drunk?" Drinking wasn't like her. "I've had one or two. Lighten up." She headed toward her room, but Dylan reached out to stop her. "Hold on. I know you've been going through a rough patch after what happened." Dylan started. "Well, obviously." Jenna rolled her eyes. "If we hadn't screwed up, your brother would still have his arm, a bunch of searchers wouldn't be dead, and a temple would still be standing, but I dropped the ball again. So I might as well try to forget about it while I can, right?" "You shouldn't blame yourself for not having enough intel on what Xana was going to do. You and the other searchers are doing all you can." "Well, I do," Jenna snapped. "Searchers serve Rhodi, and it's our duty to protect them by giving them information before they head into battle, and we're doing a real crappy job of it. So maybe it'll help if I show up to work tomorrow hungover, because clearly I can't do it well enough sober to prevent people from getting hurt." Jenna huffed, and a tear sparked in her eye. "I bet I'll be a terrible aunt, too. Those kids of yours won't be able to rely on me either." Clearly, this wasn't the thing to talk about right now. Dylan rushed to change the subject. "Where did you go tonight? You smell..." Dylan didn't want to say, but she reeked of rotten beer and cigarettes. "Kasubakatsu," Jenna said, saying the name like it was nothing. Dylan's eyes widened in shock. "Kasubakatsu? You've got to be kidding me, Jen. That's the worst club in Rhodian." Dylan had been there one time, and one time only. It was enough for her to walk in, turn around on her heel, and walk out. It was literally that bad. Jenna was spending her time there? Insane. "I was just hanging out with some new friends. It was fine." Jenna went to pull away again, but Dylan held her in place. Dylan scowled. Since Devin's accident, Jenna could be seen hanging with some interesting individuals that she didn't approve of, and neither would her family. "Jenna, you have a ton of friends. Good friends. This new crowd you're hanging around with is full of awful people." "That's judgmental. You can't look down on them just because they don't have as much money and status as you, Dylan, especially not when your brother hangs around the slums with Reina." Jenna burst, putting her hands on her hips. Dylan quieted the flare in her chest as she replied, "Don't you dare imply what I think you're getting at. I barely survived the streets before I became a Rhodi, just in case you don't remember. I know what it's like to live at the bottom of the barrel, but these people ain't it. Anyone who spends their time at Kasubaketsu is automatically a shady asshole.
So you're calling me a shady asshole because that's where I could be found lately?
Jenna accused.
Kasubaketsu is where it's at! It's where all the excitement happens.
Maybe all the drug use, Dylan snapped back. Jenna, this is crazy. That place is dirty and it's full of creeps. I can't believe you're actually partying there. Are you bored? Because that's the only way you'd step foot into that establishment. You were just ranting to me 6 months ago about how much you hated the place.
It's changed,
Jenna insisted.
It's actually a really cool club to hang out, Seta says.
Oh, so this is about a guy, Dylan said sarcastically. Where'd you pick him up, the gutter? No, wait, that'd be a step up from the men who go to Kasubaketsu.
Nuh-uh! Seta is cool,
Jenna demanded.
He's helping me be more open about stuff. Using drugs doesn't always have to be bad, you know. Sometimes it can help loosen you up.
Dylan's stomach plummeted. Jenna, are you using? You shouldn't be touching anything one of those people at Kasubaketsu gives you. It could be laced with all kinds of stuff.
No, of course not. I just like to chill out when people around me take a hit. It's not that bad,
Jenna said, waving her hands.
Seta says everyone does it. It's not a big deal.
Jen, I'm really worried about you, Dylan pleaded. I don't want you getting involved in something you can't handle. I've fought to be clean for 8 years, and staying clean has been really hard lately. I'm worried that if you get high casually so you can party harder, you'll get hooked on something, and it'll turn into a situation you can't control. Jenna rolled her eyes, an action that really hurt.
Are you really making this about you right now? Self-harm isn't anything close to drug use. It can actually be fun.
Dylan ignored her last comment and said, Addiction is addiction. Cutting isn't the same as using drugs, but it's still a high, and it's close enough for me to be concerned.
It's not the same thing,
Jenna shot back.
Seta only pops pills every now and then to relax and treat his anxiety. It's not a big deal.
Dylan wrinkled her nose. He already sounds like a pig. Dylan knew the only guys who frequented Kasubaketsu practically had a degree in sexual harassment and pissing on the floor. This Seta was certainly just like the rest of the men that went there.
Seta's the sweetest guy ever. You'll love him,
Jenna insisted. Please don't tell me you're sleeping with this jerk already, Dylan complained. She'd never cared about Jenna's assortment of one-night stands, but if her friend was getting attached to Seta so quickly, the situation was only going to get worse.
I can't believe you'd ask me that. I don't need to tell you everything,
Jenna said sharply. It was such a harsh response from her, something Dylan wasn't used to. Jenna had no trouble telling everyone around her in significant detail about her adventurous nighttime escapades, especially her girlfriends. Now she was keeping secrets because she'd fallen into the bed of the wrong guy. Dylan crossed her arms. Okay, if you're so in love with this lame-o, why don't we get a couple of plane tickets back to Dundee so you can introduce him to your parents? Fergus would love him, I'm sure. Jenna turned away and muttered something nondescript under her breath, and Dylan said, That's what I thought.
You don't get it,
Jenna whined.
He's not ready to meet my family. He's nervous and shy. You should understand, since Taladin was so strict about you dating my brother.
Dylan laughed out loud at the comparison. Taladin had been overprotective about her being with Envis for Rhodi's sake. If Dylan had ever brought a true loser home, her father would have pitched him through a 4-story window before she could say anything about it.
I promise I can handle it. I'm smart. I wouldn't get myself into a bad situation,
Jenna vowed. Jenna, you need to be careful, Dylan pleaded. I don't care that you're having fun with guys, and nobody should. Really, date all the men you want. She leaned in closer. But you need to make sure these are safe guys, and that the places you're meeting them at aren't dangerous, especially with the Cloaked Flame around.
It's fine,
Jenna insisted.
telling you, I know what I'm doing. My new friends are all right, and I'm not putting myself at risk by meeting up with them at Kasubaketsu.
Jen, don't make me tell Envis, Dylan warned, close to losing her temper. I've been covering for you when you sneak guys in here, and he's been open to you messing around with whoever. But there's no way he'd be cool with you going to that side of town or hanging out with that type of crowd. He'd lose his shit once he knew.
Don't tell my brother. It'll ruin everything,
Jenna whined.
Seta isn't ready for him to know about us yet.
That was a huge red flag to Dylan, one that made her frightened for Jenna. Why did this guy want to keep their relationship such a big secret? It couldn't be for a good reason. Then stay out of that club, Dylan warned. Otherwise, I'm going to tell him, and you'll have to deal with your brother watching you like a hawk whenever you leave the palace. Jenna huffed.
You're so virginal, Dylan. You've only been with one guy, which barely counts.
Yes, clearly, Dylan said, gesturing to her pregnant stomach. Then she pinched her nose and gentled her tone. Saffron's my sister, but you're my sister too. I'm looking out for you. I just don't want to see you get hurt.
You need to learn to live a little and let some stuff go. I'm fine. I don't need someone policing my behavior and trying to parent me. I'm a grown-ass woman who has the right to live her own life how she wants to. Don't tell me what to do again. Do you want to be my friend or my mom? Because your judgmental lectures are really getting old.
Had this guy given Jenna a personality transplant? It sure seemed like it. I'm not lecturing you. I'm just saying that you deserve better.
Look, Dylan, we can't all have the fairy tale love story like you and my brother, with the perfect romance and the cutest little babies. Some of us have to settle for what we can get and be happy about it, okay?
Jenna stomped into her room and slammed the door without another word. Dylan stared at it, shocked. Was Jenna jealous she was pregnant? But she'd been so happy to hear the news. She supposed a person could feel two opposing things at the same time, in equal strength. Jenna could be excited about becoming an aunt, but unhappy she didn't have any kids of her own. Dylan placed Envis's violin in the music room she'd made for him, an exciting surprise for when he returned, then looked at her new home. She supposed it might be uncomfortable for Jenna to watch her move into that big house, with this unexpected pregnancy and everything that came with it. Jenna wanted to be happy for her, sure. But Dylan reasoned Jenna also must feel like she wasn't going much of anywhere, that she was just staying in the same place and failing in the same role she'd had for ages. It had to be tough on her. Namira darted by, zooming around the room in circles before jumping onto the counter. Dylan reached out to pet her, scratching her chin. What am I going to do about her, girlie? The kitten gave nothing but a soft meow in response. There was a pounding on her door before it burst in. Tito romped inside, a huge grin on his face as he ran at Dylan. She screamed in alarm, trying to move out of the way of his stampede as Namira scattered to hide. "There's the new mom!" Tito shouted, throwing his arms wide and wrapping Dylan in a big hug. "I can't believe it! I'm gonna be one cool gay uncle." "How do you hear about it?" Dylan accused, shoving him off. Tito's grin faltered. I overheard Taladin complaining to Mom. He's pretty pissed that Envis knocked you up." Rage flared within Dylan's chest, a feeling she hadn't had toward Taladin long since she'd been a teenager. But she pushed it away and forced out. "Well, too bad. It's my body, my life." "Don't worry, Mom totally took your side. She told him he was being ridiculous and you were going to have kids with Envis sooner or later." Dylan raised an eyebrow. She hadn't been expecting Liena to defend her, but it was such a relief that she had. "Oh yeah? And what did he say?" "You know Taladin." Tito grunted and made an impression of a sulking gorilla. She scoffed. "Yep, that'd be him. You two aren't on speaking terms, I take it?" She blew a curl out of her eyes. "Nope, and that seems to be going around. I just finished a rousing fight with Jenna, actually." He said, not that pleasantly. My favorite person right now. Jenna's taking the past few weeks really hard, she said. And I think she might be a little envious that I'm having kids and she's not. Tito gave a disgusted scowl. I'm not hanging with Jenna right now. We've had too many arguments about how her new boyfriend is a grade A loser. Oh, you too, huh? She doesn't want to listen. Tito shook his head before he mumbled reluctantly. And you might be right about the jealousy thing. Really? That's totally unfair. Don't be weird about it. She really wants to be a mom. She thinks she's losing her window. Dylan snorted. That's ridiculous. She's 24. She has plenty of time to settle down and find somebody. It's not like I planned any of this. Yeah, but as much as she gets around, I think she's tired of dating, Tito confessed. We had a long talk a while ago, and for as happy as she is to hop from guy to guy, she's bored of it. She wants a long-term partner, and she worries she's never going to find her person if she hasn't in the dozens of guys she's been with by now. Dylan's heart ached for her friend. She hadn't thought of it that way. She didn't realize how much Jenna was hurting. I think her perfect person is right in front of her, Dylan hinted. She's just too bubble-headed to see it. You're the one that's being a bubblehead. The chances of Yuki working up the balls to ask Jen out are between 0 and never gonna happen. Not even I would bet on those odds. Dylan huffed. Well, I don't know. I'm still rooting for them. I think me and Kenji getting together pushed her over the edge. She expected me to live the bachelor life till I died. And now that I'm getting serious with a guy, she's scared she's going to be alone forever. She hates being the only single person left in the group, Tito explained. She won't be. She's still so young. And besides, she's not the only single one left. Saffron's not dating anybody. Tito averted his eyes. Yeah, sure. He put his arm around her, nearly crushing her under his brawny muscles. But who cares what's going on with everybody else? You get to have these awesome new kids, and I get to babysit them, and when I get tired of them, I can hand them back to you. Dylan laughed, thinking to herself that in no way, ever, would Envis allow Tito to watch their kids without supervision. He'd cause some kind of catastrophe where he'd accidentally set the cradle on fire, or lose them or something. The door lightly opened, and soft footsteps approached. Sister, I have interesting news, Saffron said. Shay and I have located someone who has knowledge of blood magic. Namira came out of her hiding place, mewling softly. Unlike Tito, who frightened her with his stomping footsteps, Namira liked Saffron very much. She wound around Saffron's legs before the griffin bent down to pick the kitten up, cradling her lightly. Are they dangerous? Dylan asked. Anyone who knew about blood magic was an automatic threat. Not as dangerous as I am. Saffron shook out her hair, putting Namira down. He agreed to help us. We should speak to him immediately. Devin and Shay are already there. Then let's go. She glanced at Tito. You coming? Kenji's spending the night at my place, so I have to get back. But I'll walk you down there, Tito said, shrugging. They started toward the conference room, and Saffron asked, How's the move going? It's good. Almost everything is finished. I hope Envis loves the surprise, Dylan said eagerly. Which one? Tito joked. Dylan frowned, and a familiar bit of anxiety rolled throughout her chest. A new, bigger house was one thing. Babies were another. Saffron appeared slightly upset. I'm sorry I could not help. I know I have not been around to be of much resource lately. That's okay. I know you're back working on the special ops team to track Xana. You don't have a lot of free time, Dylan said. With Shay, Tito teased. Saffron narrowed her piercing eyes at him, and he gulped. He went to hurry away without a goodbye, and Saffron gave a satisfied huff. Yeah, with Shay, Dylan added, completely oblivious. Sorry you got stuck working with her. It must be awful dealing with her all day. Saffron dodged the question and protested.
I should be at your side. You are pregnant, and therefore need my help more than ever.
You can help me by getting rid of my cousin. I'd be a lot less worried about bringing these kids into this world if she wasn't in it, Dylan growled. Previously, they'd hoped they could spare Xana's life, sentence her to prison instead of ending her permanently. But she didn't feel that way anymore, not since Devin had lost his arm.
Indeed, she needs to be dealt with in the best way I know how.
Saffron opened the door to the conference room.
Perhaps this person will be able to help us with that.
Devin was sitting at the conference table, hunched over and seemingly wrapped in his thoughts. Dylan surveyed the room and wrinkled her nose when she spotted Shay.
Oh good, we can get moving,
Shay quipped dryly. And I thought this would take all night. I've got better things to do than stay in a room with you for longer than 5 minutes, so it won't. Dylan sneered back.
Please,
Saffron started, coming between them.
Let's return to the task at hand.
Dylan peered toward the end of the room. A tall, thin man wearing a trim suit turned to face her. She realized she recognized the person standing there, though it had been years since they'd last been face to face. Taida! Dylan's eyes widened. She hadn't seen him since they'd left the Hunters Guild. He gave a nervous smile. Hello, Dylan. Though I suppose it's Princess Diliana now, isn't it? You know about blood magic? She could hardly believe it. She reached out for a chair, sinking into it. He nodded sadly. Indeed, though I wish I didn't. We chased down every rumor we had of those who used blood magic that reside within the city, and the lead we found on Taida was the only one that was credible, Shay stated. We thought we'd have to interrogate him to get him to confess using blood magic, but he owned up to it willingly. It's a secret I've been wanting to get off my chest for many years, Taida confessed. I've been in the city for some time. I came in with the hunters when Rachel sieged Rhodian. After the guild lost, I gave up being a warrior and decided to go into business for myself. I've created a very profitable venture in recent years, and I'm living well.
That's good to hear. I'm happy for you, Dylan said. But I'm surprised you made it through the war.
So many didn't. There's no question as to how I survived. I used blood magic. Dylan glanced at her brother. There were no clear signs if Taida was an ally or an enemy, and she didn't trust him. Devin didn't either. She could tell by the still way her brother sat he was waiting for Taida to spring any moment. But he hadn't made a move to attack yet, so might as well hear him out. Tell us everything you know, Dylan asked. I was terrified of Rachel, like we all were. I knew about crafting abilities, and was positive that if I didn't show any signs of one, she was going to kill me. Taida began. My younger brother, he tried to join the guild too, but he didn't make it. The Red Huntress sent him on a mission that killed him. I am the last member of our family left alive. So you consumed his bones as a way to give yourself power? Devin accused, not bothering to hide his disgust. Yes. Taida's eyes brimmed with tears. It's my greatest shame. He dropped his gaze. I was a coward for doing it, but at the time, I felt I had no choice. I reasoned my brother was gone, and I was still alive, so I had to do whatever I could to keep our family name going and survive the Hunters Guild. That meant I had to use his body to preserve my own life. Taida turned away. I wish I hadn't done it. It would have been better for me to die than it would have been to defile my brother's remains as I did. It ruined me. There's a darkness you can never come back from once you perform blood magic. It's a stain on my soul that will never wash away, a moment that haunts me for the rest of my days. I will never be the same person again because of it. How did you know about blood magic? It's rare, uncommon knowledge, Dylan asked. Xana had gained her magic through research, but it appeared Taida had other means. Before my brother and I ended up at the guild, we lived with our mother and grandmother. They were powerful women, sorceresses of a kind. They had knowledge of blood magic and spoke of it often. It was rumored we were descended from jinn, genies as people commonly know them. Titus stated. I always had knowledge of magic from birth, but I never inherited any of it. It was my brother who had all the power. My family honored him, thought he was a gifted child who could do no wrong. Titus sighed miserably. I am ashamed to admit that I was jealous of him, that he inherited their magic and I didn't. I didn't think it was fair that we were both descendants of Jinn, yet he was magical and I was not. How'd you end up in the guild? Dylan asked. Rachel got word of my family's Jinn blood and thought she could use us for her army, but my mother and grandmother refused to become hunters. They fought, but died resisting Rachel's power. Afterward, Rachel took me and my brother captive. We had no choice but to join her or die. Tida's tone grew even sadder. She knew my brother was the powerful one, so she pushed him the hardest, tried to get him to show the height of his strength. It ended up killing him in the end. Tida shuddered. Performing the blood magic ceremony gave me the ability to walk through fire unharmed, among other things. It gifted me enough power to survive the guild, until its fall under your reign, princess.
This seems to be a family trait, passed down through the generations,
Saffron mused.
You said you could be related to Jinn. Tell me, Tida, does your family happen to have Far Eastern blood?
On my mother's side, he said. She and my grandmother had all kinds of stories about blood magic. I was able to piece together how to perform the blood magic ceremony from what they told me. I don't believe Rachel lost interest in performing blood magic like we've reasoned before, Dylan said, crossing her arms. Anything to give her more power she would have done. And if she didn't cast blood magic to make herself stronger, it has to mean that she couldn't. Maybe this is only something Far Easterners can do. Something that has to be in our genetics, passed down in our bloodline through the generations. Devin mused. But how? Tida shrugged. I'm not sure. But what you say makes sense. The hunters in the guild like me who used blood magic all had Far Eastern heritage running through their veins, even if it was only a small portion. Can you explain how the ceremony works? Devin questioned. Tida paled. I do not wish to tell you, but I realize you must know. So I will speak of it only once. You must stand in a circle, drawn with symbols of a dark and malevolent god, and cry out to him as you drink the bones of your loved ones, crushed and powdered, boiled over a flame struck at midnight. A candle must be lit. Words must be whispered thrice. Devour me, devour me, devour me. Then you consume the potion without stopping until the last drop, and blow out the candle as you whisper your loved one's name. Haunted, Tida uttered, I think I might have given my soul away. I don't know. All I can tell you is when I whispered my brother's name, I felt the rush of black, feathered wings around me. I saw red eyes, and I heard the piercing cry of an eagle's shriek. His eerie words caused a shiver to stir within Dylan, summoning an ancient ancestral memory she couldn't describe nor explain. If Xana did this, she must feel as terribly as you do. No, princess. There are those who enjoy the feeling of whatever malevolent force comes to inhibit your body once summoned. Tida said darkly, and if the rumors about your cousin are true, she is certainly one of those people. She will not be afraid or resist the evil power the entity brings. She will revel in it. Can you still cast magic? Devin asked. Tida shook his head. No, I am no longer magical in any capacity.
Really?
Saffron raised an eyebrow.
I would not expect that from such a powerful ceremony.
That's the thing. The ceremony isn't permanent. It cannot sustain a person's magical abilities forever, only for a time, Tida said. I kept my magic for years, but it waned eventually. It can't give a person permanent power, only give them a limited amount of magic. Once that magic is used up, it's gone. That person can no longer generate magic for themselves like naturally born crafters can. Dylan nodded. Thank you, Tida. Can I ask you a final question? Of course, princess. Ask it. You were there when I cast my love magic, and since you were a hunter, you would have been one of the people my spell was cast on. Do you remember what it felt like? Did it have any lasting effects? He paused for a moment before speaking. I think it works differently for different people. Your love magic was wonderful for the short time I experienced it, but I cannot remember it now, nor did it have a profound effect on my life. But I know others who it altered permanently for the better. Dylan's heart fell in disappointment. She'd been expecting a different answer. Yet she nodded anyway. Thank you, Taida. You've been a great help to us. You can leave whenever you wish. I don't want to keep you any longer than is necessary. I never wanted to be a hunter, but I regret the things I did when I was in the guild, and the harm I caused. This is my way of trying to repay that debt, Taida said. If you ever need my help again, just say the word, and I will be there. I'll escort you out, Shay said, stepping forward. She glanced at Saffron before leaving, then slipped out of the room silently with the ex-hunter trailing behind. Once they were alone, Dylan's voice echoed off the walls. This is why Xana's trying to carve off parts of our bodies. Why she tried to take your arm, Dylan said, glancing at her brother. She needs to keep fueling herself because she's running out of juice. She's casting such powerful magic so often it's draining her, and the only way to keep going is to continue doing the ceremony over and over. She can't do that without more body parts that are genetically related to her. Devin mused on this. She must have consumed everything that was left of Tristan by now. If she hadn't, she wouldn't be looking to take from us. What a sickening thought. It made Dylan nauseous to think about. Then all we have to do is wait for her to run out of magic, which she will soon, because she's desperately trying to get to you two, Saffron thought. Then she won't be able to compel people or cast her power to harm anyone. That's not good enough. She'll keep coming for us if we don't stop her, and her plans are likely to get more crazy the more desperate she gets. She'll hurt civilians to get to us, Devin pointed out. Saffron turned to her sister. What was the reasoning for that question about your love magic? It doesn't seem to be connected to the blood magic ceremony. Dylan wasn't sure how to explain. When I cast that magic on Xana and the Crimsons, I had no other option. A need to protect people and save myself. And when I cast it on Rachel, it was to save the world from her reign. Because the world would end if I didn't. Maybe I can't access love magic unless I'm desperate. It's required that we figure out how you can summon these powers at will without effort or losing yourself, Saffron said. But I don't know if I can, Dylan said weakly. Your magic isn't worthless if that's what you're thinking, Devin added. Reina's one of those people who said your love magic turned her whole life around. It saved her from going down the wrong path after Raoul died. There are levels to this. Some people are more susceptible to my love magic than others, and some I can't reach at all, Dylan said. I don't understand what the missing link is. My magic changed Reina, killed Rachel, and had no effect on Xana. I realize that the Crimsons think they're doing the morally right thing, and therefore are immune to me changing their hearts, but it should have some effect on them, right? Maybe it does, Devin said in revelation. I think your love magic did change Xana, but it backfired. Backfired? Like, you can love people, but if that love is misguided, or if it causes you to hesitate on making tough decisions that are necessary, it can hurt others more than help them, Devin pondered. Your love magic doesn't have a direction to go in, so there's no telling what it can do. You can try to love Xana all you want, but that love can't change her because it's not allowing her to understand the consequences of her actions and how they affect others. She is never going to understand that because she's a narcissist, Dylan argued. Well, yes, but that doesn't mean your love magic can't work on other people.
Because you're not using it properly, Saffron said, with sudden realization. Crafting power must be utilized effectively. To not know your own magic can cause destruction. It's the same as with any other craft. If you weren't able to control your shifter powers, or could not maintain your human mind while in shifter form, it could cause chaos and disorder. You could harm people you meant to help in that animalistic state. Your love magic is the same. It's untamed and therefore runs wild. You must learn to direct it.
Saffron began to pace, speaking frantically.
This is why Desmodandre keeps taking over your body. You don't have control over your love magic, but she does. It's her vessel for entering you. Once you take over the reins and are the one directing your craft, she can't use it anymore, and she'll be blocked out.
Excitement lurched in Dylan's chest, taking a leap of faith. She'd all but given up hope, thinking she'd be facing against Desmodandre forever, succumbing to her advances eventually and losing herself forever. This was her way of escape, her one path unlocking Desmodandre out for good. You need to talk to Desmodandre again, whatever it takes, Devin insisted. Because if you don't figure this out, she'll keep coming back. She's not going to tell me how to control the one thing that's giving her access to my body. That's crazy, Dylan demanded. No, but maybe you can trick her, Devin theorized. We don't need the whole picture. Just enough information we can use to put together the mystery ourselves. Then we can stop her from possessing you permanently, and we'll be able to understand how to use your love magic to stop Santa for good next time. How? Desmodandre refuses to show up every time I go to the Life After's border to summon her. She's completely ignoring me, Dylan said. You're going to need to lure her, Saffron mused. You must set a trap that she cannot avoid, or make her an offer she can't refuse. Dylan gave it some thought, then nodded. She turned on her toes, walking lightly as a cat as she headed for the door. Give me some time, Dylan said, striding away. I think I have the perfect bait. Chapter 13. Agony and Arrows. Dylan insisted she needed some time to plan how to lure Desmodandre, so Devin wasn't going to push her. They'd only get one shot to trick the Rhodi's founder, and once she was enticed, she wouldn't be fooled so easily again. They needed to play this perfectly and make sure they got it right before they made their next move. Unfortunately, he didn't know what his next move was. His research on past lives had slowed to a stop, and there were so many searchers in Rhodi working on the Crimson Flame job that he figured he'd get in the way more than he'd be of any use. If he couldn't aid the war effort nor contribute to his sister's quest, what was he supposed to be doing? Another concern was Reina. She'd all but dropped off the face of the planet after he'd gotten out of the hospital, and he hadn't seen her since. They'd talked a bit on the phone, but not much. He texted her often, but his messages went unanswered. He figured they were still dating, but it was strange she was ghosting him. What was going on between them, or, at the very least, with her? She asked if he could come over one unexpected Wednesday after work. When he got there, she gave him a huge smile. Devin gave her a welcoming kiss that was more polite than it was forward, and she happily returned it. So she was still being warm toward him. Maybe she'd just been busy? It's nice to see you, Reina said, nuzzling her nose with his. I've missed you. Missed you too. He was so happy to see her. He often felt empty when she was away, and wished they got more time together. How's Fahad settling in? Reina asked. Great, but I'm not the only one with a new pet. Joshua was freaking out this morning about his new terrarium for Destructo the frog. So we got to keep it? That's awesome. Reina grinned. I knew Leanna would crack. Yeah, and he's planning on getting more animals. Joshua is going to have a full zoo living in his house by his next birthday. The kid's obsessed. Reina wrapped her arms around his waist, and he let her do it, but he bristled self-consciously. He still had the cloak over his left shoulder, and she hadn't seen him without it yet. But she didn't seem to make a big deal about it as she said, I have an idea I've been working on. It's crazy, but if it works, it'll mean everything. We'll have to talk to someone first. Are you interested? Devin didn't know what this was about, but he said, I'll do anything you ask me to. The reply was instantaneous and sincere. Reina winced. Don't say that, because you just might regret it. They left her apartment and walked down the block before turning a corner. While they walked, Devin considered the bikes in Reina's garage that were sitting untouched, as they had for weeks, and felt guilty about abandoning the project. Maybe we can finish the bike I was working on, Devin suggested. I can't ride it now, but you could. Reina paused, then said, If my plan works, you might be able to ride that bike after all. Devin became curious as she knocked on the front door of a crooked apartment complex, then let herself in. They entered a sparse apartment with cracks on the walls and duct tape holding the windows together. At a wobbling kitchen table was a Rhodi with wiry hair. They wore messy clothes, a stained apron, and a pair of bottle glasses that made their eyes bug out. Oh, Reina, you came, they squeaked. I wasn't sure if your boyfriend would be brave enough to show. What's going on? Devin asked, stepping into the living room. This is Mio. They're a friend I met in the guild a long way back, Reina said, slinging an arm around her friend's shoulder. They might have a solution to your problem. Problem? He didn't know what this was about. My craft is in the medical sciences. Specifically, using someone's crafting power to help them heal themselves, fusing body and magic together, Mio said. It's been very interesting to explore, particularly with the art of prosthetics. Devin struggled to find words. Reina rushed to explain. Before you say anything, Mio and I had been working for ages in the crafting hall on new medical tech, long before I met you, Reina added. And we might have a way you can shoot your bow again, though this is purely experimental and highly off-limits. His heart surged with hope, which he quickly stamped out. No, he wouldn't believe it unless the evidence was right in front of his face. But Reina grabbed a box off the counter that was covered with a velvet cloth, then pulled it off. Devin's eyes widened as he took in what was inside. A complex assortment of gears, wires, and metal had been melded together to create a prosthetic that had functioning fingers and a hinged elbow. It was black, dark brown, and gold, elements of green woven in. I made this personally, with dimensions that'll fit your body. I crafted every piece and part of this with the utmost care, Reina said quietly. It's an advanced myoelectric prosthetic. You can move the fingers and elbow through electrodes that detect muscle activity, which drive battery-powered motors that'll move the bionic arm. The prosthetic itself is powered by the electricity of your heartbeat and your craft. It's completely waterproof and indestructible as far as the elements are concerned. You can submerge it in water or stick it in a fire, and it'll come out the same as when it went in. Devin skimmed his fingers over the cool metal, testing out the smooth exterior. Is this why you haven't reached out? Yes. Building this took all my time. Days, honestly. I put my own magic into every gear, and it's finally ready. Mio's got the experience to put it on, and we can work together to fuse the arm to your body and your craft with our magic. You want to replace my arm? Not really. It won't be like replacing your arm. This is more like an advanced prosthetic, with enhanced features and easier accessibility. It's going to take time for you to learn how to use it, Reina explained. But I figured you'd be interested anyway. His thoughts whirled with impossible dreams. This could change everything. I definitely am. But why hasn't this tech gone mainstream? Devin asked. We were making great progress on the project. That is, until the old masters shut us down, Mio mumbled. We couldn't prove the tech worked, so they looked into our research and determined it wasn't viable. They canceled the project. What? That's awful, Devin objected. How did you take it? I didn't. I walked out, Mio said. My work is too valuable to be abandoned. I quit on the spot once they took our funding for the project away and started working on it here in secret. Mio sighed and looked around their sad apartment. Unfortunately, my funding for living expenses has dried up on account of me being unemployed. I won't have enough to continue my research or keep me off the streets if something doesn't happen with this tech soon. If we can prove that this tech works, you won't have to worry about money for long, because you'll be rich from your discovery, Reina promised. I don't care about the money. I'm doing it for the people who need help, Mio insisted, sticking out their lips stubbornly. So what's holding you back on proving that it works? Devin asked. Mio hesitated. Well, problem is, I need a test subject, a live test subject, to attach some of the tech to. And once it's on, the limb is permanent. The process binds the bionic limb to your craft. That's what makes it work so well. But the problem is, you can't take it off once it's been placed. You can only repair it. We have to fuse everything on your body to it. Bone, muscle, blood vessels, everything. It's tied to your powers, which is just as much a part of you as your soul is. So if you try to take it off, you'll die. Devin was beginning to understand why the old masters had shut down the project. There was no way to experiment further without potentially killing people. But that's not going to happen, Reina rushed to say. We get you into surgery, Mio and I will fuse the bionic arm on, and you'll have a functioning limb again. You're making this sound so easy, Devin said. It's not. It's incredibly, insanely difficult. I'm also not the best surgeon, Mio added with a nervous laugh. There was a reason I got fired from the hospital before I was hired at the crafting hall. I've got shaky hands. Not the best news. Never mind. I don't want to know, Devin said. If you can do the surgery well enough that the limb is on, that's all I care about, I guess. Mio shrugged. I mean, you're undergoing illegal, life-threatening surgery in a barely sterile operating room in the back of my low-income apartment to try and prove a theory that even I can't get behind 100%, so I understand if you change your mind. Devin shook his head. If I can be a guinea pig for science and give other people the chance at a better life, so be it. This is something I can do to make the world better. If I die, fine. It's a worthy sacrifice just to make the attempt. I wouldn't put your life at risk if I didn't trust Mio with mine. I've seen the data. I've worked on this tech myself. And I know this surgery is going to work, Reina promised. Do you trust me? Devin didn't hesitate. Yes, if there's a chance this could go right, I'm going to try. Then we might as well get started. No time like the present, Mio piped up. The surgery will take hours. If all goes right, we'll prove our science to be viable. Or he'd be dead. There was really no telling at this point. The medical room Mio had at the back of their apartment was small, nothing more than a variety of surgical instruments in a box and a creaky old surgery table. It might as well be a room in a horror house people paid to get scared in, not an actual surgery bay. Devin changed into a medical gown Mio had on hand, one that had old blood stains on it, then allowed Mio to put an IV in, wondering if he'd chosen to go under the knife at the hands of a capable doctor or a mad scientist. Devin laid on the operating table. Mio undid the gown and draped it over Devin's chest. The area was healed by now, no bandages present, so it didn't cover anything up. Devin went still as he exposed the scarred tissue to Reina, along with the remnant of his shoulder. He thought she'd cringe away, but she didn't. measuring the bionic arm to his amputation and nodding. Yes, I think this will work perfectly. Neil went to grab a scalpel before they paused. I don't have any anesthesia or anything. My medical license has been revoked, so all I've got to work with are the tools that are in this room. It's fine. Just get it over with. Devin turned his head away because he didn't want to watch. He couldn't recall what it'd been like to have his arms sawed off, but his body tensed all the same. Now he was going through this all over again, by choice. He must have lost his mind. I'm going to be here every step of the way, Reina promised. I'll never leave you. Now let us work. Devin nodded. He felt Mio cut into his shoulder and nearly cried out, gritting his teeth to hold a scream in. The pain was back, and it felt so fresh and new, pushing him beyond his limits. The smell of blood and the warmth of it trickling down his skin caused Devin's mind to reel, spinning out of control. As the pain increased, he passed out, falling into fitful dreams as Mio continued to slice. He was 15 again, lying in bed, the door slightly ajar within the darkness. From down the hall, he heard soft voices. "Girls, it's time to settle," Taladin said, poking his head into Dylan's bedroom. "Nellie has a treatment tomorrow, and Dylan, you're getting up early to work on your back spring. You were looking sloppy today." "You're dreaming if you think I'm getting up early," his sister grumbled. "Dilliana, we already had a talk this morning about disrespect. Do you want another one?" "Ugh, no." "Then go to bed." He could hear his sister sighing from down the hall. "Yes, master." Devin waited until both of his masters had gone to bed, then snuck into his sister's room. He slid into bed between Dylan and Nellie, giving his friend a grin. "Hey!" Nellie smiled back, the moonlight gracing her beautiful face. "Hey!" "Ew, go away!" Dylan yelped, smacking her brother on the arm. "I don't want you guys making out in my bed." Devin blushed hard, but Nellie bit back a laugh to keep quiet. "I'm just here to hang out," Devin offered. "You're here to be gross. You guys keep giving me the cooties and I'll scream." Dylan sucked in a deep breath, but Devin whacked her in the face with a pillow. "Come on." He grabbed Nellie's hand, dragging her to the hall. They snickered as they crept through the darkness and out the front door, running into the woods, ducking through trees and spinning around in circles. Nellie laughed, and it was the most incredible sound there ever was. Once they were breathless, they sat on a porch swing that had been constructed long ago, abandoned deep within the forest, and began to sway back and forth. Devin felt completely content. He'd go anywhere, so long as it was with her. A slight rain began to fall. Devin was content to remain underneath the clouds until he froze, as long as Nellie was at his side. But she let out a small sneeze. He worried she was getting ill, and put an arm around her to lead her back to the house. His stomach dropped when he saw Tavanna standing on the front porch in her housecoat, her arms crossed. Yet there was a wistful smile on her face. "Sorry," Devin uttered hastily once they'd climbed the steps. But he wasn't quite sure what he was saying sorry for, because he didn't feel regret for any of it. Maybe only guilty that he broke one of his master's rules, because he always did his best to follow Tavanna's orders to the letter. She said nothing, but gestured that they should get inside. Once there, Tavanna glanced into the living room, then said, "Why don't you two take the couch?" "What?" Devin balked, unable to believe what she'd said. "I never saw anything." Tavanna departed to her bed. Nellie and Devin looked at each other. "Is this real?" Nellie questioned. "I don't care if it is, I'm taking it." He grabbed a couple of throw pillows and tossed them onto the couch, grabbing a large blanket. Then he paused. "That is, if you're cool with it." Nellie stared, then nodded.
"Yeah, it sounds nice."
The couch was large enough to support them both, yet narrow, so they had to press together to remain on the cushions. Nellie nestled close to him, so close they shared a pillow. He could hear her heart beat and smell her sweet scent. This was perfect. There couldn't be anything better. The night wore on. Sometime when the sun came up, Devin heard a small commotion in the kitchen. It roused him from his dreams, though Nellie was still and silent beside him. Taladin's voice echoed quietly down the hall. "You're too soft on him, Tav. I get the kids in love, but they're too young. This isn't appropriate."
"They don't have a lot of time,"
Tavanna replied.
"Let him make what memories he can."
Devin drifted back to sleep. By the time he woke back up, he hardly remembered what his masters had said, and figured it had just been a dream. Nellie's blue eyes opened across from his, and the sunlight spanned across her soft skin, her small nose. She smiled. "Hi." He snuggled closer. "What are you thinking?"
"Just that I could wake up every day to this,"
she whispered. He could too. Tavanna often rescheduled their lessons when Nellie had treatment days at the hospital so he could go with her. He was undyingly grateful to his master for giving him such a privilege. Tavanna drove them to the hospital, then dropped them off at the infusion center. Nellie's mother would pick her up later. She didn't approve of Devin lurking around her daughter's hospital visits, but she allowed it for Nellie's sake. Nellie still winced when they placed the IV for the chemotherapy. She mostly slept through her treatments, but it didn't bother Devin, because he usually read the entire time. He was here to make sure Nellie didn't have to go through this alone, nothing more or less. He lounged in the visitor's chair and focused on his book, glancing up every few moments to keep a close eye on Nellie and making sure she was all right. She hardly moved in the infusion recliner, her chest rising and falling softly. Near the end of her treatment, Nellie stirred.
"Devin, I'm hungry. Can you get me something?"
"Sure." Devin immediately fetched a bag of plain crackers and a cup of peanut butter from the infusion center's kitchen, along with an orange juice. It was all she could manage to take down on days like these. The nurses who took care of Nellie hardly had to do a thing, because whatever Nellie requested, Devin got for her. He brought back a warm blanket as well, because he knew she'd want one without her asking, placing it over her lap.
"Thanks."
Nellie took the smallest bites of her food and struggled to sip down the juice. She seemed nauseous. But at least she wasn't throwing up this time, like she had at the previous appointment. She'd been so embarrassed, but he hadn't cared at all. He just wanted her to feel better. Nellie reached up to scratch her head. When she pulled her hand away, a clump of blonde hair came out. She stared at it, then felt the new bald spot, her blue eyes brimming with tears. Devin was absolutely crushed by her sadness. He never wanted to see anything on her face other than a smile. "I'm so sorry." He reached out to hug her tightly before drawing away. "But you should know I don't mind." Nellie gave a watery smile.
"Of course you don't, but I want to look beautiful for you."
"You always look beautiful." There was nothing that could happen that would ever make her less than gorgeous to him, ever. She wanted to go to the bathroom, to hide from him and try to fix her hair, he knew, but she was too weak to walk there. Instead, he tied a purple handkerchief over her head, and once the treatment was over, Devin helped her to the car once her mother arrived. The chemo tired Nellie out so terribly, and she was always so sick after. He wished he could do more. He returned inside the hospital to wait for Tavanna, but she already arrived. She hadn't seen him yet. She was waiting at the checkout desk. He went to say hello, but realized she was in the middle of a conversation. It would be rude to interrupt, so he fell silent.
"Your son is so polite. He's so helpful and quiet,"
the receptionist told his master.
"You've raised such a nice boy."
"Thank you," Tavanna replied with a graceful smile, not bothering to correct her. Her reaction left him stunned. Tavanna had never called him her son before. At least, not where he could hear. Would it feel the same if he called her his mother? He tried testing it out. Mom. He whispered it so quietly he wasn't sure he heard himself. But it felt right. He gazed at Tavanna, thinking she was the most wonderful person in all the world. You seem very cheerful, Tavanna commented as they returned to the car, resting her hands on the steering wheel. It's a good day. He slid inside. Are Master Taladin and my sister still working on combat training? They'd started before he left this morning, and it hadn't sounded great coming from the training arena. Indeed. By Tavanna's tone, they weren't getting very far. I don't much feel like going back to hear them scream at each other. But I do have 2 tickets to the Natural History Museum if you'd like to go. That sounds amazing. Tavanna was interested in all the things he was, history and sciences, and he loved sharing that with her. He had the thought that it made him resemble her, take after her even, and felt like flying. She was his sanctuary. I thought you'd say so. Tavanna drove away, and Devin admired her from the passenger seat. She was such a beautiful woman, with an even more beautiful soul. No wonder everyone loved her. But secretly, Devin thought he loved her the most. To everyone else, she was their leader, but to Devin, she was his safe haven. Kind, generous, comforting. More than that, she trusted him to be a good teenager and do the right thing. She gave him chances the rest of the world had taken away. Today, they were visiting a museum, and last week, she'd surprised him with a new video game, the expensive one he didn't think he'd be able to afford until long after it came out. He hadn't even told her he was interested in it, but she must have noticed. So many little clues, all lined up perfectly for him to appreciate. He didn't realize she noticed him, didn't understand how much she cared until now. He understood now those gestures weren't just to be nice or to display generosity. Tavanna truly adored him. She thought he was someone worth saving, worth protecting and investing her time into. She thought he was her family. A warmth he rarely experienced shone through his core, and as his heart raced, Devin thanked whoever it was out there that had sent Tavanna to him. He wasn't much of a religious person, didn't experience much faith except in what he could see. But Tavanna's love was a holy experience to him, so it had to be more than supernatural. It was divine. The vision changed, altering to an entirely different day, one that was cold, foreboding, and warned that things in his life would be altered forever in an unchangeable way. Devin awoke very early that morning, and he couldn't explain why. All he knew was that there was a churning, awful feeling in his gut that instinctively told him there was something wrong with his twin. He'd never ignored that feeling, not once in his life, because every time he felt it, Dylan was either in danger or she'd been hurt somehow. That connection they shared as twins was never wrong. Devin wanted to rush to her immediately. He barely left himself time to get dressed as he hurried to Dylan's bedroom, but Odon stopped him on the way there. Slow down, child, Odon said. The man sagged on his cane, completely exhausted. There's no need to be in a hurry. Devin felt as if he was choking as he rasped. Dylan, your sister is resting, Odon said. Your master wishes to speak with you downstairs. You should see her at once. Devin swallowed down his anxiety. Odon wouldn't be so calm if Dylan was hurt, would he? No, it didn't make sense. Yet Devin saw something in Odon's ancient gaze that told him otherwise. But he trusted his masters, so he followed instructions. Tavanna was waiting for him in the kitchen, and she appeared very upset. The tightness in Devin's stomach twisted into an even more complex set of knots. Knives of dread tore into his bones as Tavanna saw him. She had tears in her eyes. "Devin, sit down, please." Tavanna gestured to the chair across from her, and he sat. The coffee in front of her had gone cold. He waited for her to go on. He didn't like speaking first when it came to his master. He found it disrespectful. She would instruct him, give him guidance, and he would listen and absorb everything she knew. That's what he believed was right. Tavanna's voice was tight as she said, "Dylan got hurt last night." Devin immediately panicked. "Is she alive?" He already feared the worst. "She's okay. Taladin's with her." He didn't understand how this had gone on when he was sleeping. Why didn't he hear anything? What happened? Did a hunter attack her? Was it Rachel? His words breathed out of him as Tavanna shook her head. "Devin, I need to ask a question, and you have to answer me honestly." "Of course." He'd give Tavanna anything. He'd never told a lie to her, and if he could help it, he never wanted to. "Did you know Dylan was cutting herself?" It became immediately obvious to Tavanna that Devin had known nothing, because tears started forming as he jumped out of his chair. "What?" he stammered. "Oh, sweetheart." Tavanna reached out to bring him closer, steadying him. "I'm sorry." There was so much water coming out of his eyes he couldn't see through his glasses. It was just a one-time thing, right?" Her gaze softened in sympathy. "Apparently this has been going on for a while, probably since you started training. She has a lot of scars, and some of them are months old." Months, and he hadn't noticed. He'd let her down. Worse than that, he'd failed his twin. "How'd you find out?" He nearly suffocated on the words. "Taladin heard her panicking. He ran in last night as it was happening. Dylan cut too deep by accident and called out for help. She hit an artery." Devin's face blanched of color. Tavanna rushed to say, "Odon healed her. We got to her before anything happened." Devin didn't like how passive Tavanna was making this situation out to be, to try and comfort him. He knew by the way her voice sounded that if Odon hadn't been there, his sister would have bled to death. "Why didn't I notice?" he asked Tavanna guiltily. "I'm her twin. I should have figured it out. I was so wrapped up in training that I didn't see her." "This is an extremely hard thing to realize, Devin, even if there are signs." She squeezed his arms. "And she got very good at hiding it. That much is apparent by how many scars there are." Devin struggled to understand how his sister could do such a thing to herself. He didn't get the point of it. It wasn't like it made anything better. Did she want to leave him? Abandon him, like their parents had done? As if she could read his mind, Tavanna said, "This isn't your fault. Your sister is hurting. She was looking for a way out of her pain. That's all this is. It doesn't mean she doesn't love you, or that you don't love her. You can't love someone enough to make them stop. This started as her choice, but she's so far into what she's doing now that the choice has been stolen away from her. Taladin is going to help her realize she gets to take that choice back." He didn't comprehend how Tavanna could identify with what he was feeling so thoroughly. His entire body shook as his mouth spoke words, almost without him meaning to. "I'm really scared, Mom." It was the first time he'd called her such a thing. He didn't know if it was appropriate, or if it was even okay. He'd only known this woman for a few months, but in that short of a time, she'd already grown to mean that much to him. Tavanna gave the smallest gasp, and wetness pooled at the corners of her eyes. He expected Tavanna to rebuke him, but instead, she pulled him into a tight embrace. Devin was astonished. He held her back, trying to cease his trembling. "It's okay to be scared," she told him.
Every warrior deals with fear, but what makes us different from the others is that Rhodi face it. Dylan has a long battle ahead of her, but she doesn't have to fight it alone.
I don't know how I'm going to do this, he mumbled into her shoulder, turning farther into her embrace.
You can do it, Devin, because you're my student, and I had to do it too.
Devin didn't understand, but as they pulled apart, Tavana's mile-long stare said it all.
Taladin?
She nodded.
Yes, a long time ago. I've already been there, so I'm going to teach you how to cope with it. When this kind of thing happens in a family, it doesn't just affect the person that's hurting, but everyone around them. Right now, Dylan's mind is a battlefield. We're her backup, and we're going to help her fight as hard as she can, but we're also going to take care of ourselves, because your mental health is important too.
He sniffed.
What if I lose her? She's the only family I have left. You aren't going to lose her. Dylan's a fighter, and she'll overcome this one day, just like Taladin did.
Tavana brushed back his curls.
And she's not the only family you have, because we are a family, Devin. I didn't want to say this, because I was worried I'd overstep, or that it would be disrespecting your mother's memory, but I see you as my son.
Tavana adjusted his glasses in a motherly fashion, just like his mom used to do, and Devin's walls absolutely crumbled as she went on.
I'm not silly enough to think you haven't found out about Harmony. You're too smart for that.
She gave an affectionate smile.
And I'm not trying to put you in his place, but the love I hold for you is so tremendous. The first time I saw you, I knew you were mine. I'm certain I'd become whatever I had to be in order to protect you. I don't care how many hunters there are in this world, because I'd never let anything happen to you. They would have to kill me before I'd allow them to touch you.
Devin marveled that she could care about him in such a way, and he had to hold her again.
You are my mother, he whispered. And even though I've lost so much, I'm grateful I can call you that. Nothing will harm you either, Mom. Not while I'm around.
The vision changed again, racing ahead until he was standing underneath the stars with Tavana by his side. The night seemed dark, endless and long, absolutely no such thing as the sunrise in sight.
The anniversary of the accident is coming up, he told her.
I thought you'd be there to help me through it. It was happening, and there was nothing he could do to change it. His aunt and uncle were taking him away from this place, away from the Rhodi, and he didn't have any say. Nobody cared about what he and Dylan wanted. They were just foster kids yanked around by the system, being told that their family of origin was more important than the stable home they'd spent months creating, not given any option but to have their lives thrown into chaos again. Some judge they didn't know on some council would see the evidence and rule in their aunt and uncle's favor. They'd say that distant relatives you'd rarely seen who shared your DNA were more important than two strangers you'd grown unfathomably close to. It was all a lie. No blood bond could be as strong as the tie between him and Tavana. If Tavana couldn't be in his life, Devin didn't know why he should keep fighting. What was the point of anything if he couldn't see her anymore, far away for too long a time? If she left him, what was stopping anyone else from going away too? He didn't tell her this, but she knew anyway. Tavana went to put a light hand on his shoulder, and he shivered. It was one of the last times she'd be able to touch him, and in too short a time, he'd miss her motherly caress.
You're strong enough to get through anything, Devin. I've trained you to be able to survive the worst pain, not only on the battlefield, but in life.
Tavana almost seemed like she was trying to convince herself and not him. He wouldn't be strong enough to get through this. There was no amount of training in the world that would heal the wound of the world ripping another mother away from him. "How do you find meaning in all of this?" Devin asked her. "Being one of the last Rhodi, fighting Rachel even when you know you're probably going to lose in the end. How do you not give up?" She gave a soft smile, and her wings appeared. She flew into the air, and he followed, jumping into super speed as she took off. Devin and Tavanna often raced. He was the only one that was fast enough to keep up with her as she flew through the skies, but he was never able to beat her. She was too quick, and her flight was so agile. He followed her trail, looking up as his feet hit the ground, trying to pull ahead. But this was different. It was like Tavanna was leading him somewhere. She landed outside of a wooded grove upon a hill, miles away from the house. Tavanna walked into the trees, and Devin followed, carefully maneuvering around the brush. "The world is cruel," Tavanna admitted as she walked at his side, her wings trailing behind her. "It is heartless and without feeling and doesn't care if you get hurt. We live life with no reassurances, no guarantees that anything we're doing makes much of a difference. It makes you feel so small and insignificant. Sometimes, the world can be a very dark place." Tavanna stopped before a section of twisted branches, reaching out. "But if you don't pay attention, in the midst of all that pain and within the darkness, you just might miss out on all its wonders." Tavanna pulled back the branches to expose the starry sky above. There were thousands of glittering stars, galaxies splayed out in a mixture of blue and purple. Devin had never seen such a clear sky, and realized Tavanna had brought him to the best place in Eros for stargazing. It appeared magical, planets and moons dancing around the constellations to emit a spectacular display. "Look at the sky. Why isn't that worth fighting for?" Tavanna asked. "Millions of years have passed since the beginning of time, and millions more will come and go after we've been here. We're only here for a blink of an eye. Isn't it marvelous that we get to exist in this speck of reality, even if it's just for a moment?" Devin could hardly take in the majesty of it all. "I think it's a miracle we get to exist at the same time, together, so I can be here with you." When he'd torn his eyes from the sky, he saw Tavanna cradling a ball of pink light. Her expression was inviting and open. "This is yours." Tavanna held it out to him. "I want my son to carry a piece of my soul with him, wherever he goes." Devin reached out to take it. He found tears rising in his eyes as the light of Tavanna's craft warmed his hands, igniting the soft glow of the emerald color within his own spirit. As he held her craft, it dissolved into his chest, wrapping him within Tavanna's love. They reached out for each other at the same time. The trees shielded them as Tavanna's wings enveloped Devin to hold him close. "Don't forget about me." A tear escaped his eye and coursed down his cheek. This was too soon, and it was so unfair. "A mother never forgets her children," she replied. "And though we may be separated now, I believe that we'll see each other again." "You promise?" "Of course. Always remember I'm here with you, wherever you are. As long as you have a part of me, you'll never be alone." Tavanna put a gentle hand to his cheek to wipe his tears away. "The world may take you from me, but one thing that'll never change is that I'll always be your mother. Remember that, even in the darkest of times. So hold on to the memory of us and never let us go until you're back in my arms again." Devin felt himself being yanked through his memories once more at hyperspeed, sprinting ahead nearly 2 years later to another time and place. There were woods around him, but instead of being magical, this forest appeared bleak and cold. He remembered this moment perfectly. He was 17, And he'd just made one of the biggest mistakes of his life. He'd stolen medicine from a group of hunters to help Nellie become well enough to travel, so they could go looking for whatever the map on the Rhodian letter indicated. But he'd unknowingly led the hunters back to the cottage, where they'd destroyed the safe house and attacked the family. Now they were all on the run again, homeless with nowhere to go. It was ultimately because of him that they were all in this situation, and there was no denying that. Devin didn't care. He'd put everyone else at risk if it meant preserving Nellie's life, and she wouldn't have lasted much longer without that medicine. Even so, he'd only taken a few bottles, and they'd run out eventually. Devin knew what would happen once it did. Tavanna had never been so angry at him. They got into little squabbles here and there about inconsequential things, and sometimes she became irritated. But she'd never been furious with him. She appeared so now. She stood tall with her shoulders thrown back, a depiction of clear rage. He would have cowered beneath her in any other circumstance, but not now. Nellie needed him, and that was worth any penalty, even experiencing Tavanna's wrath. "I am very upset you didn't come to me about this," Tavanna began. "We should have spoken about this before you went after those hunters." "What good would that have done? You would have just told me no, because you say no to everything else," he demanded. "You've been doing nothing since we got you out of the guild but hiding away. At least I took action, instead of waiting for the hunters to come and find us." Tavanna didn't flinch, but he knew his words must have wounded her in some way. "I am responsible for keeping everyone alive. And I'm responsible for keeping Nellie alive, because no one else seems to care." Devin figured the rest of the group had given up on her, and had marked her for death because she was too far gone to save. They were all cowards. "We all want Nellie to get better, but she doesn't desire to put any of us in danger on her behalf. You know that, Devin." Tavanna shook her head. "And whatever your sister did, you had no right to speak such horrible things to her, or attack her as you just did. Emotions are running high, and we're all exhausted. But your actions are unexcusable, because no matter what happens, you should never try to hurt your sister." Tavanna didn't understand. He wasn't able to think rationally when it came to Nellie. When Dylan attacked his choice to protect her, he'd let something slip from his tongue he shouldn't have. He'd told Dylan, "At least a mistake that I made didn't get someone killed. Can't say the same about you." He would say that he didn't mean it, but deep down, that would be a lie. The smallest part of him blamed his sister for what had happened to their parents, and always had since the night of the accident. He didn't let it show until now, but the resentment was there. If she hadn't panicked, their father wouldn't have crashed. Those were the facts, and he was tired of not admitting it. Then Dylan had struck him, and he'd lost all sense of reason. Her slap had sent him careening out of control, and he'd shoved her. Dylan had fought back, and they'd gotten into a physical altercation. Taladin and Tavanna had pulled them apart, but Devin thought if they hadn't, they would have truly hurt each other. He'd aimed an arrow at her. A few more seconds, and he would have let that arrow fly, and not cared where it struck. Devin already regretted it. He didn't want to hurt his twin. But he couldn't forgive Dylan for this. Not this time. She got away with everything because she was mentally ill. And Devin was done with it. She'd never experienced any consequences because she was sick. She wasn't the only one suffering. He had feelings too, and it was like nobody noticed them, so he just kept them locked up. But he couldn't anymore. "Of course you take her side," Devin said venomously. "You two baby her and are hard on me." "Devin, that's not true. Taladin and I treat you both fairly," Tavanna said calmly. "That's bullcrap. You favor her and you know it. We both lost our parents. Dylan shouldn't get a pass for whatever she does just because everyone's worried about her offing herself if she gets too upset. I'm here too." He'd never spoken to Tavanna like this before, but he couldn't help himself. It was how he'd been feeling for a while now, and he needed someone to hear him. You're not giving us the grace to help you. It's hard to know when you're struggling, for even as well as I know you, it is still difficult to determine when you need my help, and I cannot give it if you don't ask for it. Hiding everything away doesn't make it easy for me to realize you're asking for support. I shouldn't have to ask. I just want you to see me, but you don't. The mission, the war, everything comes before me. He crossed his arms and turned away from her. Taladin always makes Dylan his first priority, but I know I'm not yours because you can't afford me to be. You're the leader, and everything's on your shoulders. So when it comes down to what's important, I'm last on the list. Of course you're important to me. You're my son. Doesn't seem like it. Tavanna took a patient breath. Dylan is Taladin's responsibility, but you are mine. Your actions were hasty and hard-headed. You didn't think, and you are not a person who avoids using your head. You put your family at risk for your emotions, and that's not what a Rhodi does. You took vows, and you understood what you were giving up, or at least, I thought you did. That wounded him in a permanent way. Being a Rhodi is going to take my life, so I don't see why I can't maximize the time I have left with Nellie as much as possible. We're both marked for death anyway. You don't know that. Not even April May can foresee the future completely. It's foolhardy for you to be reckless with your life because you're afraid Nellie will lose hers. She won't. I'll keep fighting hard enough for the both of us. Tavanna hesitated. Devin, I've put off speaking to you about this because I know you don't want to listen. But it's time, and as heartbreaking as it is, we have to come to terms with what's happening. She has high-risk neuroblastoma. She's at stage 5. Her body is shutting down. She's lived a year longer than what was first estimated. Her prognosis was poor when you met her, and it's worse now. She wouldn't be here today if the Red Huntress hadn't forced her to take that twisted medicine. And magic isn't going to keep her alive for much longer. Continuing to push her to fight, instead of cherishing these last moments you two have, will cause you more agony in the long run. Because once she's gone, you'll realize you wasted your last moments with her. You are 17 years old. Once her body fails for the final time, you will have a very long life left to live. And you will have to be okay with the choices you made while she was still here. Devin couldn't bear to consider such a thing. Because he was scared to death, that was the most likely possibility. Nellie would live, and they'd be together, or he'd go with her. Tavanna might as well strike him down now, because any fate would be better than moving on without her. I don't care what the doctors say. There's a cure out there. I can feel it in my bones. We just have to find it, he insisted. My love, you need to be careful, Tavanna pleaded. You've given Nellie so much, but you can't give her everything, or there won't be anything left of you once she goes. There's a fine line between adoration and obsession. You can give someone your heart, your body, but it's another thing entirely to give away your identity, and you're losing yourself in her. Devin flinched when she said the word body. Dylan's lying. She doesn't know anything. I knew what you and Nellie were up to before your sister said anything. Please don't try to deny it, Tavanna said. I understand. It's okay. But you aren't being safe. He scoffed. Safe? The world isn't safe. Nothing is safe anymore. He was even more enraged with his sister. That had been his secret that he'd shared with her, and she'd exposed it. You can't use that as an excuse. Did you even use protection? She asked tiredly. It's not like it matters. His voice started to waver. Even if something happened, she's not going to be around in 9 months to deliver a baby anyway. Tavanna's face fell. Devin, I don't know what to do, Mom. My girlfriend is dying. And there's nothing I can do to save her. He covered his eyes, falling to his knees. Devin rarely cried, but there were a few circumstances in his life where he'd broken down, and facing the inevitable leveled him. There was no turning away from the dark tunnel he'd found himself in, and despite him doing everything he could to hold back time, he wasn't able to stop running forward. Every day that passed was another one closer to losing Nellie, and once she was gone, who would he be? Nothing. Tavanna laid a soft hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry. I wish there was another way. But I understand what it's like to lose. He wrenched away from her touch, hunching away. No one understands. He got up, wiping his face with his sleeve before moving into the trees. And they never will. It's done. He heard Reina breathe from afar. We did it. We got it on, Mio corrected. We still need to see if it works. Devin came out of the stupor slowly, raising his head. He had been going in and out of the visions the entire time, sometimes awakening during the surgery. Whenever he regained consciousness, he lost it again, for the pain had been too great to endure. But he didn't feel as much pain now, more like soreness. Mio had used their craft to heal his shoulder, and the pain went away completely. As he sat up, Devin realized there was a heavy weight on his left side. He wasn't used to having weight there anymore. He looked down, and as he did so, something raised. Devin lifted the bionic hand, marveling as he turned it in front of his face. It was seamlessly attached to his shoulder, skin flowing into metal. Reina appeared ecstatic. Can you move it? He thought about moving the hand's fingers, and the mechanical digits wiggled like the ones on his natural hand would. Mio leapt into the air, cheering. I can't believe it! My research! It works! Mio danced around the room, tears sparking in their eyes. I can't believe! Oh, by Rhodi, I was right! Try holding stuff. Reina held out a small brass cup. Devin reached out and found with amazement he could hold the cup in the bionic hand. Until the fingers of the hand enclosed around the cup, crushing the metal and turning the goblet into a twisted mess. Oops, Devin said. That wasn't intentional. The hand opened and the cup dropped to the floor, making a loud noise. Or that. The coordination is a little off, but that's normal, according to my predictions, Mio said. It'll take some practice and adjustment time for you to be able to use it as a functioning limb. Devin didn't care. This was more than he'd had since he'd lost his arm. He flexed the elbow, experimenting with opening and closing his fingers once more. Let's try training with it, Reina said in excitement. I want to see what you can do. Can you stand? Devin carefully got off the surgery table. He didn't feel lightheaded or weak. On the contrary, he felt invigorated, and he walked around the room to test it out. He felt balanced again, the bionic arm resting at his side like it had always been there. You didn't lose much blood during the surgery, though I worry about you doing so much activity after the arm's transplant. I didn't have any blood to transfuse, Mio said anxiously. We don't know what the after effects of the prosthetic's attachment are going to be. You shouldn't be moving around too much. You could pass out, or your body could reject the transplanted limb. You could fall into a coma, or a seizure, or... Devin didn't care. He let Mio's babbling fall into the background, the only thought on his mind being his bow. He wanted to see if he could shoot again as soon as possible. We need to keep testing it. Let's go to the crafting hall. Devin threw the cloak over his shoulder to cover the prosthetic, and they began the walk into the denser city. As they roamed, Devin glanced at Reina and asked, Did you see anything? Reina's eyes narrowed. No. You had visions? Yes, several. Neither Mio nor I got pulled into them, so that must mean Victorian's magic is weakening. She was hopping from memory to memory, and it felt like she was switching as fast as she could go. Each one was shorter than the last. Xana's getting desperate to find whatever she's looking for. He'd tried to shut out so many of those memories. They were bright and bitter now. His argument with Tavanna in the woods was still a soft spot years later. He'd been so mean to Tavanna that night, and she'd just stood there and taken it all patiently, allowing him to unload on her and be his punching bag when he had nowhere else to throw his hits. Maybe she thought that's what a mother had to do, to keep her son from destroying himself. And she'd been right about everything. He wished he'd listened to her back then, but even if he had, he wasn't sure what good it would have done. The results still ended up the same. It was late in the day, so the crafting hall was fairly deserted when they showed up. He'd left his bow at home, so he grabbed a spare one from the weapons room, along with a quiver full of arrows. They followed Reina into a fairly large space, through a door with her name marked on it. It was filled with all kinds of mechanical parts, gears and metalworkings, with toolboxes lining the walls, and a desk covered with books and research papers shoved into the corner. A mechanical airship buzzed around the room over their heads, while targets were mounted onto the far wall. "This room's my personal space, for my research only. No one is going to catch us here," Reina said. "Go ahead and try it out." Devin cast his cloak to the side, then strode to the middle of the room to draw the bow, the bionic hand gripping the bow itself while his right hand drew back the fletching. The motion wasn't fluid. It was a bit painful, as he was still in recovery and his muscles weren't as strong as they used to be, and his grip quivered, making the shot unsteady. But he was able to draw the string back and shoot a bolt. The arrow flew through the air and hit the target, though it was on the edge. It was far from the bullseyes that he was used to getting, but tears burned in Devin's eyes just the same. He could work with this. He could practice, learn how to use the prosthetic until he could shoot proficiently once more. He never thought he'd feel this way again. Reina had given him such a precious, sacred gift. Mio clapped in approval. "Oh, this is good news! Try again!" Devin shot several more arrows. None of them came close to hitting the center of the target, but they flew through the air all the same. After he'd depleted the quiver, he put the bow aside and knelt into a crouch. Devin hadn't used his super speed since he'd gotten out of the hospital. He found that although he could still run without his left arm, he was off balance, and it was difficult to navigate around things easily like he had before when moving at hyperspeed. Maybe it would be different with the bionic arm. Devin took off, surging into his craft. He found he was better balanced than before, and was able to loop around the room several times in under a few seconds. It was far slower than his usual time, but still something. He stumbled as he passed Reina for the third time and hit one of the targets. He went spinning out, crashing to the floor, but bounced back up again just as quickly. "I can run again, too, clumsily, but I think I can get adjusted." A wide smile spread across his face. Reina was close to crying. "Oh, Devin, I'm so happy this worked." She threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. "Well, you knew it would, right?" Devin smirked as her cheek smushed against his. Reina paused. "I mean, sure, yeah, of course." She stepped away, a slight blush creeping across her pale cheeks. "And you know me, I'm a high-stakes risk-taker." "Me too." Devin flexed his bionic fingers. "I'm still going to have to practice. It's not like having the limb I was born with. It's very different. But I am able to shoot my bow and use my craft again, which makes all the difference." Mio appeared delighted, but their smile slowly fell. "We need to observe your progress before we can finalize the results, and make sure nothing goes awry before we present our research to the council. They'll be angry with us for going ahead with the surgery for sure, but I'm hoping they'll look past our trespasses in exchange for the extraordinary results. Better to ask forgiveness than permission and all that." "Well, what are they going to do? It's not like they can take it off," Devin said. "No, but they can prosecute us for doing what was explicitly ordered for us not to do, as well as throw me in prison for operating on you without a license," Mio squeaked. "I won't let that happen. My family will be grateful once they see what you've done for me. My mother will pardon you if any legal actions are taken by the masters." Devin reached for his cloak. Mio shivered. Ah, yes, your mother. They twiddled their fingers together. Any chance the queen won't behead me herself when she learns about the gamble I took with her son's life? I'm keeping this a secret from my family for now, Devin said, draping the cloak over his left shoulder. I want to prove the tech is absolutely safe and functional, so it can get approved for other people as soon as possible. That's unlikely to be proven right away since the tech isn't completely safe, Mio muttered, but Reina shot them a glare. They scuttled out of the room, mumbling under their breath. Devin adjusted the cloak to hide the prosthetic completely, unable to keep the smile from spreading across his face. Did he feel guilty about keeping things from Tavanna? Absolutely, but she wouldn't understand. You didn't get anywhere by playing it safe, and his life could be made easier by the prosthetic's use. Tavanna would be delighted when she learned about the bionic arm, after he explained to her that the tech wasn't dangerous. He reached out to grasp Reina around the waist and drew her close. This is amazing. It's more than anyone's ever done for me. I can't believe you did this for me. I knew you wouldn't be happy until you could shoot your bow again. I had to do everything I could to make that happen. She kissed him lightly, then giggled. Besides, I wouldn't let you wear any prosthetic that wasn't handcrafted by yours truly. Nobody can build a piece of machinery like I can. They certainly can't. Devin clenched the bionic hand into a fist. This has got some of your own crafting power in it, right? Yes, Reina smiled. I thought it would be nice if you always had a piece of me with you. Devin thought it was more than nice. A part of Reina's soul was within his new limb, her power flowing through him and merged with his craft. He was deeply connected to her now, sharing a part of himself he never had with anyone else. Reina grinned. Now that you're able, are you interested in taking those bikes for your first ride? Adrenaline raced through him as he flexed the prosthetic, already invigorated at the thought of driving as fast as the bike would allow. Oh, hell yes. Chapter 14. Lessons from a Demigoddess. Dylan sipped at a cup underneath a sakura tree, sitting beside Saffron at a garden table. They were taking an early lunch, though Dylan found she couldn't take down more than broth these days without getting sick. Pregnancy was fairly difficult for her. She found herself more exhausted than ever, spending most of her time vomiting instead of getting much else done. As such, she had spent the past few days at a leisurely pace, taking things easy. Have you made any progress with Desmodondre? I want to do whatever I can to help, Saffron offered. She wasn't eating. Dylan vomited at the mere sight or smell of food these days, so the griffin took meals whenever she wasn't around. Desmodondre who? Dylan asked. I don't think I care about her anymore. Saffron stared. But, sister, you said you had a plan to speak with her, and that you've been working on this plan for days. Do you mean to tell me you're abandoning the idea? Yep. Might as well put it aside and be done with it. She can't help me anyway. She's not as powerful as she thinks she is. She set the broth aside, leaning back in her chair with a carefree sigh. Sister, she is the greatest Rhodi who ever existed. Are you saying you have a different idea on how to master your love magic? Saffron questioned. Definitely. I don't need her to figure it out. She's not a priority for me, Dylan said with a casual shrug. She thinks she's so great, but she hasn't bothered me in weeks. Clearly I'm stronger than her. Dylan was waiting for it. She felt Desmodondre approaching at the very edges of her mind, ready to swoop down and possess her body for the taking. Dylan pounced first. She grasped onto Desmodondre's spirit and didn't let go, latching her soul onto the Rhodi's founder. Desmodondre immediately reacted, pulling back. Dylan's soul was yanked out of her body, spiraling into the spirit world until she appeared on the shores of the Life Afters beach. Dylan smirked, still grasping Desmondandre's wrist. She hadn't even needed to meditate here. Desmondandre had pulled her right into it. The founder observed her coolly, then withdrew her hand. Very good. Dylan crossed her arms. You've been avoiding me. I had to do something to get your attention. I knew you made me a false promise. You agreed you wouldn't try to take over my body again until I'd failed to prove myself a capable ruler. I see that was a lie. You were just waiting until my guard was down long enough to take advantage. I guess your ego got in the way. You couldn't stand the idea that I no longer felt threatened by you. Desmondandre frowned. I did not violate our deal. I took your arrogance as a sign you would not become the ruler you promised you would be. Now I see your words were nothing but a trick. I have underestimated you. Desmondandre's eyes ran over her. Your spirit indicates you are carrying children. Congratulations, Tigress. You don't sound too happy about it. I was unable to conceive offspring with my husband in my lifetime. The Rhodi became my only children, and I raised them as their devoted mother. Dylan balked. You were married? Desmondandre's eyes lightened, and her lips parted to inhale the smallest, gentle breath. Dylan had never seen her so soft before. Yes, my one and only love. You didn't get to have any kids? All the light in her eyes expired, the light dying to a dim cinder that hollowly went out. No, he died before we were given that chance, and I never found it in me to love another. Not ever again. Who was he? Is he here in the life after? Are you able to be together again? I do not wish to speak of such things. Desmondandre cut her off. You have gained my attention. Therefore, what do you want? Dylan assumed it was best not to ask questions and get straight to the point. I want to make you an offer. Desmondandre's light laugh was meant to humiliate. What could someone like you possibly offer me? The only thing I want. I'll give you one free pass. You can use my body for 1 day, and I won't fight you on it. You can possess me for 1 24-hour period for whatever purpose, whenever you wish, if you agree to help me out. Desmondandre's eyes flashed. You must be desperate to strike such a bargain. What do you desire in return? Teach me how to use love magic. I can't control it. It's reckless, and I can't direct it to do what it needs to do. You need to tell me how I can use it properly, so I can change the hearts of the Crimsons and heal others. Desmondandre frowned. This is not an easy thing to do. Love magic is the most difficult craft to master of all. Giving you my body for an entire day is a major sacrifice on my behalf. You've never had so much time in my body before, and I'm letting you get away with whatever you want. The only other condition I'm adding is that you have to give it back when you're done. It's not a permanent offer to take it forever. You get 1 day, then you have to leave. Desmondandre was silent before she nodded slowly. Very well. I will teach you how to use love magic. Really? Dylan blinked. I thought you'd refuse. It will not matter if I teach you this technique if you cannot use it. Having the knowledge doesn't mean you'll be able to keep me out, Desmondandre noted. Yet I will teach you all the same, and I will use this agreement in the future whenever I see fit, as you have promised. Desmondandre took a step closer. Blood oaths do not work in this realm, so we will have to agree to a spirit pact. It will be an agreement between the 2 pieces of our soul. Do we have a deal? Desmondandre lifted her hand, and a glowing orange ball appeared within her palm. Dylan summoned her own craft and offered it freely. The 2 orbs hovered toward each other and spun in a circle, the orange lights connecting through twisting strands before they separated. Dylan's craft went back into her chest, but it felt notably heavier. It is done. The bargain is made, Desmondandre noted. I shall begin your instruction at this time. Desmond raised her hand. A glowing ball of golden light shone from her fingers. Dylan recognized it as the light vibrated at the frequency of her soul. This is the same spell that was used to defeat the Hunters Guild. It is the spell that changes hatred into love. The spell can be used to mend grief, lift the deepest of sorrows, and cure mental afflictions. Love is the most powerful craft there is. Therefore, it has the potential to fix almost anything. It is a powerful spell, but you should be able to cast it at any time. How do I cast it? Dylan asked. You must let the light of your craft flow through your body and out your hand. It is similar to summoning the orb that is your craft itself, but instead of one solid object, you are sending your spirit out to influence the world, and people who come in contact with it will be changed, one way or another. Dig deep down inside yourself and feel the well of unconditional and undying love within. Allow that love to be expressed freely through you until it can be observed by all who encounter you. Deep compassion for the human beings around you is a rare experience, something that can change the course of fate. Dylan didn't understand. But don't most people feel that way about others? I mean, I do all the time, and I always have. Desmond scowled. No, most people in this world don't have a minuscule clue of the depths of how far love can run, or how powerful empathy can be. But you experience that current easily. It lives inside of you as assuredly as the beat of your heart. Call out to it, and it will come to serve you. Dylan tried it. She imagined projecting her heart outward, all the emotions she experienced welling out of her and flowing through her arm. The light exploded from her palm, filling the beach as the light shimmered with extraordinary power. It was almost a relief, not feeling that overwhelming empathy for just a few seconds. Dylan didn't realize how heavy it weighed on her from day to day. For the first time in her life, she was able to breathe. But she withdrew the spell, and as the magic retreated, she felt that all-encompassing compassion return to her, and felt suffocated again. Okay, I think I've got it, she said. I was making it too complicated before, and overthinking the process, but I was able to call upon the spell when Xana cornered us in the abandoned palace. So I'm not sure where I went wrong before. I guess in that situation, I was desperate. Not desperate. You were in a state of true being, Desmond corrected. When you were being attacked by your cousin within the desert palace, you were surrounded by your family, and they were in danger. Your partner was hurt, and I've never seen a rarer bond than the one between you and your sister. You would do anything for Saffron. And so, your magic surged to defend her with ease, nearly by instinct. So I just need to behave how I naturally do, and the spell comes easily, instead of trying to force myself to cast it. Correct. Dylan flexed her hand. I used love magic on my cousin, but it didn't work on her or Crimson's, because they believed they're in the moral right. You are mistaken. It did not work because you were not willing to pay the ultimate price for casting your true power, Desmond said. When I took over your body to end the war with the Hunters Guild, I forced my love upon the Hunters. Anyone who did not accept it died. There was nothing left inside of those people but filth, and because of it, they could not sustain themselves. Dylan blinked. I get that with people like the Red Huntress, but what about all the others? Hundreds of hunters died that day. Isn't there a way you could have spared more lives? Love magic has to be accepted. Perhaps those people could have been convinced in time, but it would have cost more lives than it would have saved. So I made the decision to end them there. Dylan stared. So, all those people, they didn't have to die? Of course not. But they refused to accept my love, so they did. Their loss. I'm starting to think you're a bit of a sociopath, Dylan mumbled. She didn't understand how this woman, her past life, was the embodiment of love and compassion back in her time. She was colder than ice. Are you really going to feel sorrow for the hunters our magic killed that day? Murderers, deviants, the Red Huntress? They weren't simple criminals, but the worst of the worst. The world is better off without them. Dylan still felt responsible for those people, and a bit of guilt that she'd killed them, though she wasn't certain she should be taking that onto her shoulders. This can't be the answer. There has to be more to this spell. But there isn't. If your cousin never comes to accept your love magic, you will have to use it to kill her. When you last cast the spell on her, she didn't accept it, and your magic instinctively knew that. So your craft naturally pulled the spell back. But if you had kept it going, it would have killed her and all the Crimsons who refused to diverge from their evil path. If you had gone through with it, Xana wouldn't be a problem now. Yet you didn't wish to take her life, so you allowed her to live, and she's continuing to cause chaos. I made a mistake. I want Xana dead. I can't forgive her for what she did to my brother, Dylan objected. But so many of the Crimsons who follow her are just misguided. I can't force my love upon them and take their lives just to end this war. It would be wrong to violate their free will, even in circumstances like this. That is your choice, Tigress. Desmond withdrew her hands into the sleeves of her kimono, covering them completely. I've taught you as much as I can about this particular spell. There is nothing more to discuss when it comes to it. If there was, in my hundreds of years, I would have learned it by now. Are there other spells? Different things I can try? Dylan wouldn't give in. If this didn't work, she'd find another way. I promised to teach you love magic. That means all facets of it. If there is a question you have in the future about your crafting ability, I am bound by the Spirit Pact to honor it and teach you as best I will. Desmond's lips curled into a gloating smile. So despite your practice, I am sure we will meet again very soon. Dylan ignored the clear jibe that was meant to say she was pitifully weak and instead stated, if this spell doesn't work to cure the Crimsons, there has to be another. My cousin has become a big issue. Desmond scowled. Indeed, though I do not see why I should care. Xana's not just my problem. She's yours, too, if you end up winning our little game and taking over my body for good. You'll have to get the throne back from her if she wins the rebellion and kicks us out of the palace. So it's less work for you if you let me deal with her first. Desmond appeared wholly unamused. You seem to think of everything. You are correct. Xana is a thorn in my side as much as she is a knife in yours. So I will give you what little information I can on what I estimate she is up to. However, my knowledge on blood magic is limited, so do not expect me to have all the answers. Can you explain to me why she's having Victorianne look through my memories? I don't know what she's searching for. Your cousin is looking to gain permanent power. The blood magic she harnesses isn't enough to sustain herself, and she's running out of relatives to drain. If she wants to get rid of you, she needs a permanent solution to her magic problem first. I understand that, but that's not specific enough. What memory does she need to find? Not a memory. A source, Desmond insisted. Some sort of ancient ancestral power that will change who she is at a fundamental level. This knowledge is buried deep. You would not know it because it's in your bones and blood, not your mind or spirit. This source energy does not come from average means. It is the ability of a god. Dylan became winded at her words. A god? How in the world could the power of a god be in my family's bloodline? I am unsure. Perhaps one of your ancestors made a deal with a deity for power, or convinced a god to bestow some of their magic upon them in exchange for providing a service. A gift from a powerful being, if you will, and that gift has been passed down through the generations until it was finally bestowed upon you and your kin. Are these gods people that ascended to enlightenment, to the state of Iwa? Desmond herself had tried and failed during her lifetime to ascend to Iwa, the state of ultimate enlightenment, in order to attain the status of a god. Since she'd passed on to the life after, she'd tried multiple times to reach Iwa with new reincarnations of her spirit. It was the reason she kept trying to take over Dylan's body, to elevate their soul into a higher state of being. Dylan really wished she'd cut it out, because the last thing she wanted to do was ascend into a spiritual plane of peace. It sounded dreadfully boring. They could be, but some of these entities are creatures that were always holy and divine upon conception into the universe. Religions have originated from countries all over the planet, but most people who emigrated to this particular continent left their old beliefs behind them when they did, Dylan said. Crescentians are mainly agnostic. They always have been. Not the Far Easterners, Desmond replied. There are tribes of the desert who retained their beliefs about their gods. The tribe you came from must have as well. She tried to think. My parents said our ancestors used to worship great birds of the sky, big ones. Dylan flapped her arms. Desmond stared in distaste. Dylan blushed. Right. But anyway, my parents never taught me much about these gods. They didn't know their names or what they were, only that our people used to worship them. But my mom and dad were enslaved, and their parents died so young they didn't get to learn much about our religion before they passed. Not enough to teach us. I figured these gods were simply a myth. They might be. I have no knowledge of these spectacular avians you speak of. Desmond shrugged. The closest thing Crescentians have to a god in our history is you. There aren't any legends of gods that originated in this continent. At least, none that I know of. Desmond pursed her lips. There is one. She faced the ocean, her eyes watching the rolling waves. It was rumored a god existed in this land a very long time ago. Finding any information on them would be all but impossible, I am sure, because I do not believe any knowledge on them survived the ages. They might still be alive. Do you think Xana is after this god's power? It's possible, but if that is true, and she managed to take this god's abilities, she could do whatever she liked without consequence. Dylan mused on it. This power must be in Devin's blood too, if she's searching his mind. Correct. Desmond inclined her head. Xana believes she can trigger something within you that will give her a connection to your past lives, mainly me, with the ultimate goal being her attempting to take any magic and use it for herself. But she can't get any power from you? Desmond laughed like the idea was comical. Oh no, she cannot. I am far too strong for the likes of her, and she doesn't realize that yet. But the god source that lies dormant in your veins she can try to manipulate, so long as you still have your body. Why doesn't she try to find this god source within herself? If it's in our DNA, it's in hers too. If she's searching through your memories now, she's no doubt attempted to and failed. She doesn't have enough of this god source within her to make it change who she is. Most likely because her heritage is mixed with the Alistanian blood that comes from her father. You and your brother, however, are fully Far Eastern. If I had to assume, and I do, it is a Far Eastern god that gifted your family this power. And it is the power that dwells within the line of the tribe you came from that she seeks to harness. That didn't help Dylan much, because she didn't even know what tribe she came from, let alone the gods they worshipped. And there was no way to find out, because her parents had been slaves. Any identity they'd previously had was ripped away and erased, and there certainly weren't any records remaining about their bloodline. Their parents had been born into slavery. There might be records of their sales between slavers, but that wouldn't provide any information on heritage. Xana's impatient. She's not going to wait forever for Victorienne to find what she's looking for, Dylan argued. Are there any other methods she can use to access the god source? Desmond shrugged. Possibly. If she cannot access this god source within your memories, or if the process takes too long, she'll begin looking at other methods to bring it out of her own blood. And that's what you need to be most afraid of, because whatever ritual she will partake in to give herself permanent magic will most certainly be a most dark ceremony indeed. Desmond began to fade away, and as she vanished, the waves in the sea churned with a ferocious power as the sky darkened. Even when she was gone, her voice still echoed around Dylan, bouncing off the sand and sky. I will continue to uphold my end of the deal, Tigress. The day will come when you will have to honor yours. A heavy weight slammed into her chest, and Dylan jumped as she realized she was back in her body, sitting in the same chair she'd left behind. Dylan slowly stirred, lifting her head off the table. Saffron was kneeling beside her, a heavy hand on her back. Sister, are you all right? You've been still for over an hour. Your body went limp, and your head slammed against the table. It was clear you were taken to the spirit realm. I was gravely concerned. Dylan took a deep breath. I'm fine. My plan worked. I was able to grab onto Desmond and have her drag me into the life after once she tried to possess me. Clever. Did you get what you wanted out of her? Yes, and more. Dylan stood. She wavered for a second before Saffron caught her, then straightened again. Call a meeting, immediately. Saffron gathered Tavanna and Devin, escorting them to the Queen's boardroom. Devin carefully adjusted his cloak over his amputation, checking to make sure it stayed in place. Dylan cringed when Taladin walked in. She'd really hoped he wouldn't come. Lyanna trailed in with him, clearly to try and play referee. Dylan didn't look at her father, and he refused to look at her. You must have found something important, Tavanna said as she took a seat at the long conference table beside Saffron. Dylan nodded. I did. I was able to trick Desmond into speaking with me, and she told me some very valuable information. How did you speak with her? Tavanna asked, confused. I thought she possessed your body when she came to our realm. Can she materialize outside of it? Dylan paused. She'd forgotten that neither Tavanna nor Taladin knew that she'd been meditating herself into the life after to speak with the Rhodi's founder. She'd originally kept it a secret because the meditation itself was dangerous, but they needed to know now, as Desmond had given them too much valuable information to continue hiding her actions. Devin found a meditation that enables me to transport my soul to the life after in order to talk to Desmond. But it hasn't been working lately because she's been ignoring me, so I had to let my guard down long enough to let her in. Dylan explained. When she tried to possess me, I latched onto her, and she pulled me into the spirit realm. She was cornered, so she was forced to have a conversation. Taladin scoffed. That's nice. You just love keeping secrets. It's not a secret when you're halfway through your 20s and can make your own decisions. Dylan snapped back. Taladin scoffed. Wow, using her age to keep things from me. Convenient. Didn't know I raised a liar. What did she tell you? Tavanna asked hurriedly, before her brother could speak again. Dylan stuffed down her irritation. All kinds of things. About Xana, her plans, and even a spell for love magic. The spell. Dylan explained what Desmond had said about Xana's plot to gain power, as well as the possibility that there could be a god source in her bloodline. Devin appeared baffled, but Tavanna merely nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the revelation. Dylan didn't know what Taladin's reaction was, because she refused to acknowledge he was there. She taught me how to cast the spell that killed the Red Huntress and healed the hunters. According to Desmond, if done right, this spell can heal hatred, pain, grief, sorrow, anything you could imagine that wounds the heart. Now that I know how to summon it at will instead of by accident, I want to try and cast it to see if it works. Any volunteers? Dylan asked. Nobody said anything for a moment, until Devin stepped forward. I'll do it. Dylan felt deep affection at his offer. He wanted her to try and take his grief away. She wished for nothing more. He'd suffered for so long in Nellie's absence. It was time for him to be healed, so he could live a full life again. Dylan lifted her hand, laying it on Devin's chest and over his heart. A golden glow spread between her fingers, and she called out to her compassion. An excitement grew as she waited for the pain in Devin's heart to be washed away. The grief inside Devin's heart was tremendous. Even after so many years, it was a dull darkness that encroached on everything in his life and was heavy to lift. Dylan could feel how draining it was for her brother to carry. She ordered her love magic to change his grief, trying to turn it into something lighter so he could be free. A minute passed before Devin shook his head. I don't think anything's happening. Disappointment dimmed her light, making the magic shimmer instead of glow. No, that can't be right. She tried harder, the glow spreading throughout the room as she intensified the spell. Anything now? Devin frowned. I'm sorry, I don't feel anything. How could that be? She was trying so hard. But Desmond had said if the participant wasn't willing to accept her love, the spell wouldn't work. Dylan could cast the spell, but it didn't mean it would change someone unless Dylan acknowledged the person had to receive her power in their own way. Devin wasn't accepting her love magic because his grief meant too much to him, and Dylan wasn't allowing herself to accept his response. If his grief couldn't be cured or taken away by Dylan's magic, it would end his suffering through death. She was so sure she could cure his pain that she didn't see any risk to Devin's life. But now she realized that unless she was able to embrace the full consequences of her love magic, good or bad, it would be worthless to her. Because she wasn't willing for her brother to die as a result of the rejection of her power, the spell wasn't working at all. She withdrew her hand, clutching her wrist. Devin didn't show it, but she knew he had to be disappointed. It's okay. You tried. You know the spell now. That's more than you've ever had to work with. Tavanna said in encouragement. It's not going to be enough, Devin said, turning to his mother. This is progress, but unless she can cast it fully, we're still stuck in the same spot. Wars aren't won in a day, Tavanna replied gently. They aren't won by continuing to hit dead ends either, Devin argued. If Dylan can't heal me, she can't heal Xana, which means we need to look at other options. Dylan will be strong enough in time. I am not a patient person, but even I see restraint is needed here, Saffron added. We don't have time to wait for Dylan to get stronger. We need to stop Xana now, before she kills us all, Devin demanded. While they were debating, Dylan focused her love magic on Taladin. He was watching the argument, his eyes locked on the queen. Dylan lifted her hand lightly, a small glow radiating from the tips of her fingers. Liana saw her do it and said nothing, a thin veil of hope resting behind her tired eyes. A derangement of suffering hit Dylan all at once. She experienced the depth of Taladin's pain before, but in recent years, that sorrow had only intensified beyond reckoning. His misery was so overwhelming it almost brought her to her knees, but she refused to quit. She forced her love magic upon him, trying to take his agony away by dominating her will over his. She couldn't do it. His heaviness was even denser than Devin's. She wasn't able to begrudge the pain, let alone lift it from his heart and make it go away. His soul didn't want to be helped either, and he wasn't even letting her try. Taladin's gaze snapped to hers, and it was cruel. You could ask first. She dropped her gaze. I'm sorry, I just wanted to. Nobody can fix what's wrong with me, not even you, so stop trying, Taladin demanded. Taladin, You're being unnecessarily harsh, Savannah said sharply. Lyanna didn't comment, just drooped in her seat wearily, appearing exhausted, on the verge of giving up. What did you give her? Taladin demanded, facing Dylan. Desmond didn't just hand over this information out of the kindness of her heart. What was the deal? Dylan stood her ground. She promised to teach me all facets of love magic whenever I need it. In exchange, I agreed to allow her to possess my body for 1 day, for whatever reason, whenever she wished. A full 24 hours without my interference. Horrified gasps broke out within the room. Savannah rubbed her temple, while Taladin's face turned red. Dylan, you're the princess of an empire with unimaginable power. Do you realize what Desmond could do in your stead if she had a full day? He yelled. Well, I made a spirit pact, so I can't take it back, she growled. Sorry, I know there's a few things you wish I could. Don't even go there. You're gambling with the fate of the continent because you're impulsive, he spat back. At least I'm not too afraid of life to do something about my problems. His eyes narrowed. What did you say? You heard me. Stop this, both of you, Savannah demanded. This is getting us nowhere. Neither of them listened. There's a difference between wanting to take action and being irrational. How could you lie to my face about this? Taladin shouted. There was that word again. Liar. Dylan hated it. Did he even care what he was saying to her? It's not lying. I get to make decisions for my life without you being there to judge whatever I do. Dylan was so sick of this. She was his child, but he was the one who needed to grow up. She felt like his parent right now, and she was tired of taking care of him when she was the one who needed support. Taladin threw up his hands. Fine, be a big girl and make your own decisions. Just know that they're stupid. And when you have to face the inevitable consequences, don't come crying to me. I'm not going to sit here and take this. Everyone around you is worried of telling you off because they're worried it'll send you into an even darker place, but I'm not. Nobody stepped in to try and stop the argument, just watched in horror as it played out. Dylan continued her rant, her words becoming frantic as she worked herself up. You have no idea what it's like to live my life. I have to be the strong princess who never shows weakness and who takes care of everyone. I can never let people in because they need me to be tough for them. Dylan paced back and forth, shaking in rage. I'm under an incredible amount of pressure every day, and I have been since I was a little kid. Dylan, stay hidden so the guild doesn't find us. Dylan, save the world before you're even an adult. Dylan, safeguard the empire so the continent doesn't fall into chaos, because if it does, it'll be your fault. Taladin opened his mouth to say something, but Dylan cut him off. No, stop. You don't get it. I'm the eldest daughter. I'm the older sister. I always was until Saffron came along, and hell, I'm still filling that role. I protect this family. I have to be braver than everyone else, carry everyone's burdens, tie a knot, and hold on when the rope's already fraying. I find a way to crush titanium and move mountains because it's what has to be done. And I don't ask for anything at the end of the day. The father of my children is halfway across the country, and I've barely had any time to get adjusted to the fact that I'm going to be a mom because there's not a spare moment to catch up. But I carry on anyway and keep my head held high. If I falter, so do the rest of you. Dylan spread her arms wide and laughed. And you know what? People just keep piling more on me, thinking that I can carry it all. The amount of labor I perform, physically, emotionally, and otherwise, would be enough to break everyone else. But I find a way to power through it because it's what has to be done. People expect me not to crack, and I don't, because I'm not allowed. If I slip up, everyone else's lives are ruined. I don't get the luxury of dropping my guard even when I'm falling apart. There's no room for mistakes. I understand more than you think I do. Nobody came running to my rescue either. I had to work things out on my own, Taladin snarled.
You have no idea how damn lucky you are.
You didn't listen to a word I said, did you?
I'm sorry for what you're going through, but tearing you down is what this job does,
Taladin demanded.
This is why I'm insistent that you aren't ready to have these kids, because you're still not able to handle yourself.
That's real rich coming from you. Taladin was a walking mess most days, and always had been. She wouldn't hesitate to point that out.
At least I can admit it to myself. Sorry you're having trouble getting adjusted to living a life of war, because it never ends.
It can end. Being a Rhodi doesn't mean we have to live the rest of our lives in a stream of violence. There can be peace. Taladin's tone was scornful.
War is necessary. It's something that can never be stopped. There is no such thing as peace, because it can't exist.
I'll never believe that, Dylan spat.
Then you're ignoring everything I taught you, he growled. War is a reality of life. It's inescapable. It's a part of human nature. One enemy falls, another will always rise up to take their place. Humans can't survive without hurting each other.
You don't know that.
I do, he insisted. I've spent the last 30 years of my life killing people, and for what? War is needed, but it isn't justifiable. Who's to say what someone else is fighting for isn't as important as what I'm protecting?
Because we're Rhodi, and this is what Rhodi do. We defend the world.
The world isn't black and white. It's not Rhodi versus hunters anymore. There's no such thing as heroes and villains. The story changes depending on whose perspective it's being told from, and history is told by the winners. We're slaughtering crimsons, but these people have families and lives too. They're not fighting for evil, but a cause they're willing to lay their lives down for, just like we are. They're fighting for the rights of non-magical people. Who's to say their cause isn't as noble as ours?
The Crimson Flame is not good, no matter how much it pretends to be. They've hurt innocents.
So have the Rhodi in our time. We weren't always the benevolent rulers we pretended to be. There are times when our kind has been cruel and ruthless. There's blood on our hands, too.
Yes, but in this empire we've built today, we fight for good, Dylan pleaded.
What's good, Diliana? I couldn't tell you.
Taladin shrugged. That's not true. You taught me the Rhodi fight for love.
I don't know if I believe in that anymore.
He turned away from her.
I'm not sure I believe in anything.
So you're really going to turn your back on that? Now she was the one disappointed in him. There were times when that belief was the only thing that got me through.
I know, but it's not enough anymore.
It has to be, she begged, because she didn't know what else to say. Even if you can't believe it, I won't stop having faith that everyone can make this world a better place, so long as we work together to make it happen. Taladin gave a biting, resentful laugh.
That's how I know that you haven't done this long enough. You desire to be a queen, but you have a lot to learn. And after a few decades of this, what you'll endure is going to turn you into someone you won't recognize in the end.
Dylan backed away in horror. I don't want to learn anything if it means losing myself along the way.
I, more than anybody, want to protect your innocence, but we have to face facts. You have this naive view of the world that has convinced you everyone can be saved, but you're being purposefully ignorant.
Taladin ranted, growing frantic.
Most people are bad, and unless you admit that to yourself, you're never going to be the ruler Crescentia needs you to be. This altruistic mindset you have that we can all coexist in harmony isn't going to get you anywhere but put in the ground, and the country destroyed.
So what? You want me to become jaded so I'll stay safe?
Dylan screamed back.
If this is how you're going to live, bitter and hating life, I'd rather die than be like you.
A haunting silence filled the room, one that was full of more unspoken words than their entire argument. Lyanna appeared deathly stricken. All the anger faded from Taladin's face as he dropped his gaze and muttered,
Yeah, Dylan, you aren't the only one.
A crushing pain smashed Dylan's heart in its hand. Why had she said that? She hadn't meant for it to slip out. She couldn't believe she'd wounded him like that. But as she watched him turn aside, She couldn't muster the courage to deliver an apology either. He wouldn't accept it anyway. This isn't right. How can we beat Xana if we're divided like this? Tavanna asked. We need to bring the family back together. We aren't going to be able to stop her until we unite as one again. This division between us is only hurting everyone here and helping her. You aren't going to be able to fix this, Tav. There's too much that's broken, Taladin mumbled. His words cut Dylan open. Did he really want to give up on their relationship so easily? Did all that time they'd spent together over the years mean nothing? Unbidden, a sudden bout of nausea churned within her stomach, and she wavered on the spot, taking a staggering step. Saffron instantly came running to help. Sister? She grabbed Dylan and attempted to pull her into a chair, but she couldn't make it. Dylan collapsed onto her knees and gagged, throwing a hand over her mouth. Devin hurried to bring his sister a trash can. Dylan vomited. Nothing came up but stomach acid and the few sips of froth she'd managed to take down earlier. Leanna stooped beside Dylan. What did you eat today? Nothing. I can't. Dylan gagged again, and nothing came up. The entire room was spinning. Have you been to the doctor recently? Yesterday. She told me I had hyperemesis gravidarum. I don't understand what that means. Dylan slurred. It's extreme, persistent nausea from pregnancy, worse than morning sickness. You're probably dehydrated, and your electrolytes are imbalanced. You need to spend a few days in the hospital. She said that, but there hasn't been a second available for me to take some time off, so I discharged myself. Leanna frowned, then stood. I'll get my bag. She ran off to retrieve her medical kit. Dylan put the bin aside and laid her hands on the floor, taking deep breaths to try and ground herself. Are you okay? Dylan looked to the side. Taladin was kneeling beside her, looking deeply concerned. It was the first kind thing he'd said to her, and the closest in proximity they'd been in days. He held out a water bottle for her to take. She accepted it warily and took light sips, and almost threw them back up. She could tell Taladin wanted to lay a hand on her shoulder or rub her back, but his hand didn't move to do either. What do you need? He asked, and his eyebrows furrowed. Dylan thought, I need you to tell me I didn't mess up. I need you to say that it's going to be all right. I need to know I'm going to be a good mom. I really, really need a hug from my dad. Dylan thought all those things, but said none of them, and didn't allow anyone to hear them but Saffron. I just need you to leave me alone. Taladin's face fell. Oh, okay. He stood. I'll leave you alone then. He quietly left the room. Tavanna looked to Dylan, then to the door he'd left through, picking up her skirts and rushing after her brother. The moment both of them were gone, Dylan broke down in tears. Devin knelt beside her, and she threw her arms around his neck. I miss him, she sobbed into Devin's shoulder. I know, he said, and he held her close. But things aren't good between you guys right now. You need to focus on the people that are here for you. Dylan withdrew from his embrace and sniffed. I know. She didn't think this situation between them would ever get fixed. Dylan would take the worst of the Red Huntress's torture over feeling like this. Nothing could be so painful as feeling the absence of Taladin's love, and it seemed like she had lost it forever. Did you really mean all that stuff about being under pressure and feeling like you're alone? Devin asked. She wiped her nose. I just think it's a common thing most eldest daughters experience. We feel responsible for the entire family, and sometimes the family unknowingly puts that weight on us, because we're always the ones that handle things. It's even worse on my behalf because of all of this. She waved her hand at the palace walls, then added, I don't necessarily feel that way about you, because I feel like you were the one who took care of us and handled everything when we were on the streets. But in the past few years since I became princess, I think I've been taking on more than I can handle. And it's not like I can put anything aside, because I'm a ruler and things need to get done. no matter how I feel about it. Devin nodded. I'll keep doing what I can to lighten your load. I know I can't carry everything for you, but I can support you in whatever way I can. We can support each other, Saffron offered. That's what siblings do. Dylan dried her tears before she added, Devin, I need you to find our parents' records. His eyes widened. Records? You mean? Yes. Who they were sold to, possibly when they were born. That's going to be difficult. A lot of the slave records were destroyed when slavery was outlawed, and our parents didn't have a surname until they were freed. We don't even know anything about our grandparents except their first names. I know, but if we can figure it out, the information might lead us back to our tribe. If we can find them, we can get some answers on who this god might be, and why our bloodline is so important. Devin adjusted his glasses. I can look, but there are hundreds of tribes in the Far East, and they all believe in different deities. Narrowing it down to which one our ancestors followed is like looking for a pin in the ocean. We just have to find the right god. We know our ancestors worshipped birds. That's enough to get us started. Dylan pressed a hand to her lips again to try and prevent more heaving. Saffron helped her to her feet. You need to rest, sister. Nothing more needs to be accomplished today. Dylan spent the rest of her day in her penthouse, crawling back and forth from the bed to the bathroom. Leanna had returned to get an IV started, along with some pills. It helped, but it didn't ease the exhaustion. That was more mental than anything. When night fell, Savannah let herself in. She leaned against the wall and crossed her arms as Dylan sat in an armchair by a fire Saffron had started in the hearth, trying to stay warm. Dylan, I understand you're under an extraordinarily high amount of stress right now, and that your pregnancy has been more difficult than most women. I would expect anyone to crumble in your situation. Savannah began. You and I are the only people in the Empire who understand how this position feels. No one, not even our spouses or our partners, can comprehend what weighs on our shoulders. Savannah shifted. Even so, I chose you to be my successor for a reason, because I believed you could handle it. I still believe you can, and I admit we're facing unprecedented circumstances. But I need to know you still have the capability to do this job. Dylan nodded. I can, Savannah, but I can't do it alone. And right now, with Envis gone and Taladin fighting with me like this, I feel more alone than ever. Savannah's wings appeared. She ruffled them gently as she replied, There are times when a queen must fight her battles alone, but I think you need to look around, because neither of you are as alone as you think. Dylan knew she meant Taladin. The princess stared into the fire, not sure of how to fix anything really. Especially this situation with her father, because they weren't even arguing about the same thing. Not really. In Dylan's eyes, the issue was she had kept growing up, and he had wanted her to stay in the same place. That wouldn't happen, because things would always keep changing, and so would she. As her identity altered with time, she might lose more things in common with her father than she'd ever had in the first place. With heartbreaking clarity, Dylan realized she might have to keep growing without him. Chapter 15. Former Scars. It was beautiful outside, a sunny day in the fishing village. Dylan laughed as she walked down the hall with Envis. He'd just told a joke. The white walls of the cottage were so familiar and felt like home. They'd just rescued Taladin and Savannah from the clutches of the Hunters Guild days ago, and though things were so uncertain, having Envis there gave her a source of comfort. He was reliable and steadfast. Whenever he walked into the room, Dylan's problems fell away to be forgotten with the rest of the world. As they passed Taladin's bedroom, she heard her master say, Dylan, let's talk, please. Envis ducked out quickly, like he could figure what this was about. Her nerves quaked as she realized that the rest of the cottage was silent. Savannah must have told everyone to clear outside to give them some space. That could only mean one thing. She shut the door behind her and asked, "What's up?" Taladin's look was sad. "Do you want to talk about how your recovery is going?" Dylan's whole body went cold. She knew this would happen eventually, though she'd nearly hoped Taladin would forget. That wasn't going to happen. Leanna and Tavanna had changed her clothes after the tower had fallen on her and she'd passed out, so they'd clearly seen and told her master. Without a word, she unzipped her hoodie and placed it on the bed. Her t-shirt felt inadequate and soul-bearing in its place. Taladin's eyes saddened. "You don't have to show me." "I want to." She needed some help to be accountable. Her family never did body checks on her for new scars, because they wanted her to feel like she had autonomy over herself. But this was her choice, and if she didn't show somebody, she felt like it would keep getting worse. She only wanted to show one person. Taladin took her wrists and gently upturned them. His eyes began to water. "Oh, Dylan." "I'm sorry. I tried." "I know you did, sweetheart. I can tell you were trying as hard as you could." Dylan didn't know how. Her arms had never looked worse. He ran his thumb over some of the markings and said, "Oh, baby, these were put here this morning." "I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop." She tried to hold back more tears by biting her lip, but a few slipped out anyway. "I broke my clean streak. I was okay for a whole week, then I messed up." "It took me a few times before I stopped too," he told her. "It's not an instant process." Dylan started crying harder. "I hate caring. I feel everything all the time and I can't make it stop. Everything is so intense and unbearable. It helps me calm down." "I know you think that, and it feels like it in the moment, but it doesn't." Taladin reached for her hoodie and helped her put it back on, slipping her arms into the sleeves. "It just prolongs the hurt." "I don't even know why I started doing this," she said hopelessly. "I think back to the first time, and I just want to take it all back." "You were a young person with a lot of overwhelming feelings that didn't know where to put them," Taladin said firmly. "I fell into the same trap too. Back then, I'd do anything to escape, even if it meant being in pain. You're learning where to put those feelings now. But sometimes we forget and go back to old habits. That doesn't mean it'll be this way forever. I just want to stay clean." She wiped at her nose. "I know it's just a temporary fix, but it's like I need it to get by. I hate myself." Hey, he said, and he brought her into a hug. "Don't ever say that, Thunderbolt. I love you, and you're a wonderful person. I want you to love yourself even more than I do." "I can't. It's the hardest thing in the world," she sniffed. "I think about all the terrible choices I've made, and it feels like the right thing to do, to make myself suffer. Then when people look at me, they can see how messed up I am on the outside, too." "You don't need to punish yourself for making mistakes," Taladin whispered, holding her closer. "Yes, I do. I need to punish myself because I'm not a good person, and I'm failing everybody." "You're not failing anyone. You could never fail me," Taladin reassured her. "We'll get through this together, whatever it takes. I promise I'll always be here for you." The vision changed. It was several years later in Rhodian, within the palace's training arena. Rachel had recently been defeated, but it wasn't like that made Dylan relax. She was always training, pushing herself too hard. She was a princess now, so she felt like she had to work harder than everyone else, because people relied on her. She tried to launch a backspring from the balance beam and perform a spinning kick off the backflip, but her takeoff was crooked. She let out a cry as she fell to the ground, crashing against the mat. "Dylan!" Taladin rushed over, and Dylan cringed as he crouched beside her. She tried to roll away, but her ankle twinged. She gasped, reaching for it involuntarily. Taladin noticed, and he looked down. "What's wrong with your leg?" "Nothing. Let's go again," she demanded, trying to get back up and giving a yelp. She fell back onto the mat, and Taladin grew concerned. He pulled up the bottom of her pant leg and saw the brace wrapped around her ankle. He wasn't even surprised.
Dylan.
What?
You didn't tell me you sprained your ankle.
It wasn't even a question, just a fact. I can train anyway, she started, but Taladin pushed her back down.
You should have asked the healers to fix it before we started,
Taladin demanded.
You could have hurt yourself. If you mess up your leg bad enough, you won't be able to fight at all.
Okay, I know. It's not a big deal, she mumbled. Taladin sat beside her.
Dylan, we've talked about being honest multiple times before. I'm your master. You can't withhold things from me. More than that, I'm your dad. I want to help.
I open up to you all the time, she said, turning her head away.
Not with everything. What are your rules?
She let out an aggravated huff. They'd gone over this 1,000 times. She was tired of repeating them. No sharp objects in my room. My katana stays with Saffron. I have to ask you to borrow your throwing knives before I practice with them. You have to be around to watch me use them, and I have to give them back when I'm done. When I'm feeling triggered, I need to remind myself I don't need to act on my feelings.
You're missing a few.
Dylan struggled not to erupt as she added, If I find myself avoiding my feelings, I should do my best to process them. If I'm looking for a way to cope, I need to list out healthy ways to feel better than what I want to do. If I feel I'm losing control of my impulses, I'm not allowed to be alone, and... She begrudgingly grumbled out, If I'm struggling to accept myself, I should reach out for help.
Did you follow your rules today?
She rolled her eyes. No. Despite her not looking at him, he scooted closer.
Thunderbolt, why did you do this? Really?
I wanted to prove to myself I was tough. She thought the answer would bewilder him, because it would certainly surprise someone else, but the admission wasn't shocking to Taladin.
You are tough. You're the toughest young woman I know, and you've always been strong. You don't have to fight through pain to prove to yourself you're strong enough to handle things if life gets hard again.
He was always so good at knowing exactly how she felt. It was almost unsettling. She looked up at him, and he said,
Dylan, I don't want you participating in this kind of behavior again. You're hurting yourself in front of me, and it's damaging for both of us.
But I'm not. She didn't get it. It wasn't like she was cutting herself.
There are all kinds of self-harm. Just because you're not cutting doesn't mean you're not engaging,
Taladin said.
If you exercise too much and refuse to let yourself rest, or train beyond your limits, you're self-harming. If you're hungry, but don't let yourself eat, or are in pain, but don't allow yourself to take any medicine to help you feel better, that's self-harm too. Staying up later than you know you should, and not allowing yourself to go to bed still counts. Abusing drugs and alcohol is an obvious one.
Everyone does something like that from time to time, though, and not everyone in the world is like us, Dylan pointed out.
Yes, but we have an addiction to harming ourselves,
Taladin pointed out.
Every human does something harmful to themselves in their lifetime, but it's a compulsion for us. We have to work extra hard not to engage in self-harmful behavior, because it's how we deal with things. Sometimes we can be doing it without even realizing it. We also have an addiction to blaming ourselves and punishing ourselves for it. If we keep ourselves in a state of fear or sadness without allowing ourselves to access the tools to pull ourselves out of it, that can be just as damaging as cutting.
He flipped his blade and went on. Even involving ourselves with people we know are bad for us and refusing to walk away from them can be a form of it. That goes for being physically intimate with people we have no business being with. Sex can be a form of self-harm too, if you're participating in it with the wrong partners. Me and Envis are fine, Dylan grumbled.
I'm not talking about you two, just in general. I know what I'm talking about. I made a lot of foolish decisions when I was younger, because I was lonely and just wanted someone to help make the pain go away. But in the end, it made it worse.
He sheathed his blade.
And as far as I am on this journey, I don't have a clean slate.
You're not an addict anymore, Dylan argued. You stopped hurting yourself years ago.
Yes, I am. Addicts recover, but the addiction is still there. I only have one scar left that's a physical depiction of what I used to do. But I fight every day to stay in a good place. And I still find ways around my rules to satisfy my compulsion to hurt myself.
She leaned in closer. You still struggle?
Yes. Sometimes I engage, even when I don't necessarily mean to.
Taladin admitted.
I beat myself up. A lot. Not physically anymore. But I don't talk nice to myself mentally. Self-hatred is still self-harm. You're still giving yourself wounds. They're just mental instead of physical.
I wish you wouldn't do that, Dylan said softly. It hurts me when you blame yourself. Though, I do it too.
If you don't want me to talk down to myself, then you can't do things like this.
He gestured to her ankle.
It's not fair to ask of me if you're not putting in the effort for yourself. And it hurts me when I have to watch you struggle. You don't deserve to feel like this.
She leaned against his shoulder and sighed. I guess I would like the healers to fix my ankle. It really freaking hurts. Even icing it would be nice.
I'll get someone in here right away,
Taladin said. Before he got to his feet, he promised.
This is a really hard thing to recover from. Some people don't make it, but I know you will. You've got a warrior spirit. You've survived so much already. If you can make it through what you've already been through, you can conquer anything, even this. I'll be here for you all the way.
Dylan's stomach was churning when she woke up. She ran a hand through her hair in the middle of the dark night, contemplating her past as her thoughts ran throughout this big, empty house. She didn't care that Victorian had seen the memory. Let her. Maybe she'd report back to Xana, and her cousin would gain some understanding on what a real father was, and why Taladin meant so much to her. Now that Dylan was older, she had trouble understanding herself as a teenager. Thinking about her addiction did nothing but make her feel sick these days. But Taladin was the one who'd gotten her through it, and taught her how to overcome it. She wished he was around now to impart some of his wisdom about being a parent. But Dylan was all but sure asking any questions on that particular subject would get her nothing but screamed at. Taladin had promised to always be there, but he wasn't, and she didn't know if he ever would be again. Their relationship had been broken, and maybe it couldn't be repaired. I might have to let him go. The idea absolutely rendered her beyond devastation. Taladin had become such a permanent, constant fixture in her life. When he wasn't there to fall back on, she found herself hurtling through space, imminent to be destroyed upon a reality she didn't want to face. His absence was a void in her heart and soul she'd never be able to fill. She'd already lost one father. Dylan was convinced she'd lost another. She just didn't realize when it had happened. Saffron, I need you. She wasn't sure if the griffin was in bed, but Dylan felt her stir, coming to her at once. What is it, sister? Saffron had come as quickly as she was able. She was fully dressed, but appeared to have done so in a hurry, her hair in two messy pigtails on top of her head that resembled her feathery ears in griffin form. She sat on the bed across from Dylan, wide awake. I'm going to heal the trauma you have from Relicta Asylum. Dylan raised her hand. Hold still. Saffron hesitated. Sister, what I experienced at the asylum was no small blight on my life. The pain and memories I have from that time would be a tremendous thing to fix, perhaps impossible. Just let me try, please. Saffron paused, then nodded. Dylan summoned the love spell, focusing all her attention on the thick, sticky substance inside of Saffron's craft, which were the memories of the asylum. Images assaulted her. Saffron lying on a cold medical slab, screaming at the top of her lungs as the doctors performed electroshock therapy without any anesthesia. Saffron writhing on the floor as hallucinations tormented her, a result of the antipsychotic pills she'd been force-fed so the doctors could test which illegal experimental medications they could use on other patients. A small and tiny Saffron curled up in the corner of a barren room, wearing nothing but a hospital gown, the walls streaked with blood as she sobbed. The bodies of 2 asylum workers laid dead around her, words written in red upon the white brick. "I want out." Dylan tried. She nearly wept through the visions, forcing her love magic to pierce through. She willed the memories to go away, so Saffron didn't have to deal with them anymore. The magic twisted and revolted, backfiring on Dylan until she felt her insides clench and become poison. These memories were stuck. Saffron had gone into the asylum with a considerable amount of mental illness, but the experiments the so-called doctors performed on her had made her so much worse. Dylan couldn't handle the sight of them anymore, and pulled back, knowing if her love magic tried to erase them further, she'd end up killing Saffron without meaning to. Saffron blinked. She had no response, which told Dylan she'd been expecting this. That was the absolute worst thing of all, for her partner to believe that she would fail before she'd even begun.
"It's okay. You tried."
Dylan's face crumbled. She fell face first onto the bed, clutching a pillow to her side and sobbing into it. "I knew it. It didn't work. I am so incredibly sad, Saffron."
"Why are you sad, sister?"
Saffron said, reaching out to stroke her hair. "Because I've realized no matter how hard I try or how much I love him, I can't fix my dad." Tears welled out of her eyes and slipped down her face, and she didn't do anything to stop them. "I've tried so hard to help Taladin, but nothing I've done over the years has made a difference. I can't make him get better. I can't do anything for him. And if I can't fix him, I can't mend this fight between us. We're just going to keep arguing because he's so sick. And I'm going to lose him." Dylan sniffed. "And I just realized I can't do anything for anyone else either. I can't help my brother. There's nothing I can do to heal Devin's grief or to convince him that life is still worth fighting for now that Nellie's gone. I can't fix Xana or mend her heart so she stops doing terrible things to people. I can't help Jenna see that she's in a bad situation and she needs to get out before she gets hurt. I can't even help you with the memories of your past. You're my partner. If I can't fix you, who can I fix?"
"It's not your responsibility to fix anyone,"
Saffron replied. That statement created a wall of rage so powerful to well up within Dylan, she nearly lost control. "You don't understand!" She started to weep, mashing her face into the pillow as she punched the mattress. "Even with Desmodandre's magic, I'm still limited to what I can do. People can't be healed if they don't want to be, and it seems like nobody does." "Sister," Saffron said, trying to soothe her. "My abilities are useless. Worse than that, I'm useless," Dylan cried. "I can't help anyone. The only person I can help is myself, and that feels so utterly wasteful. I don't know what I'm doing here if I can't change people's lives for the better, especially the lives of people I love. Why am I wasting my time, Saffron? If I'm only here to make my life better while everyone suffers around me, what's the point? What's life about?"
"This is Desmodandre's curse," Saffron stated gently. "You have so much compassion inside of you that is meant to do so much good for the world. But your overwhelming empathy has the ability to drown you."
"I can't help it. I feel what everyone else feels all the time, constantly, day and night, and always have. Since I was a little kid, my craft has been doing this to me, though I didn't know it at the time. Even if they're not with me,
I know what people are going through. I know Taladin's suffering right now. He doesn't have to be speaking to me for me to feel his pain. He's on the other side of the palace right now, but though there's this distance between us, I can feel he's struggling immensely. Devin doesn't have to tell me he's guilty about being with Reina because I know it automatically. Even worse, I endure it alongside him. My love magic tortures me, and I don't have the ability to turn it off. Dylan wiped at her face. I think this is the reason I started self-harming. It wasn't my own feelings I couldn't take anymore. It was everyone else's. I blamed myself for my parents' death, for my brother's pain, and then when Taladin got captured, I blamed myself for that too. I felt responsible for everything and everyone all the time, and I didn't see a way out. The pain compounded into my own grief, and I was looking for anything to make the screaming inside my head stop. She gave a shuddering sigh. I stopped cutting, but I'm not able to stop myself from caring. Being selfish seems like the only way to survive in this world, but I don't know how. I can't do that. I don't have the ability to hurt the people I love. I can barely tolerate hurting others who are trying to hurt me. Saffron laid a hand on her back as Dylan continued. I fought so hard to get here and have the life that I do. I busted my ass for 10 years to become a master. I survived the streets and got through the war. I defeated the Hunters Guild and killed Rachel, something nobody else was able to do. I have a successful life. I'm the princess of an empire. I have a family who adores me, and I'm having children with a wonderful man, one who truly loves me. Dylan hugged her pillow tighter. But I don't know if any of that's worth it at the end of the day, because I'm so scared of losing someone else that I love. And I worry that I will every day, because no one seems to love themselves like I love them. I will fight harder for someone I care for than that person will fight for themselves. And I'm so tired of doing that, Saffron. I just don't know how to stop. This could be an addiction too, Saffron mused. You must feel some sort of compulsion that pushes you past your limits, erasing healthy boundaries between you and the people you love. Well, if I do, I don't know how to stop it. She sniffed. I'm not happy. It doesn't feel like my life matters or what I do matters, because the family I love won't let me help them, and someday they might be gone. What good am I to anyone if I can't be happy? It would be very hard to be happy with everything that's going on right now. Please, give yourself some grace. You cannot shoulder every burden alone. But I hate how lonely I feel. I'm so bored and empty when I'm alone, but being alone is the only way I feel comfortable. I can finally breathe and only worry about my needs instead of what everyone else wants. Dylan sat up, taking a shuddering breath. I think I hoped when I became a master that I'd be able to fix everything. I thought my magic would be powerful enough, or I would be strong enough to fix my family. I know now, no matter how powerful I become, the pain of the people I care for the most is something I'll never be able to fix. And because I'm Desmond, I feel like I'm the only person in the world who can understand this pain and do nothing about it. She shuddered. Nothing is wrong with my life, but every day is a nightmare, and I can't wake up. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, and everyone sees me, but no one hears me. I feel like I'm a tree in the middle of a forest that nobody's going to hear when it falls. Dylan's shoulders dropped. I have to prove to myself that my life matters, because it doesn't feel like it does. But your life does matter. To yourself and the people around you, Saffron argued. It doesn't seem like it. All I feel like is one giant screw-up who's constantly messing up my life and who can't do anything right. As much as I love them already, these kids weren't planned. I'm bringing them into the world at a time where they're going to be in danger, and this pregnancy is pushing my family away from me. That doesn't mean you have to punish yourself.
Saffron offered. Dylan shook her head. I punish myself to avoid being punished by other people, because I'm going to be punished either way. There's no possibility of me not suffering, so might as well get it over with and not make it worse on myself by letting someone else hurt me. There's nothing I can do to deserve this life, Saffron. I'm always going to be a bad person. Sister. Saffron ran her fingers down Dylan's back to comfort her. You would never think this way about anyone else. No, of course not. Other people deserve life. I just don't. I deserve to be miserable. I have to punish myself into being enough for my country and my people. I live in service to them. I don't believe my life matters, so I self-sabotage. I've done it since I was a teenager, and I'm going to keep doing it for the rest of my life. There's no way out of this. Where did you get this idea that your life and feelings don't matter? Saffron questioned. Dylan wasn't sure. She'd struggled with this issue for so long she had a hard time placing when she'd started to think like this. The only answer she could come up with was from long ago, so she said, When Devin and I turned 15, I got in this awful fight with my parents. They told me we needed to move again. Great birthday present, right? Dylan gave a skeptical laugh, marred by tears. I was so upset. I was tired of always moving from place to place. I told them it wasn't fair, that I wanted to go to school, have friends, be a normal teenager, and do normal teenage stuff. And I couldn't, because they were so scared of something they refused to tell us about. I told them I hated them. Her voice shook. Then they died a few days later, and I never got to apologize. And I think I learned that if I spoke up about what was bothering me, people got hurt and others had to suffer. So I realized it was better to just shut up and put up with whatever happened, because if I was hurting, nobody else had to. That was a perfectly rational response to your situation. Any teenager would hate the life you had to live. But I should have just sucked it up and dealt with it. If we had left a few days earlier like they wanted to, instead of waiting around because I was acting like a brat, my parents might still be here. Rachel had your mother marked for death the moment April's prophecy was revealed to her. There was little hope Killam and Yeshua would have made it out alive before the end of the war, Saffron comforted. But they're still gone. And because of that, I need to become powerful and successful to make up for taking away my parents' lives. I need to prove their sacrifice meant something and wasn't for nothing. Do you think Devin needs to prove himself for what your parents gave up? No, but Devin's smart, and he's inherently good. Dylan wiped her nose. I wouldn't go so far on the good part, Saffron mumbled. If you don't have the same high standards for your brother, why have them for yourself? I don't know. Dylan wasn't sure how to answer. I don't think people get me, Saffron. You're the only one who does. People think I'm either too harsh or too soft. I don't comprehend the difference between being an asshole and being a doormat. Because people are constantly complaining that I'm both at the same time, which I can't understand, because that seems impossible. I don't know how people want me to act, so more often than not, I end up putting on an act. I do what I can to try and fit the mold of what they want me to be, or mimic their behavior so I fit in. But I still mess that up, so I feel even more confused. I have this role of princess, but I don't know what that really means or what people want out of me because I always feel out of place. You need a big sister talk, and I am going to be very frank. Saffron sat her upright. You are too concerned with other people. Not the ones that don't matter, but the ones that you love, and it is going to destroy you if you let it. I don't know how to stop. And I'm okay with supporting the people who mean the most to me.
I just don't think it's fair that people want to use me as a punching bag one day, then ask me to be their therapist the next, Dylan grumbled.
You can't fight for someone harder than they'll fight for themselves. And if they're pissed off that you're concerned for them, it shows they don't care how you feel in the first place.
Saffron shook her head.
I've seen this happen time and again with you. When people bite your hand after you try and help them, or hurt you after you show your love, all you do is try harder. You think if you try in a different way to help, that you'll be able to get through to them, and you won't stop going through various methods to change them. You refuse to accept that these people don't want your help.
Then why are they coming to me, asking me to help them carry the mental and emotional load? Dylan asked in frustration. It's not fair to lean on me, then complain that I'm making it worse. Saffron shrugged.
I was born with a do not care gene. If someone blows up their life in front of me, I go, that's interesting. Then let them sit in the ashes. I will not allow myself to become a pyre alongside them like you will, because these people will beg for your help from the flames while refusing to step out, then pull you in alongside them.
But how can I watch them burn?
Dylan argued. Devin's been a mess for years and he won't get help. My dad is falling apart and Jenna's dating this absolute loser who...
Jenna doesn't care that you're losing sleep worrying about her because she wants a garbage man more than she wants to make sure her family and friends don't have to be concerned about who she's dating. If she wants to eat out of the trash, let her.
Saffron threw up her hands.
And don't allow her to come crying to you either when she's sick from the scraps. That goes for all of them. Actions have consequences, you know, and you can't protect people from those consequences if they're bound and determined to stick their head in an oven.
Dylan looped her arms across her torso. Like they'll listen. They think they're doing the right thing. All of them do.
There are times to be brave, but there are far more times where one needs to be wise. And for some reason, the people in your life are always faster than the wisdom that's chasing them down.
Saffron scowled.
It's time for you to let them fall on their faces.
No, because I don't want to hear that I've abandoned them once they call me out on distancing myself from their behavior because I know that's what's going to happen.
Dylan rolled her eyes.
Why do you need a front row seat to the clown show? The people in your life don't need to play their damsel in distress act, then complain that you're not helping them right.
Saffron grasped her sister's hands.
You are a princess. You are a role model to your people, and you have an empire that depends on you. No matter how much you love them, giving all this energy to the people in your life who don't value your effort to help takes away from serving your greatest purpose. We can't have that. Whatever you're willing to sacrifice, I know it's not the good of your empire, but you're on that precipice by killing yourself through caring too much.
Saffron kissed her hands.
I know this is hard for you to do. This is your brother, your father, and one of your most beloved friends. These are the hardest people to let go of. But if you wish to become all you desire to be, you must.
I don't know why I care so much. Most people wouldn't.
Most people aren't like you. The majority of people in this world don't work as hard as you. They aren't as kind as you. And they certainly don't care an iota as much. And you're only functioning at half the level you could be because you're giving so much attention to everyone else, trying to save everybody. If that means you have to cut people out, then cut them out. Even your father.
Dylan's eyes widened. You mean not speak to him anymore?
If he continues to wound you like this, what else are you supposed to do?
Dylan fell silent, though she was clearly horrified at the possibility. Saffron parted Dylan's hair back.
I wish you'd put as much energy into yourself as you did everyone else. If you did, you'd be unstoppable.
She huffed. Yeah, sure. Let me set aside my feelings and focus on myself, so I can let everyone else down. Nobody in my life seems to be able to take care of themselves, so I have to.
Who cares? Let them be shit, so you can be great.
Dylan sighed. I'm tired of always feeling like I'm on the outside looking in. I feel so different than everyone else, and always have. I can fake it, but people still sense that there's something wrong with me on sight. It was always so hard for me to make friends, so I get really attached to the few people that I do have around. Dylan looked up. But you're different. You understand me without having to speak. It's like we can read each other's minds without even using magic. We're truly soul-bonded. There's no one else out there who I would want to be my partner. Not even Envis can get what I'm feeling as deeply as you.
Oh, sister.
Saffron brought her in for a hug, her thoughts calculating. Taladin had always been her guiding light on these kinds of issues, but he was so sick right now he didn't have the ability to be there for her. So she would.
I think I might be able to help, but I must reach out to someone who knows more,
Saffron said, grasping Dylan's shoulders.
Get some rest, and in the morning, we'll see what we can do about all of this.
Dylan wasn't sure what Saffron's plan was, but she was too emotionally exhausted to question her about it. She laid down, trusting Saffron completely that they would work this out. The princess was only able to sleep with the comfort of Saffron lying beside her. Chapter 16. An Answer Unforeseen. When the sun rose, Dylan got ready, and the two women embarked across the palace. Dylan didn't know where Saffron was taking her, but the griffin knocked on the door of an apartment she'd never visited before. Harmony's beaming face shone when the door opened.
Hey, girls! My parents aren't home, but guess what? I ordered breakfast!
He stepped aside, waving his arms in a theatric fashion. They stepped inside. On the kitchen counter was a collection of pastries from a popular bakery in Rhodian. Dylan took a seat on a counter stool and said, Thanks, Harmony, but to be honest, the smell and sight of any food just makes me want to hurl these days. Oh, right, sorry. Harmony blushed, rushing to put the food away. Don't worry about me. I already ate like 6. What's this about? Dylan asked. She liked Harmony and enjoyed his company, but she wasn't sure how he could help. Saffron put her hands on her hips.
I brought you to talk to Harmony because I think you're autistic, like him.
Autistic? What? Dylan didn't understand. No, I mean, there's no way. She waved her hand around. I don't think that fits me. I mean, most autistic people are usually nonverbal and have severe learning disabilities, right? I mean, yes, but there's a reason autism is a spectrum, Harmony said. I was diagnosed as a little kid, but it doesn't affect me in the same way it does others. There are some autistic people who need a lot of help with daily life and need constant caregivers, and there's others, like me, who are high-functioning and can get by mostly on their own, though all autistic people need some sort of accommodation in some way. Maybe that's why Harmony still lived with his adoptive parents. He needed more reassurance and help than everyone else. But Dylan wasn't convinced. She looked at her partner and said, Do you think I have autism?
I've suspected for some time, but what I think isn't important, Saffron said. Just listen to what he has to say.
Harmony bounced. I'm going to tell you about my life, and if you think our situation sounds similar, we might be onto something. Dylan crossed her arms. Okay, let's hear it. Harmony took a deep breath. As an autistic person, I struggle with eye contact and get really obsessive over my hobbies. I locked myself in my room for 3 days obsessing over a show I liked just a few weeks ago. The doctors call it hyperfixation, when you get stuck on something and just can't let it go. I really have a hard time when my routine is changed, or when my plans get altered in a way I didn't expect. It causes me to freak out or shut down. I fidget all the time because I struggle to keep still, and I've always had a hard time making friends, especially as a kid, because people don't get me. I didn't really make any friends until I was a teenager, close to being an adult. And I think a lot of this stuff aligns with you too. But I can't be autistic. Everything you're describing isn't weird at all. Everybody lives like that. These are just normal traits everyone has. Dylan objected. No, they're not, sister. Saffron spoke up. You just think they're normal because that's how you interact with the world. Dylan considered this. Do you think I'm autistic, Harmony? Harmony giggled. Oh, you? 100% you're on the spectrum, babe. I knew it from the first day we met. Dylan, you take everything literally, Saffron stated. You can be sarcastic yourself, but when other people use sarcasm on you, it goes straight over your head. You sit there for hours before big social events at the palace rehearsing what you're going to say to whom, and you shut down when you get stressed out. You hate when people crowd you. You struggle to put into words how you feel even if you like talking about emotions. And if you're overpressured, you blank out and lose the ability to speak completely. You also walk on your toes, which is another thing autistic women sometimes do. That's a cat thing, which is normal for a tiger shifter, Dylan argued. And the rest of that is just random coincidences. When you were younger, did people say you were too sensitive or shy? Did they accuse you of overreacting a lot and eventually you just started to believe it? Did you start suppressing your feelings so people would stop saying you were too dramatic? Harmony asked. Holy shit. Dylan felt like she couldn't breathe. Harmony kept talking, oblivious that he was rambling. Autistic people have a profound sense of justice. We're very adamant that people get treated fairly and everyone tries to be good, and I see that in you a lot. Autistic people are often misunderstood, too, because people interpret our actions differently from our intentions. I know you struggle with that, because you've mentioned it to me before. There are so many things that neurotypical people care about that autistic people couldn't be bothered with. But when we get really fired up about what matters to us, we go overboard. We can be super passionate, and sometimes that passion overwhelms other people. Does that mean autistic people can see right through bullshit? Dylan asked, not bothering to censor herself. She didn't feel like she had to around Harmony, unlike others. She could talk plainly with him, as if they spoke a language few people understood, and she was wondering if this was the reason why. Mostly, yeah, because we don't follow the social pecking order. I hate small talk. Harmony scowled. I just want people to get to the point of stuff. I can't stand when people put on an act and have to be fake. It feels like they're wasting my time. Dylan considered how important it was to her that people were authentic. She wanted something real from everyone who entered her life, personally or professionally, instead of having to follow all kinds of unspoken rules that no one had explained to her. The social games people participated in drove her nuts. This could be the reason why she didn't want to play. I also want to add that not every autistic person fits every autistic trait. Harmony piped up. Like, most autistic people struggle with eating different types of food because of texture and temperature issues. They have a group of safe foods they enjoy and that's it. But I'm not like that. Food is my first love. I inhale everything in sight. Harmony laughed. There's probably stuff that doesn't apply to you too, but that doesn't mean the diagnosis isn't right. Dylan crossed her arms. Maybe this all fits, but I'm not willing to buy it completely. I need more info.
Okay, but what about stimming? Harmony asked. I see you do that all the time. I don't know what that is.
Stimming is something autistic people do to regulate. You know, a habit they do to calm themselves down,
so they don't spiral out from anxiety, Harmony explained.
When you stim, you listen to the same song over and over and over, or space out, or hum, or eat a bunch of snacks, or pick at your hair and touch certain things to feel textures.
I have a whole box of stim toys I use when I'm feeling stressed. It's full of fidget spinners, lava lamps, and squishy toys. They help me chill out. And physical activity can be really healing for autistic people. Dancing is one of our favorite things to do. Dylan thought about how she often got sucked into gardening for 12 hours or more, just so she could feel her hands running over the leaves. When she trained, she had to train hard, and it became the only thing in her life worth participating in, because when she was engaging her whole body, all her problems went away. She'd dance for hours, sometimes to the same album she'd replayed 1,000,000 times over the years, and she loved to spin around. Not to mention her house was decorated with nothing more than plants and tiger figurines, tiger paintings, tiger motifs, dozens of them. It was all or nothing, every day, in every part of her life, and Dylan was slowly starting to see the pattern. Autistic people are also really slow on picking up on social cues, especially when it comes to romantic relationships. Harmony laughed awkwardly. People have to be direct with me because I'll never know if they like me unless they say it plainly. I mistake flirting for something else all the time. Dylan instantly thought of Envis, how long it took them to get together, how many hints from him she'd missed, and reddened. Are there other things autistic people struggle with when it comes to, hooking up?
Well, autistic people take relationships very seriously.
We don't often like to date around. It's one and done for us. We want to find our forever person and stick with them. It took me over a year to get over my first girlfriend because I automatically assumed it would be forever. I was absolutely devastated for months when we broke up and had a really hard time getting over her, more than most people would. We can't seem to let go, Harmony said.
And when it comes to sexy times, most autistic people are either hypersexual or not interested at all due to sensory issues.
It can become another regulation tool or stim for us. Dylan remembered how she'd all but shut herself away from the world when she and Envis broke up. She hadn't been able to get out of bed in weeks and had all but forgotten the point of living. When her mind wandered further, she realized that she got an extraordinary amount of satisfaction and serenity from sharing herself physically with Envis. It seemed to be the only time her body was calm. Being intimate with him was like something she needed, not just something she enjoyed, though she didn't want to think about it like that, because she worried she had been using Envis's body without realizing it, and it concerned her that it was wrong to do. She didn't want to hurt him in any way, even if she wasn't aware of it. Dylan didn't need to be convinced anymore. Harmony's last statement had done it. All right, let's say I'm autistic. Can you tell me more about variations on the spectrum?
Well, autism in boys can differ a lot from autism in girls. And even within the same gender, there's a huge span of differences within the autistic umbrella. There are men with autism who can seem cold and emotionless, super analytical, and overly domineering of conversation. But on the opposite side, I ended up with the super sappy crying mess kind of autism.
Harmony gave a small laugh.
I can be kind of annoying and desperate, if you couldn't tell.
I'm sure Devin can, with me always hanging on him all the time. Harmony sounded so sad. Dylan made a mental note to talk to her brother later before she asked, Are there any bad types of stimming?
There are. Self-harm being the one I can think of off the top of my head that applies to you.
Dylan's voice got very small. Huh?
Yeah. Studies have shown up to half of autistic people self-harm, and self-injurious behavior is more common in autistic girls. You didn't know that?
What?
Dylan's eyes were wide. She was so shocked she almost fell out of her chair, and she had to grip onto the counter to stay upright. She wasn't sure if she was relieved, pissed off, or both. Finally, she had an answer for why she did the things she felt she was compelled to do. This information was a beautiful gift that she'd been deprived of for years, but now everything made sense. There wasn't anything wrong with her. She wasn't broken, just different. Having autism, we have to regulate when we can, because our brains aren't good at keeping our emotions in check. Some autistic people try to regulate our feelings through pain, Harmony said. When we get too overstimulated, our environment and our emotions become too overwhelming to handle. So instead of exploding, sometimes we take it out on our bodies instead, because there's nowhere else to put stuff. Did you ever, Dylan found she couldn't say it. Harmony rocked back and forth on his heels. No, but kind of. I didn't cut or anything, but if I got really upset when I was a little kid, I used to hit my head on things. I've done a lot of work on learning how to regulate, though, but I still have autistic meltdowns from time to time. I think everyone who's autistic does, no matter how good you get at handling stuff. Meltdowns? When life gets too stressful or too much, you basically turn off after you go full catastrophic. Harmony explained. During an autistic meltdown, multiple emotions overwhelm you at once, and it becomes so unbearable you break down crying or completely blow up. You'll struggle to breathe, and everything feels funny. Sometimes you'll get dizzy or start shaking. The whole world is too loud, and you just want to shut everything off. Harmony shrugged. When I have a meltdown, I have to isolate myself and hide in my room so I can calm down. If I don't, I'll scream at people and lose my shit. Usually it happens when I get too stressed. If you have one too many meltdowns in a short period of time, it can lead to autistic burnout. That's a really sucky thing that can last for years. It happens when you get too worn from trying to meet all the social and societal expectations of people. And as autistics, we have to wear a mask all the time just to fit in. If we wear that mask too long, we get overly fatigued. Then we crash. Harmony began to pace back and forth beside the counter to keep his thoughts straight. Not everything in my life comes down to autism, though, because, well, I've got a lot of co-conditions too, like obsessive-compulsive disorder. I'm constantly worried something bad is going to happen. And when I get in an OCD spiral, I can't stop thinking about it. Nothing takes my mind off of what I'm worried about, no matter what I do. Sorry, I know I'm saying well a lot. It's kind of like a thing I do to try and explain myself, though I tend to go overboard. Dylan thought back to her need to try and explain herself to Xana. Her belief that if she could just clarify things better, that her cousin would understand where she was coming from. Well, indeed. Dylan began to put things together, and the more she thought about it, the more she realized that Taladin fit so many of these traits. He was very specific about how things needed to be, and had a profound sense of right and wrong that he insisted on sticking to no matter what. He was obsessive about his writing, and there were days when that's all he wanted to do. Then there were days when he shut down completely and didn't work on anything at all. Is autism genetic? Dylan wondered out loud. I mean, there are some markers that say it is, though the research isn't clear. I wouldn't be surprised, though. Harmony did a little spin in the middle of the room. Dylan wouldn't either. Maybe you should talk to Taladin about this. It seems like this could be something he's struggling with, too. I would, but he's kinda locked himself away, and Aunt Leanna says we should probably leave him be. If he's having an autistic meltdown, or worse, is in the middle of autistic burnout, which I think he is, there's not really anything I can do until he comes out of it. And if he's having an OCD crisis on top of it, good luck getting through to him, because everything will seem like the end of the world to him at that rate. Did you bring any of this up to Leanna? She's a doctor. She might be able to confirm your suspicions. Not yet. I'm afraid that because she's a doctor, she knows more than me, and I'll look stupid trying to diagnose my uncle when she's been trying to cure him for years.
I bet they've already considered autism, and I would look like an idiot bringing it up. Dylan could tell Harmony had been medically shamed for his experiences as an autistic person, because just the thought of speaking up about it, even to his family, had him terrified. But you've got lived experience. That can be just as valuable as a medical degree, and Leanna might be too close to the situation to see things clearly. Maybe. I would talk to my mom, but she's so tired and stressed out from the Crimson crisis that I worry it'll make her tank harder than she already is. She's so worn out. I can't stress her out more. That was a possibility. If Taladin and I are both autistic, maybe this is one of the reasons we can't get along right now. Well, yes, if you're two autistic people who are going back and forth, triggering each other because you're both having meltdowns at the same time due to everything. Harmony waved his hand around. Though you're gonna have to wait for him to get better if you want to try and fix stuff, because if he's in the middle of it right now, I think he is, it's gonna be really hard getting through to him. I guess so. Dylan dropped her head. If this is true, at least I have an answer on why the world treated me the way it did. I was just too different for others to understand. Shitty people do shitty things to us because they feel shitty about themselves, not because we deserve to have shitty things done to us. That's a fact, Harmony said firmly. Autistic people put so much self-blame on ourselves for how other people act, and we shouldn't. If we have to be responsible for how we treat others, the world needs to be responsible for how it treats us. Dylan looked to her partner. What about you, Saffron? Do you think you're autistic? I do not know what I am, and I do not need a doctor to tell me what they think I might be, Saffron quipped. I am not interested in being diagnosed, but that doesn't mean you should make the same choice. Do you want a formal diagnosis? Harmony asked. Some people who suspect they have autism choose not to get one. It's a personal preference. I think I need to know for certain, Dylan said, rising from her chair. I don't want to claim the title until I have all the information and research behind it and can be absolutely sure. Autistic trait, Harmony sang as she walked by. Dylan gave him a quick hug to tell him thanks for everything. Dylan hurried with Saffron to the hospital wing. She told Master Amika everything she'd learned, and a psychiatrist with the proper certifications was summoned to meet with her immediately. Dylan felt a little bad as she sat in the waiting room next to Saffron. She leaned over to whisper, Most people have to wait months for testing. I'm being tested on the same day just because of who I am. Saffron shrugged. You're a princess. Use the perks that are given to you. Dylan guessed that was true, though that didn't seem fair to others. She wanted everything to be equal for everybody. Autistic trait, Harmony's words whispered again in her head, and she batted them off. Dylan was called back into a quiet and empty room. The psychiatrist started the test by having her go through a list of 300 questions about her family, her past, her home life, her habits. Dylan filled the test out, thinking a lot of these questions were stupid and quite obvious. Afterward, the psychiatrist conducted an interview. She asked all kinds of things about communication skills, routines, even banal stuff like math. Dylan found a few of the questions stumped her, and she wasn't quite sure how to answer, though she did her best. The whole process literally took hours. That evening, Dylan sat in her living room with a stack of paperwork sitting on her lap. It was an entire folder of information. Her life, emotions, and habits all summed up in one black and white file. It felt heavy and freeing all at once. I can't believe it, Dylan whispered. After all this time, I finally know. Saffron sat in the chair across from her. This diagnosis is powerful, Tigress. Now you can use it to understand yourself and learn what kind of help you need to thrive. Dylan glanced to the side. There was a picture mounted on the wall from years ago. Herself, Tito, Nellie, and Devin, hanging on each other and laughing. Savannah had snapped it when they'd been goofing off in the backyard. It had been right after her near-death experience.
There were bandages poking out from around her wrist underneath the hoodie sleeve. Even so, Dylan had kept the photo because it had been one of her favorites. It was from a time she felt they were all still so innocent. Dylan stared at that photo of her 15-year-old self, feeling like she was dying inside. Saffron caught her looking. "What's wrong, sister?" She couldn't pry her eyes away from the depiction of her teen self. That girl in the photo? I feel so sorry for her. She didn't have a chance. There was so much going on with her, all her life, and she had no way to understand any of it. I feel really sad for that girl, because she rarely got any help. I'm grateful I know I have autism now, but I suffered for so long without knowing anything about what was going on with me. If I had gotten this information sooner, I could have spared myself so much pain and so much self-judgment. I figured if I just tried harder, I could force myself to act right and be like other people. But I guess if my brain was made different, there was never a possibility of that happening, was there? Not really. I, for one, consider it a strength that you are not like the rest of the world. Most human beings are terrible, Saffron confessed. I don't view this as a hindrance to you, but a precious gift. I do not think you would choose a cure even if you had the chance to take one besides. No. I think if I did, and it got rid of my autism, it would erase who I am. This is a part of me, something that makes up the person I've become. I don't mind being this way, it's just, I wish the world didn't treat me poorly because of it. I always thought people put me into a box on sight, like they could sense something was off about me that they couldn't explain. Now I understand why that is, and that I wasn't making it up in my head. Dylan laid a hand on her stomach. If autism is genetic, what if my kids get it? They might, and if they do, we'll love them all the same. That was true. Maybe she'd even prefer it if her children were autistic, because she'd be able to understand her kids better and be able to help them. She'd gotten so close to Taladin, though look how that had turned out. Dylan put the file aside and changed, morphing into her tigress form. She padded to an open sliding door that led to her balcony and sat upon its edge, gazing down at the gardens below. Saffron shifted as well, the griffin pulling herself onto the ledge beside her. What is on your mind? Saffron's question was poignant. Dylan struggled not to feel regret as she tried to answer. I just thought, if I tried hard enough, my whole life, I could fix it. Now I've learned that what I have isn't fixable. And I know that not everyone is going to be okay with me feeling this way. I don't want to change myself anymore. But the world will never stop insisting that I change who I am so I can blend into society. And I don't know how to cope with that. How can I be a princess if the world doesn't accept me for who I am? If I can't fit in and become the mold of what those in power want me to be, how can I change things for the better? Saffron laid a wing over Dylan, leaning her head against the tigress's furry ears and entwining their tails together. I only want you as you are, the person that's always been right beside me. Dylan purred lowly in her throat. I think I'm learning that not everyone can come along with me on my journey. Some people, including people that I really care about, I have to leave behind. It's not like I have much of a choice if they don't want to join me. No, you cannot force everyone to be your companion, to see things through your eyes. Your love magic has taught you always to choose others, but sometimes you have to choose yourself. How can I do that? Dylan's ears flattened. You have to decide. You cannot protect your family if you do not choose yourself first. I think it makes one better to decide to be one's own hero before going off and being everyone else's. You must be your own role model. Look up to yourself, so to speak. You want to save your father, your friends, and so many others.
What one must realize is that you must save you.
Dylan's tone was contemplative. I think I understand something about Xana now. She's always out there compelling people, trying to change the world by changing others, forcing people into doing what she thinks is best. If she put all that effort into herself and her own dreams, imagine what she could accomplish. Instead, she's out there blaming other people for how bad the world is and blaming our family for what went wrong, when she could choose to heal her own heart instead. Then none of this would be happening.
Do you want to end up like her?
Dylan nearly growled at the thought. No, but I think I understand that if I continue to try and fix my loved ones before I take care of myself, I could.
That is a very dangerous thing to continue to do.
It is. But even so, choosing myself still feels so selfish. She hung her head.
Sometimes, choosing oneself is the best way they can help their community and help others. You can improve the lives of those around you by improving yourself.
Even if the people around me are wrecking their own lives?
Do not get in the way of someone else's growth, sister. There may be lessons yet to learn for all the people you care for, and sometimes you saving them from consequence is getting in the way of that. If they're ever going to get better, they need to learn the hard things on their own. That means letting them stumble and fall.
I know. I just wish it wasn't so hard to watch. It makes me want to retreat into myself and shut out the world. Her fur bristled.
Well, perhaps a bit of distance isn't a bad thing, if it's what you require. After all, a little isolation can be good at times, just not all the time.
I guess so. She let out a great sigh.
You must take care of yourself. You are not like the others, sister. You are special. I have known it since the moment I saw you. You have been hand-picked by some force in this universe for a great destiny. And if you are to follow it, you cannot allow others to drag you down at any cost. No matter how much you love them, your obligation to yourself comes before all. For a Rhodi to truly rule the world, you must first rule over yourself.
I'm just a small-town homeschooled kid from Eros. How can I be the one that's chosen for a great destiny? Dylan asked tiredly.
Because you have something unique inside yourself, that is what's required.
If that's true, you can't concern yourself with getting too bothered over me. Saffron's beak nuzzled the fur on top of Dylan's head as she mumbled,
You are all I can think of these days.
Dylan turned to move off the ledge, changing back as she went to grab the file. Thank you so much, Saffron. You've made things so much clearer for me.
Anything to help you,
Saffron said sincerely.
Where are you going?
If Harmony isn't going to talk to Taladin about this, then I will. If he's undiagnosed and this is affecting him, he's suffered with this longer than I have. I want him to know that getting tested is an option. She wasn't able to walk very fast. Her pregnancy gave her too much vertigo, but she hurried to speak to Taladin as quickly as she could, rapping her hand loudly on the door. Dad, you there? Nothing happened. The moment dragged out. Please, Daddy, open the door. The door finally did open, but it wasn't Taladin. Liana stood in the entryway, appearing haggard, and, in Dylan's opinion, acting as a barrier. Dylan, it's late. What's going on? The file hung limply in Dylan's hand. Do you think I could speak to Taladin, please? It's pretty important. Liana took a step back, calling over her shoulder. Taladin, your daughter's here. She wants to talk. Do you? No. Taladin's voice was muffled and distraught, faint beyond the door. He barely sounded alive. Leanna frowned, but didn't meet Dylan's eyes. I'm sorry. I think it's best if we leave him be for now. He'd never turned her away before, never refused to even say hi. Dylan had tears in her eyes, but she fought them back as she whispered, Okay. Leanna shut the door, and Dylan turned away. Her hand shook as she gripped the file, though she forced herself to steady. She missed Taladin dearly. This argument between them was silly, and she wanted to put an end to it. But it wasn't like they could make up if he wasn't willing to talk to her. She wanted to share her diagnosis with him. It was monumental news. But that wasn't going to happen if he was trapped inside his own tormented world, stuck in a hole she couldn't pull him out of. Dylan started on the way back to her penthouse, but her phone rang. She pulled it out, and Envis's name flashed across the screen. Breath-catching and heart-racing, she answered, You don't know how happy I am to hear your voice. I know, lass. Sorry I haven't called. There hasn't been a way to, not until just now, Envis replied. Dylan stuttered through her words. You aren't going to believe this, Envis. I'm coming back home, lass. Envis cut her off, voice urgent. He'll be there by morning. Gather everyone around. I have big news. Her heart leapt in joy before tumbling into an anxiety-filled freefall. Dylan swallowed nervously. I have some pretty big news to tell you myself. You'll have to tell me after this meeting. It's urgent, can't wait. Sorry, I need to go, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Love you dearly. Love you too, Dylan mumbled, and he hung up. She sighed in frustration. He hadn't given her time to get a word in edgewise. He wouldn't be here tomorrow. The thought of telling him everything sent her heart skittering into overdrive. Dylan wasn't sure which news should come first, the diagnosis or the babies, because both were life-changing. Probably the babies. How was he going to take it? Dylan had no clue. She was sure there was another sleepless night ahead of her, one where she lay awake and considered all the different ways Envis might handle what she had to say. Chapter 17. A Plan Meant for Destruction. It was just before dawn in Tavanna's council room, the sunlight beaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Dylan sat in an executive chair around a broad council table, surrounded by Devin, Saffron, Jenna, Reina, Ray, and Tavanna. Taladin was here too, but he was on the opposite side of the room, and they didn't meet each other's eyes. Dylan's breath caught when the door opened again. She let out a short sigh when she saw it was only Harmony, though she was puzzled at his arrival. What's up? Devin asked, surprised to see him. Harmony shrugged. I heard there was news. I know I can't do much, but I'm tired of seeing people suffering because of the Crimsons, and I hate watching my family get hurt while I stay out of it. Magic or not, I want to try to help out where I can. Harmony puffed out his chest. Dylan read between the lines. Harmony had been devastated when Devin had lost his arm, and wasn't willing to sit by and do nothing in the aftermath. Dylan expected Tavanna to kick him out. It looked like the Queen wanted to. She said nothing, only pursed her lips as Ray gestured to a chair. Take a seat, son. Harmony sat beside Devin. Tavanna looked away, although Ray stroked her arm. Clearly, they'd fought about this the night before. Ray had won, and Tavanna wasn't happy about it. Dylan's heart kick-started into overdrive when the door opened and Envis walked in. He'd only been gone a few weeks, but she felt like it'd been years since they'd last spoken. So much had changed in such a short time, and he wasn't even aware of it. But he'd changed too. There were bags under his eyes from exhaustion, and his face appeared sallow. A short beard that matched the color of his red hair grew upon his cheeks and chin, and to Dylan, it made him appear very dashing. Damn it, now he's even more attractive than he was before. Her resolve to tell him about the pregnancy was weakening. His blue eyes flashed to her orange ones, and he mustered a loving smile, but not much more than that. They didn't even get time to have a greeting before Tavanna began making demands. "Status report," Tavanna ordered once he walked in. "There's a reason you demanded we get out of bed so early." Envis nodded, slipping into a seat. "We located the prisoners that Xana is keeping to create her army. She has them contained in a compound near Marceleno's borders. There's literally thousands who are trapped, waiting to be brainwashed by her compulsion magic." Excited conversation broke out within the room, but Tavanna raised her hand to silence them. "And Xana?" "She's inside the compound with the rest of them, hiding out. She knows we were following her, but we misled her to think we lost the trail. She waited us out for some time before she moved again and retreated to the compound, leading us right to the prisoners." "Then we need to get these prisoners out before Xana has the capacity to compel them and send her army against Rhodian," Tavanna stated.
If she has all these people who could be potential crimsons, why doesn't she just brainwash them into being her soldiers instead of keeping them behind bars? Jenna asked.
"Because she can't brainwash all these people at once right now, not when she's losing magic, and she hasn't been able to convince them to join her side of their own free will," Dylan said. "But she will brainwash them once she finds a way to replenish her magic supply, so we need to move quickly to free those people before she does. The minute she's powerful enough, she'll cast a massive compulsion spell over the prisoners. And then she'll have her army. We need to rescue the prisoners before that happens." Tavanna glanced to Reina. "Have you made any progress on breaking Xana's mind control with your inventions?" Reina shook her head. "No, my queen. I've tried all kinds of experiments, but nothing has worked so far." Tavanna frowned. "This is going to be a large-scale operation. We'll need hundreds of Rhodi to rescue all these people and help them escape quickly. Avoiding a battle will be all but impossible." "Not with Xana's portal." Dylan held up the lightning necklace. "We break in quietly, get rid of the guards and any other security measures she has, then open the portal and file the prisoners through one by one back to Rhodian."
"That'll take time, but it's probably the safest way,"
Jenna agreed.
"We need someone to go in ahead of us. Sneak into the compound, survey the inside, then let our team in to do the rest of the job."
"That's not gonna be easy. She's had her shield casters create wards all around the compound that magical people can't cross," Envis said. "Anyone with magic who tries to get past the shields is gonna set off an alarm the moment they try to break in."
"I invented a device that can break wards down, and it can be set off remotely,
but the charge has to be placed close by, which doesn't help us if the alarm goes off before we can get inside," Reina said. "We need a non-magical person to sneak in first, so they can cross the wards without setting off the alarm. Then they can place the charges, which will take down the shields with my tech, and the rest of us go in." Harmony stood.
"I guess that means it's up to me."
"Absolutely not. Harmony, you're not a Rhodi nor a searcher. You don't have the spy training to perform an espionage mission, nor the proper knowledge to defend yourself," Tavanna demanded.
"That's the point. Sending me in is exactly what Xana isn't expecting," Harmony insisted. "I can't be useful in any other way. Let me help out here, Mom."
"No, I'll send someone else," Tavanna said shortly.
"You can't, because finding another non-magical person who we can put our faith in will just waste time. There's no one else you can trust completely. You know that I'll do whatever you tell me to in order to get the job done. I can get in and out without being seen. There's little risk."
"There's incredible risk," Tavanna insisted. "One of my sons just lost his arm after I sent him in to apprehend Xana. I can't put the other in harm's way."
"You can if it means saving thousands of people. You're the queen. You're responsible for everyone. You're the mother of Crescentia's people, not just my mother,"
Harmony argued. Tavanna opened her mouth to argue further, but Ray stepped in. "We need to let him do this, Tav." "Have you lost your mind?" Tavanna asked, aghast. "How could you ask this of me? Do you think I'd be putting my son in danger if we had any other choice?" Ray questioned. He's a grown man. He can make his own decisions, and he wants to help. Let him." Tavanna's mouth flattened. Her eyes glanced at the cloak that covered Devin's shoulder before turning away from her husband. "If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you." Taladin flinched, and Dylan caught it. Dylan didn't think that Tavanna blamed her brother for what had happened to Devin, but perhaps there was a very small, notable bit of resentment that festered within her because of what had happened at the temple. And through their partner bond, Taladin felt that. "If we're gonna go with this plan, we need to do it right now," Envis emphasized. "Xana doesn't realize we've located her compound. Once she does, she'll know we'll try to free those prisoners, and she'll have them moved again. We've got 24 hours or less to pull this job off. Otherwise, we lose our window." "Then we need to get going," Ray said. "Envis, Jenna, Saffron, you're with me and my team. We'll gather Shay and her searchers on the way out. Reina will accompany us to set off the devices when it's time to break the wards. Harmony will come along to set them." "What about the rest of us?" Devin demanded. "If Harmony's going, I need to be there." "You're not ready to return to combat," Tavanna bit sharply. "You're staying here with Dylan and I. We need to remain within the palace for the safety of the Empire." Nobody needed to ask why Taladin was staying behind, but his visage still darkened considerably. Tavanna didn't think he was mentally stable enough to participate, and was probably right. "Let's press onward," Tavanna ordered. "Since I will be overseeing the mission from here, Dylan, you must handle things within the palace in my stead. No one can know we're performing this mission other than our teams and the people in this room. We must make excuses as to why I'm preoccupied and you're taking over my duties." "Of course." Dylan's voice had grown very small. The room emptied. Devin and Saffron paused at the door, but Dylan gave them a gesture to move it along, and they hurried away. Jenna did a very obnoxious dance behind her brother, pointing to her stomach. Dylan simmered, wanting to kill her friend as she mouthed the words, "Get out." Jenna scurried away, then they were alone. Envis reached out to hug her. Dylan melted into his arms as he said, I've been missing this, lass." "Me too." She took a deep breath of his scent, feeling more at ease than she had in days. It was like something chemical, instinctual, happened in her body when he was around. She wondered if her babies could feel it too. Dylan took a step backward and stared, still taking him in. "You grew a beard." Envis scratched his cheek. "I know. I didn't get a chance to shave while we were running after her. We were on the move constantly. Your cousin never stays in one place." "I like it. It looks good on you." If that's so, I suppose I'll keep it for you." Dylan shook herself out of it, telling herself she could drool over him later, if he was still around. "Envis, we really need to talk. I have something to tell you." "What is it, lass?" Envis paused, though he appeared weary, not of her, but of his work. "We don't have a lot of time to talk right now." Dylan gaped, trying to speak. "Just spit it out." It was 2 little words. "I'm pregnant." How hard could it be to say? Although, those 2 little words had caused very different reactions in a number of different people. Some people, like Tavanna and Devin, had been excited, and others? Jenna was still jealous and crashing out. Not to mention her and Taladin's relationship had been wrecked ever since she had said those 2 words. How would Envis take it? She couldn't predict his reaction, and that was terrifying to her. He noticed her hesitation. "This seems like a long conversation." Envis narrowed his eyes. "What's so important that you need to tell me this instant?" Dylan caved, again. She reasoned with herself. Envis was going into another deadly mission, one where his life and the lives of others would be at stake. He didn't need to be distracted while he was trying to save thousands of prisoners. And this news would be a very big distraction. If he got hurt because his mind wasn't on the job, she'd never get over it. You know what? She gave a nervous laugh. It could probably wait until after the mission. Envis nodded. My thoughts exactly. Don't worry, lass. We'll get this done, and we can talk about whatever you need to after. He kissed her lightly, then turned away. Whatever it is, I'm sure it means a lot to you. Yeah, she said, shoulders slackening as the door shut. It sure does. Harmony was thrilled to get involved. He felt like someone important, and that was something he rarely felt in his life. So he promised himself that he wasn't going to mess this up. He'd been given a Rhodi uniform, an actual Rhodi uniform, to use to sneak into the compound. He peered out of Marceleno's rainforest later that morning, staring at the compound up ahead. It was a massive building built out of black stone, a prison abandoned over 100 years ago. Xana had found it and taken it over for herself, and it was a fortress indeed. The front of the building faced the rainforest, while the back was propped up against a cliffside that led out to the ocean. Crimsons were stationed all around the building, in front of every door and on every tower. Getting in through the front door would be impossible, and scaling the rocks to climb in from the seaside would be certain death. He'd have to go underneath the building to get in. There's a tunnel system meant to transport food inside to the prisoners, but you'll be using it to sneak in, Ray said. They'd set up a small base within a clearing in the forest. The sky was overcast and it was rainy, which would help him go unseen. Reina placed 4 round devices with flat backings into his hands. These are the ward breakers. I need you to place them in 4 separate areas, underneath the entrance hall, in the center of the prison, in the left and right wings. She placed a communication device in his ear. This comm will help us to talk while you're in there. It has a location device placed inside of it. I'll be watching your location and letting you know where to plant the devices. Harmony slipped the devices into the pockets on his uniform. Okay, what else do I need to know? Once you place the devices, Reina will set them off and the wards will fall, Ray said. The rest of the team will move in through the same tunnel system, and we'll deal with any crimsons we see on the way in. Then we'll free the prisoners, and Saffron will use the necklace portal to get the prisoners out one at a time. The moment those devices are triggered, you need to move to leave the compound as fast as you can the way you came in. If everything goes as planned, we'll get in and out before Xana notices her prison has been emptied. This was a critical job. The Rhodi couldn't get in unless those wards fell, which meant this mission was up to him. All right, I'm ready. They went further into the rainforest, approaching a massive pipe that was large enough for several people to walk through at the same time. Harmony looked down the pipe and noticed it was dimly lit. He couldn't see the end, as it seemed to span onward for miles. You'll be all right. I have total faith in you, Ray said, clapping his son on the back. Harmony swallowed, then summoned his courage. Okay, meet you when I get out. Completely alone, Harmony began the walk into the tunnel. He didn't allow himself to look back, just focused his eyes forward, concentrating on the tiny ceiling lights that lit up the tunnel. It wasn't too long before the others had vanished completely behind him, leaving him in the endless dark. I can do this. I can be brave. I can be brave, Harmony whispered to himself as he walked down the long tunnel, praying that nobody else was down here. Harmony wanted to turn around and run back screaming, but he forced himself to put one foot in front of the other, thinking that as long as he continued to take one more step, eventually he'd meet the end of it. Harmony tried to think of the bravest person he knew and thought of his brother. Devin had known he would be in danger, but he still followed his sister into that temple, and he'd survived a pillar falling on top of him, living to talk about it. If Devin could get through that, he could easily walk down this hallway and plant these devices. He just had to think of Devin, and how much he wanted to be like him, and this would be easy. Can you hear me? Reina's voice broke through the calm in his ear.
Yeah, Harmony swallowed. How much further do I have to go? You still have a mile before you reach the main compound. You've already crossed the wards. I didn't feel or see a thing. You're not going to. They're invisible to non-magical people, and like we predicted, they aren't able to stop you. Keep going. Harmony kept walking and walking until Reina said, Stop. You're right underneath the entrance hall. What do I do? Harmony withdrew one of the devices, nervously turning it in his hands. He nearly dropped it, failing to catch it before it hit the ground. There's an adhesive on the back. Peel off the casing on the flat surface, then stick it to the wall closest to you. Harmony did what she said, pressing the flat end to the wall. The gluey substance on the back of the device made it suction to the tunnel. Now what? Press the button. Harmony did so, and the device began blinking red. It's flashing. That means it's charged and set. Move on to the others. That was pretty easy. He could totally do this. Harmony ventured onward. He saw 2 figures moving up ahead, crimsons. Harmony pressed himself to the tunnel wall, trying to hide. The crimsons didn't see him as they patrolled, and walked on by. When Harmony walked further, unease tumbled in his chest as he noticed the tunnels splitting off in different directions, pipes creating multiple different pathways.
Reina? Where am I going?
You're directly beneath the center of the prison. Place the charge on the ceiling above you. He was a bit short, and he had to hop up and down a few times to place the charge, but finally got it to stick. He jumped again to push the button, and fell down once he landed, but at least the charge was blinking now. He got up and brushed off his pants. Great, so which way? You're gonna want the pipe closest to your left. Harmony couldn't believe how simple this was. He practically skipped with joy down the left hallway. If being a Rhodi was this easy, he bet he could have become one even without magic. He placed another charge at the end of the tunnel, then turned around and did the same thing at the end of the right tunnel. The devices are all placed. You can set them off whenever you're ready, Harmony said, beaming. Excellent. I just turned them on. The wards are down, Reina said. Get out of there and we'll... Harmony didn't hear the rest of what Reina said, because the comms device was ripped out of his ear. His body went completely rigid as he felt a hand on his back and it shoved him down. He went tumbling to the floor. Harmony shivered when he saw a young woman with dark brown hair approach, repressed fury hiding behind her eyes. He'd never met her, but he'd seen her in pictures Reina had shown him, and he knew her name. Maliva, he whimpered. She was shorter than he was, a tiny wisp of a girl, and yet she was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen. Maliva tilted her head. She looked at the charge he'd placed and said, That's my sister's tech. You're the Queen's son. What exactly are the Rhodi playing at, sending you in here first? Nothing, Harmony scrambled to say. I was just, He was such a bad liar, and he couldn't come up with anything fast enough. The comms device was dropped beside him. Maliva's shoe crushed the comms device to pieces, silencing Reina's frightened voice as she demanded that he respond. Maliva reached out to grab him by the back of his cowl. Harmony tried to yank away, but she was strong, stronger than he was, and she combated his feeble attempts to break free with complex maneuvers, twisting his arm behind his back. Harmony yelped in pain, and she unwound her fingers to let him go. He managed to break free, but a few well-placed kicks and quick strikes with Maliva's palm made him fall once more. He couldn't even manage to run before she struck him down easily. He couldn't believe he thought this was easy. Rhodi were so well trained. Maliva reached out to grab him again, her teeth clenched in annoyance. Whatever you're here for, it doesn't matter, she said, and she began dragging him down the tunnel. I'll get an answer out of you, one way or another. Chapter 18. Devoured. Damn it!
Dylan heard Tavanna scream from across the palace. She tried to remain passive. It was noon, and she was in the middle of a diplomat meeting with several government officials from the Free States, discussing important business in Tavanna's stead. The audience paused within the throne room, wondering what was going on. Dylan forced a polite smile onto her face. It would seem the Queen has need of me. This appointment will have to be rescheduled. I apologize, everyone. Princess, we cannot delay any longer, an official from Eros protested. The Crimson Flame's influence is spreading fast across the continent. We cannot stop them from infiltrating our cities unless we have Rhodi to guard the safety of our citizens. Are you going to send aid to your allies or not? She needed to make a decision, and fast. The Empire needed as many warriors within Rhodian as possible, but they were obligated to protect their other territories as well. Non-magical soldiers who'd trained with bows and swords. But none of them were half as strong as Xana's forces. Most of the recruits signed up after graduating high school and only spent a handful of years in service before moving on to other careers. These simple armies would be flattened by the Crimsons unless the Rhodi helped to secure their borders, but to do so, it put the walls of Rhodian at risk. The Rhodian army, massive as it was, would be stretched thin with so many Rhodis scattered across so many different states. Yet what was Dylan supposed to do? Allow the non-magical citizens of Crescentia to perish while they hoarded all the warriors for themselves? Dylan raised her chin. The monarchy will send soldiers to Eros, Adamaris, and Marceleno to help secure your cities against the Crimson Flame. In return, the states will be expected to house and feed our warriors for their time of service until this rebellion is done. Thank you, Princess. The Eros representative appeared truly relieved, and so did the other officials. The Dundinian representative left without another word. They knew better than to ask for support. The searchers were supposed to be in charge of keeping things secure there, and as such were deemed the least priority. Dundine had been the last state to fall during the war with the Hunters Guild, so it would hold up longer than the others. If they lost Dundine, well, that was pretty much a sign the war was already over. Dylan rubbed her temple once the room cleared out, trying to rid herself of a headache. Alistan in the Far East had pulled out of the council altogether, and they'd stopped sending taxes. They were part of the Rhodian Commonwealth by name only now. Dylan figured they were all but at war with them, too, as both states were certainly harboring crimson fugitives. By Rhodi, she hoped that was the right call. They couldn't risk other states turning their backs on the Commonwealth and becoming traitors, too. Dylan hurried upstairs to Tavanna's quarters and let herself in, entering to find a number of computer screens placed on long desks. Tavanna stood at the center of the makeshift communication space, and by the blazing look in her eyes, she was furious. Taladin remained at a distance, arms crossed as he hunched against the wall. "What's going on?" Dylan asked. Saffron and Envis were both displayed on the largest computer screen, looking morose as they gazed into the camera's live feed. "Harmony's been captured." Tavanna's voice broke on the last word, and her lip wobbled. "What?" Dylan rushed to speak to the others. "How? What happened?"
Reina was talking to him when the communications device was busted. The GPS inside was destroyed, but she heard someone speak to him before it cut off. She recognized her sister's voice. Saffron replied in a sour way. Maliva certainly cornered Harmony and took him to Rhodi knows where. Fear twisted Dylan's heart, and her breath tightened in her throat. Harmony didn't know what he was doing. If the Crimsons had him, he could be dead by now. Tavanna was aware of that, and tears beaded at the corner of her eyes as she worried about her eldest son. "Things are worse yet," Envis said morosely. "We learned Devin snuck onto the plane here." "I beg your pardon?" Tavanna asked coldly, and a shiver of fear laced up Dylan's spine. Tavanna was so gentle and meek, but when her anger arose, it was a deadly thing to contend with. "We reviewed the plane's security footage and definitely noticed him sneaking on and off," Envis admitted, sounding embarrassed.
He didn't take well to being told to stay home.
Yes, and we suspect he's already heading to the prison to begin looking for Harmony,
Saffron said churlishly.
I can sense he's close to the base through the mind speak, though he's clearly ignoring me.
Perfect!
Dylan spat.
So now my brother is embarking on a one-man suicide mission.
Enough of this foolishness. Tavanna was already preparing to leave. We're flying out there immediately. I need to be on site to deal with this ridiculous crusade.
We need a distraction to lure Xana away from the compound,
Saffron stated.
Now that Harmony's been captured, she knows something's up, and she'll suspect we'll try to free the prisoners. She won't be lured away by anything other than dangling what she wants under her nose. It has to be tempting enough that she'll abandon guarding the prison and come after us.
It's me, Dylan said heavily. She wants me. No, Tavanna said sharply. We cannot put the princess at risk. Agreed. If Xana's keeping Harmony alive, it's to dangle him in front of us like a prize so we walk right into her trap, Envis argued. If we don't do something soon, Harmony dies, Dylan said. With Devin missing in action, I'm Xana's only shot at getting the blood she wants for another ritual. If she doesn't find a way to harness power for me soon, she's going to run out. She's protecting the facility now, so if we don't bribe her away, we won't be able to rescue Harmony or any of the other prisoners. We need to send the rest of you in to get Harmony out while I'm keeping Xana busy. This needs to be done now. There's no other option. You aren't going in without backup, Tavanna argued. She won't be. Taladin came forward. I'll go with her. Dylan gritted her teeth, but said nothing. She wished anyone but Taladin would accompany her, but their numbers were short and scattered right now.
And me,
Saffron offered.
Xana is afraid of me. The three of us together should be able to keep her distracted long enough for the rest of you to find Harmony. If we're lucky, we'll end her, and this whole debacle will come to a close.
I know how to use my love magic now, and I'm not afraid of killing Xana if she doesn't accept it. I'll do what I have to in order to end this, Dylan swore. There's a nearby town close to the compound. If you can lure Xana there, we can get her far enough away from the prison that she won't interfere. Though I don't like this, lass. Envis frowned. It's what has to be done, Envis. Dylan was well aware she was putting their babies at risk, but her children wouldn't survive a world with Xana in it because she would kill them. She might as well deal with her cousin permanently while she still had the ability to fight, before this pregnancy advanced further and made it so she couldn't head into battle at all. Tavanna shook her head. I wish we could avoid a head-on confrontation, but it seems Xana has tied our hands. While you're dealing with her, I'll find Devin and Harmony. I am no easy foe to defeat. You can't. If we're both in combat, there's a chance we could both die. If both of us go down, it'll leave the throne empty. Someone has to survive to rule, Dylan argued. To hell with the Empire. Both of my boys are in there, Tavanna fumed. I'm going in to get them out. There was clearly no debating with her. Fine. What about the prisoners? Myself and the rest of the searchers will move forward with the plan. With Jenna and Sorsha helping out, we should be able to take the necklace portal and still free the people Xana has imprisoned, Envis said. You won't be able to slip inside if the Crimsons know you're coming, which they certainly do now, Tavanna snapped. I don't think we'll have to worry about that. Ray's already rallying his team to raise hell and attack the base head-on. They'll provide an ample distraction for the Crimsons while we're ferrying out prisoners. In the background of the feed, Dylan heard Ray cry, Get your armor on, you bloody bastards! My son's in there! Tavanna didn't flinch at the sound of her husband's voice. If anything, her visage became darker. What about Reina? Envis blushed, hunching his shoulders. We think she went after Devin. Tavanna slammed her fist onto the desk, crushing a speaker to pieces, and Dylan jumped.
This insubordination has to stop. I will not continue to tolerate mutiny in my own house. Nobody spoke, and Tavanna demanded, "What are you all waiting for? You'd better be ready to move once I get there." Henvis and Saffron scrambled, and Dylan followed Tavanna as she hurried out the door, Taladin at a distance behind them. They didn't have a portal to the exact location of where the compound was, so they'd have to take the royal jetliner and fly fast. "What about the palace?" Taladin muttered dully, sounding like he barely cared but asking anyway. "Yuki can handle things for a spare moment or two," Tavanna replied shortly. "By Rhodi, I don't know what Devin's thinking." "I don't think he is, and that's the problem." Dylan couldn't believe her twin was heading in to rescue Harmony out alone. He hadn't gotten used to combat without his arm yet. How would he manage to stay alive? "Oh, he'll be hearing from me. I don't give orders to hear myself talk." Tavanna slammed the double doors open as she strode through, adding, "Devin might want to pray the Crimsons find him before I do. Ancestors, save his soul. He won't have one once I'm done with him."
Hi. Could you let me out sometime soon? Please?
"Shut up."
Okay.
Harmony wrapped his hands around cold iron bars, looking outward. He was in a damp and dark dungeon, inside the only occupied cell within this particular block. Upon the floor was a circle of symbols that he didn't understand that completely encircled the cell, painted upon the stone. He was completely alone, save for one other person. Maliva hadn't left him since she'd dragged him down here. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, appearing vastly irritated. "You seem like you're having a bad day," Harmony offered, forgetting that she'd told him to shut up almost immediately. "Is there any way I can help?" Maliva snorted. "You? I captured and imprisoned you, and you want to help make my day better?" "Yeah, if I can. I like being helpful." Maliva's tone was dripping with disgust. "I have no idea why they sent you in here. You're softer than a cinnamon roll." "Well, nobody else could get past the alarm system, so I had to set the charges to get the wards down and... Oh." Harmony reddened. "I wasn't supposed to tell you that." Sorry. I like to blab. Oh, wait, no, I'm apologizing to the wrong person. Oh, my mom's gonna be so mad." "I find it hard to believe you're Tavanna's flesh and blood." Maliva turned one of the charges in her hand, observing it. "Xana should find this interesting." "Don't tell her about the tech," Harmony pleaded. "We were just trying to get all the prisoners out. We weren't going to attack you. Nobody was supposed to get hurt." Maliva gave an eye roll as she pocketed the charge. "Everyone gets hurt. I just want to make sure it's not me and my own." She pushed off the wall, approaching the bars. "You sing like a bird, you know that? I didn't have to torture you or even look your way before you told me everything." "Well, I don't have a high pain tolerance. Torture would be very, very bad in my book," Harmony said cheerfully. "And you seem like somebody who can be trusted." Maliva narrowed her eyes. "You're clearly a moronic fool. Even your name is weak. Harmony. I can't believe the Queen named you that and that your adoptive parents didn't bother to change it. They must have seen how pathetic you were and agreed that the puny moniker suited you." "Tavanna had hope for the world," Harmony said. "She thought one day Crescentia could live in peace, that the future would be brighter than the past. I guess she saw me as an example of that." "Does she still have hope now?" Maliva's words were poisoned and bitter. "Xana's winning this fight. My visions were clear. She'll defeat the Rhodi, then the continent will be hers, as vile as that sounds." Maliva turned away and muttered, "I just have to make sure my sister doesn't become one of the casualties." "You don't seem like you want to work for her," Harmony mused. "Why don't you join us? Tavanna can offer you immunity, and we'll work together to defeat the Cloaked Flame." "You don't understand. I have no choice," Maliva shouted, whirling upon him. "My visions made it clear.
that if Tavanna remains on the throne, Reina will die. The continent never cared about us, so why should we care about what happens to them? Wouldn't you do whatever it took to save your sibling? There is nothing Harmony wouldn't do for Devin. He'd consider signing up for the Cloaked Flame if it meant keeping Devin alive. Maliva wasn't a bad person. She was just afraid. Maybe he could help her be brave instead. And what if your prophecy is wrong? Harmony challenged. Maybe the vision is correct, but you aren't understanding things properly. Don't try to tell me how to use my own magic when you have none of your own, Maliva hissed. I don't know anything about magic, but I know that the future is always up for interpretation. If you stay here, Xana will keep making you do terrible things, and you'll hate your life working for her. I know I would. He pressed against the bars. But if you let me go and come back with me to Rhodian, you can help us beat Xana and find a way to prevent Reina from getting hurt. It's not going to work that way. Well, why not? She scoffed. I don't play well with others, and I enjoy my solitude. I have a handful of people that mean the most to me, and I remain loyal to them alone. Xana is just a means to an end. I don't know. You seem so mysterious, but it can't be easy fighting all on your own. Harmony rocked back and forth on his heels. I know a lot of tough girls, and they get tired of carrying the world on their shoulders. It can be hard going at it by yourself. There's no one I can depend on. I rely on myself. I keep people at a distance and observe them from afar. Everyone needs a friend. I have no friends. How about you start with me? Harmony extended his arm through the bars. I'm Harmony. Nice to meet you. She studied his hand cautiously, expecting this to be some sort of trap before she shook it slowly. You are rather pleasant-natured for a prisoner. I never saw the point in being in a bad mood, no matter what the situation is. Might as well not make it worse. Harmony peered closer, his gaze widening as he took in her features up close. Wow, he gushed. Your eyes are really pretty. I've always found myself rather plain. Oh no, you're beautiful. Maliva withdrew her hand. Glad you think so. The sound of a door slamming open echoed down the halls, and Maliva scowled. Xana's stomping, obnoxious footsteps approached, and Harmony found himself freezing in terror, the life being squeezed from his throat until he found he could no longer speak. Xana stood in front of Harmony's cell with a snarky grin on her face, appearing delighted. She was clenching an unlit candle in her hand, so hard her fingers had turned white. Ooh, Tavanna's son! And this is the real one, not the bullshit she tries to pull with Devin. Xana cocked out her hip, looking him up and down. Now we have some real leverage. What were you doing snaking around our compound, Before Harmony could be brave enough to answer, Maliva came forward. He confessed everything, Maliva said. The Queen sent him here to spy on us. Since he's the only non-magical one among them, he's the only one who could get past the wards. I found him sneaking around the upper halls, trying to overhear our conversations. Maliva had decided not to inform Xana of the plan. More than that, she'd outright lied to her. Maybe she wasn't as far gone as so many of them thought she was. Xana's smirk grew wider. Your stupid plan didn't work. What a surprise, right? She cackled. Open the cell. Maliva paused. Do you really want to bother with him? He's just a useless, non-magical. I said, open it! Xana stomped her foot, her screech echoing down the hallway. Now Maliva was the one who looked nervous. She fitted a key into the lock on the cell and swung it open. Xana stepped inside, placing the candle on the floor and igniting the wick with the snap of her fingers. Although she was shorter than Harmony was, he found herself cowering in her presence. Despite being non-magical, he could still feel the power emanating from her, threatening that she could end his life on a whim. He had to do his best to avoid angering her for any reason. Xana put her hands in the pockets of her robe, leaning in closer.
You must be so tired and hungry, aren't you? You've been down in this cell for hours. Are you at least a little thirsty?
Harmony smacked his mouth, taking a step back.
Well, actually, yes, I am a little.
He wasn't able to finish his sentence, because Xana unveiled a flask and shoved it into his mouth, tipping his neck back. The potion in the vial was more or less tasteless, but Harmony found it abominable for a reason he couldn't name. There was something grainy and powdery in the liquid that made him choke, but Xana forced it past his lips besides, making him swallow until the last drop. As he drank, Xana snarled, "Devour me, devour me, devour me." Once the potion was gone, Harmony stumbled to the floor, his limbs shaking uncontrollably. An insane burning was spreading throughout his muscles, driving him to madness with the pain. He writhed against the stone, screaming in undeniable agony. Amongst his cries of torturous torment, Xana whispered a name, although Harmony couldn't be sure whose it was. Then she blew the candle out and left the cell. "What did you do to him?" Maliva backed away in horror as Harmony convulsed, foam leaking from the edges of his mouth.
I made an improvement.
Xana threw the glass bottle, laughing as it shattered on the stone floor.
I'm sorry I can't stick around to watch the result. There's a little tigress running around that is demanding she be the center of attention. I have to let her know it's not all about her. Enjoy the show.
Xana left the dungeon, leaving Harmony to scream as Maliva became the sole witness to his transformation. Chapter 19. Unexpected Power. Devin crept through the underbelly of the compound, his bow drawn and ready to shoot at a moment's notice. The tunnels underneath the prison were vast, and the shadows within the long hallways gave many places for crimsons to hide. There was someone behind him. He heard soft footsteps. Devin whirled around, his fingers slipping on the fletchling as he nearly let an arrow fly. Reina threw her arms up as she stepped into the low light.
It's me!
Devin lowered his bow, though his face flushed with anger. What are you doing here? This is dangerous.
I wasn't going to let you go in alone. Besides, I wanted to see my tech in action.
She waggled her eyebrows at the prosthetic. Devin scowled. Whatever, let's go. They proceeded down the tunnel until it widened into a broad area that was 50 feet long and equally as wide. Multiple different tunnels spanned off in all directions. They had to be directly underneath the center of the compound. They turned, wondering what hallway to take next, before multiple figures emerged from each hallway. Dozens of crimsons surrounded them, blocking any hope of escape. Devin didn't think. He merely reacted. The arrows he fired off were shot at hyperspeed as he fired bolt after bolt from his bow. Crimsons went down, and he had to duck and roll to avoid being tackled, kicked, and punched by the surrounding warriors. Reina dug into her pockets and tossed several small metal balls into the air. They transformed into hummingbirds, whizzing around the room and flying after the crimsons. The birds exploded on impact against the sides of their faces, tossing the crimsons to the ground and knocking them out. Devin didn't know how Xana had so many disposable henchmen. His arrows had fallen quite a few crimsons by now, and yet more kept coming. He sent green bolt after green bolt flying into chests, eyes, and abdomens. He felt he'd go dizzy with the effort of distracting his attention for one foe, then another in quick succession.
There's too many! I'm running out of birds!
Reina yelled as she tossed the remnants of her tech. She took out throwing stars from a bag holstered to her side and began tossing them into the fray. Unlike Devin's arrows, they didn't regenerate, and she was running out of those too. Devin hurried to fire again, but just as he found himself pulling another arrow back, the prosthetic wouldn't bend at the elbow, making the draw of the bow unsteady. He tried to mentally relax the arm, but the receptors in the prosthetic didn't register the firing neurons from his nervous system. The prosthetic was stuck. Great.
Devin growled, knowing this wasn't the time for technical difficulties. But the arm was truly frozen, and the gears wouldn't move. Reina noticed and rushed to his side, trying to fix it. But there wasn't much she could do in the middle of a fight with no tools. The crimsons around them closed in. Devin dropped the bow into his right hand, planning on using it as a bludgeoning tool. A streak of pink wings raced by, and several crimsons cried out in agony as a spear gutted them through. Blood soaked the stone floor, and there was a blur of pure rage as Tavanna flew through the open space, slamming her fist into the side of a crimson skull before breaking the neck of another with a sharp kick, stabbing her spear through the bodies of 2 crimsons at once. While Tavanna was keeping them busy, Devin grabbed onto the wrist of the prosthetic and yanked on it, finding that it worked once he got the gears back into place. He moved it around, checking the function, and let out a sigh of relief when it moved as it normally had. Tavanna had all but cleared the room, but there was a singular crimson she'd missed. The crimson raised a blade high, aiming to slice it across Tavanna's face, but Devin quickly aimed and shot the crimson through the throat. The crimson fell to the floor with a gurgle, struggling to breathe as they finally died. Tavanna gawked as Devin lowered his bow, her eyes lacing up the length of his prosthetic. "Devin, you—" "We should go." More crimsons would come, and they didn't need to stay here when Harmony could be getting interrogated somewhere nearby. Devin took off at a run down through the hall, although it was at a normal speed so the others could keep up, and the women followed him. Once they'd gotten away from the remnants of the fight, they ducked into a smaller tunnel to regroup. Tavanna took a deep breath, swept the hair out of her eyes, and growled, "What is that?" Her eyes were on the prosthetic. Devin said nothing, though his expression fumed. Reina stepped forward and meekly said, "It's a prosthetic, Your Majesty, designed and constructed by me. I attached it to Devin myself, along with the help of a colleague with medical training. It's fully functional. With it, he can do many of the things he used to. It functions as a limb of its own, and as you can see, restores his movement similar to what it was before." "I've heard of these prosthetics. They were denied further funding at the crafting hall because they were shown to be unstable, with dangerous results." Tavanna's tone grew more menacing with every word as she centered her focus on Devin. "You allowed yourself to be an experiment in a dangerous surgery with illegal and unproven technology?" "It wasn't that bad," Reina whimpered. "I could have died," Devin said shortly, deciding he might as well be honest. "The surgery was a huge risk, but I'm fine now, and the prosthetic works. Can we find Harmony and get out of here?" Tavanna's gaze burned, but her reply was short. "This conversation is not finished, but there's no time to continue it. We must rescue Harmony so Dylan can fall back. She is providing a distraction for us now." "Dylan's here?" Devin's eyes widened behind his glasses, showing true fear. "Yes. She offered herself as bait to lure Xana away from the compound." "But she's pregnant! She shouldn't be fighting at all!" Devin yelled. "She didn't have much of a choice, did she?" Tavanna sent Devin a sharp glare, and he shut up. She twirled her staff at her side before she advanced, saying, "Dylan is buying us time to save Harmony. We have not a moment to squander, for every second longer that she's in contact with that lunatic puts the entire empire at risk." Devin understood they needed to move quickly. This wasn't just about the monarchy, but his sister's life, and the lives of his niece and nephew. If they didn't find Harmony and get out of here, that meant they could lose everything. There was so much more to sacrifice than he was willing to gamble, and Dylan was out on the battlefield because of him. He couldn't keep making these mistakes, because when he made errors, the people he loved got hurt. And Devin didn't know how much more he could lose. Harmony came around with a groan, his entire body aching with something strange. As he sat up from the stone floor, he noticed Maliva was still standing on the other side of the cell bars, looking pale. He held a hand to his head, feeling dizzy. "How long was I out?" "Only a few minutes, though you didn't stop screaming until a few seconds ago."
I thought you died until you opened your eyes. Maliva studied him curiously. Do you think anything's different?
I'm not sure. I mean, the potion hurt, but I don't know if it did anything else.
He didn't feel all that different, and he wasn't sick or anything. But there was an undercurrent of understanding in his body that something about him had drastically changed. Harmony wiped spittle from his mouth, shakily standing.
You didn't tell Xana about our plan or the charges. She still thinks the wards are up.
For now. Maliva unlocked the cell door again, opening it wide. If anyone finds you, you tell them you got out on your own, understand? Harmony stared. You're letting me go? It's not for free. You owe me, Maliva hissed. I want to talk to my sister. In private, alone, in a place where I'm not going to be arrested by Rhodi the minute I say hello.
You want to talk to Reina, then it's done. I'll figure out a way, Harmony promised. You can talk to her right now if you come with me. We can leave together.
Harmony reached out to grab her hand, but she shook it off. I'm too high up in the Cloaked Flame's rankings. Xana knows she can't do this without me. If I leave, she'll hunt me down, and it'll ruin your chances of escape. Maliva pointed down the hall. If you follow the stairs upward and go straight, you'll come to a back entrance that only the high-ranking Crimsons use. That's your way out. You need to move quickly. Get back to your people. I don't know what the hell was in that concoction she gave you, but I'm betting it isn't good. Harmony nodded. I should probably get checked out by a doctor as soon as possible. Thanks, Maliva, for... The wall exploded. A significant eruption blasted outward, sending chunks of bricks flying without warning and leaving a smoking gap behind. Harmony was still standing inside the cell, far enough away from the wall so he didn't get hurt. But Maliva was directly near the blast. The explosion ripped a large hole in her side, blood spraying everywhere as intestines poked out of the wound. She immediately fell to the ground with a gasp of surprise, crumbling completely.
Maliva!
Harmony ran toward her. He surveyed the wound and knew it was bad. Very bad. I guess this was all for nothing, wasn't it? Maliva coughed, blood sputtering past her lips as she laughed. Who's the real idiot, right? No. Harmony fell to his knees beside her. I won't let you die! What are you going to do about it? Maliva's voice was already growing faint. You have to leave me. I'm not going to make it. Yes, you are! Harmony refused to give up. He'd never felt so certain of anything in his life, but he knew Maliva wasn't going to die here. He wasn't sure of what to do, but he put his hands over the wound to try and stem the bleeding, forcing himself to hold in Maliva's blood, Maliva's life. Unbidden, a glowing hue burst forth from his fingers. Harmony gasped, gaping as he felt an unknown power well within his blood and race across his body, over his skin, and through his soul. Most magical people wouldn't notice, for crafting ability was so common to them it would feel identical to the blood pumping through their veins. But for Harmony, it was a completely new sensation, power tingling throughout his form as he watched the golden glow beam from his hands. It pushed Maliva's organs back in, knitting her side and leaving her skin completely clean. The wound was gone, healed as if it had never been there at all. Maliva stopped gasping for air, slowly sitting up in wonder. Harmony withdrew his glowing hand, staring at it. Oh, shit! Maliva shook her head, scarcely able to believe it herself. Looks like we know what that potion did. I guess, but why? Harmony blinked. Why would Xana want to give me powers? For something twisted, I bet. She didn't just give you magic for free. There's always an angle with her. She's got something on you now, I'm sure. Maliva parted her hair back, appearing stunned. But you didn't have to help me. You could have left me there to die. But I didn't, Harmony said, before he helped her stand. You'd better get going. Lead Xana the other way. I'll go the way you said. Maliva nodded. Good plan. Just remember, we have a deal. I'll contact you when I'm ready. Maliva took off running. Harmony watched her go, waiting until she was gone from his sight before he clumsily sprinted the opposite way. Harmony didn't look where he was going. He slammed into someone tall and wiry near the staircase, and it sent him spiraling against the wall. Harmony! Oh, thank Rhodi! Someone reached out to steady him before he fell, and Harmony was elated to see that it was his brother. He leapt onto Devin, giving him the strongest hug he could muster. Devin! You have no idea how happy I am to see you! Harmony squeezed Devin as tightly as he could, before noticing his mother and Reina were nearby. Oh, you guys are here too! This is so exciting! I got the wards down. Did you notice, Mom? Aren't you proud of me? Very, Tavanna said, appearing extremely relieved. You don't seem to be hurt. I'm not. I mean, there was a huge explosion in the hall I was just in, but it didn't hit me, Harmony babbled. That was me, one of my exploding arrows. Devin explained. We ran into more crimsons once we got into the dungeon area, and I fired at them. My arrow must have struck the wall and caused it to blow out the other side. We were running the opposite way trying to escape, so we didn't see you. Oh, I see. So that explains... Wow, Devin! Is that your new arm? Harmony beamed as he noticed the prosthetic. That's so cool! Tavanna sent Devin a glare, but he cleared his throat. Yep, sure is. I want to hear all about it when we get back home. Harmony's eyes flashed to Tavanna, and he noticed there was a large gash on her cheek that was dripping blood. Ouch, that looks painful. Here, let me get that. Harmony reached out to cup his mother's cheek. His hand began to glow. Devin and Reina both jumped back in surprise as the cut healed. There, good as new. Tavanna placed a trembling hand to her skin. Harmony, how did you... Long story, but Xana made me drink this weird potion, and she lit a candle, and she said some strange words, and why do you look so pale? Harmony tilted his head as Tavanna and Devin shared a long glance. Tavanna pinched the bridge of her nose, turning away. April. Harmony wasn't sure why his deceased aunt would be relevant at a time like this. We should go. Maliva told me of a way out. I can lead us there. And you trust her? Tavanna raised an eyebrow. He nodded. Completely. She helped me escape. Maliva? Reina grabbed his arm hastily. Which way did she go? Reina, no. There's no time to talk to her now. Tavanna said sharply. The princess is in danger. We need to leave immediately. Reina bowed her head, but she didn't object. Harmony began hurrying up the stairs. Come on, it's this way. As they raced upward, Harmony turned to his brother and asked, Why is Dylan in trouble? It doesn't matter. We need to get to her, Devin said, and fast, before Xana does. Chapter 20. Ruler. The town was deserted. Dylan wandered through the streets with her katana drawn, Taladin and Saffron behind her. Her partner wore the gauntlet, and Taladin had his blade out. They were prepared to attack the second they cornered Xana, but Dylan was starting to wonder if they weren't the ones being cornered. The place was a maze. The town the prison was near was full of winding streets that only a few people could walk down at a time, leaving dozens of places for Xana to hide amongst the tall stucco buildings. By this time, the sun was about to set, and twilight had dawned on the horizon, coating everything in a thin sheet of blood red. Dylan's armor felt heavier than usual. She wasn't that far along in her pregnancy, but she'd been sick for a while, and she couldn't keep going into battle like this. She clearly didn't have the strength to keep up with her fellow warriors for long. They needed to catch Xana and be done with it. I do not know if we will find her here, sister, Saffron noted, shifting her gaze from side to side. Rooting her out will be no easy feat. I can smell her, Taladin said. She's been by. Can you follow the scent? Saffron questioned. Even my griffin nose can't pick up on it. Dylan's tigress abilities couldn't trace Xana either. Taladin paused, then said,
No. Not even my senses can be sure which way she went. I think she's using magic to mute her trail, but faint as it is, I'm guessing she's winding us in circles.
She's going to keep outmaneuvering us until we pin her, Dylan said. Saffron, you fly overhead and scout her location. Taladin will take the west side of the town, and I'll take the east. That way we'll trap her. Are you sure? It'll be safer in a group, Saffron offered.
Sticking together didn't help us in the temple. Devin still got hurt.
At least if she's focused on only one of us at a time, the other two can come in from behind her and take her out when she's distracted.
We shouldn't be splitting up right now, Taladin argued. I'm the princess, I give the orders. Go.
Taladin said nothing more, just did as she said. Saffron changed and took to the skies, spreading out her wings. Her shadow fell above Dylan as she continued to move forward. Devin's super speed sure would be useful right now. He could run throughout the town until he found her. But he was off doing hell only knew what, so they had to make do. Dylan kept her katana ready, but all she heard was the sound of birds calling out a death cry, and all she felt was the heat of Marceleno on her skin, even this late in the day. She entered the town square. It was a vast place, a circle surrounded by buildings and not much else. It was eerily quiet, the singular sound being the trickling of a water fountain in the middle of the plaza, which was the only construction within the vast space. And there she was. Xana sat near the fountain, lazily dipping her fingers into the pool and wearing a satisfied smirk.
Oh, hello, Dylan. Finally decided to stop by for a visit. It's nice that you bother to see your real family for a change.
I'm going to kill you,
Dylan snarled. She went straight for her strongest spell, lifting her hand and launching her love magic at her cousin. A stream of golden light burst forth, and Dylan put all her power behind it, not caring if Xana accepted it or if it killed her, just wanting her to be destroyed and done with. Once the golden light hit Xana's skin, it bounced off. The love magic beamed in an arc, spanning outward so that Dylan had to duck. The strength of Dylan's spell was so strong that it ricocheted backward and destroyed several buildings behind her, crumbling them to pieces on impact. Dylan observed the crushed buildings with frustration. That spell had been more powerful than the one that had ended Rachel, and Xana had brushed it off. Not without consequence, though. Dylan noticed Xana was breathing hard, and a slight sheen of sweat had broken across her hairline. She wiped her brow, rasping,
Very impressive. It's about time you learned how to control your power.
Xana staggered upward from the fountain. Dylan thought she would move to attack right away, but she hesitated, which told her that Xana had to wait for her powers to regenerate before she was able to respond with a spell of her own. You're running out, Dylan challenged. You can hold me off for a while, but the more I attack you, the more your magic drains. I'll be done with you in less than an hour.
That would be true,
Xana said.
but I'm not the one you need to be worried about. I've already dealt with one of your companions. Question is, which one did I fall?
Dylan panicked, reaching out to her partner first. She felt Saffron flying on the other side of town, unawares that this meeting was happening. Her bond with Saffron was still clear, which meant,
My turn.
Xana lashed out her hand, and a thick lightning bolt exploded from overhead. It struck Dylan head-on, and she cried out in pain. She expected to die from such a blast, until she realized the lightning wasn't meant to kill her, but to study her. As Xana's magic touched her, Dylan felt it survey her body, the possibilities, any potential magic she had. It was like being stuck under a microscope by someone who wanted to turn your body into parts, and she hated every second of it. As Xana's spell died, Dylan gasped and fell to her knees, staggering to catch her katana before she nearly dropped it by accident. Xana appeared absolutely delighted.
Oh, Dylan, you're pregnant? That's just what I need.
She clapped her hands.
You don't understand what good news this is.
It's not good news for you. You're not a part of this family, Dylan rasped.
My blood says that I am, whether you like it or not, and you've conjured up the perfect ingredients for my next endeavor.
What are you talking about? Dylan just wanted her to shut up.
Some of my spells require an infant. I tried to make one myself the old-fashioned way, but it didn't quite take. I suppose I'm not meant for motherhood.
Xana gave a sigh.
But you? Twins? That means if I mess it up the first time, I'll get another go-round.
I'll put you in the ground long before I'll ever allow you to touch my kids.
Dylan's voice developed an animalistic snarl, a threat that she was about to shift.
Please, Dylan. Babies are barely even people. They don't even have any cognizant thought. They're more like parasites sucking off the lifeblood of the mother.
Xana stuck out her lip.
I'm doing you a favor by getting rid of them. Their lives will serve a greater purpose. I don't see why you care so much. They're just weak searcher ilk anyway.
Dylan lost her temper. If her magic wouldn't end this, her blade would. It might even be quicker. Dylan raced towards Xana, then jumped into the air, swinging her blade down. Xana vaulted backward, lunging out of the way of Dylan's advanced attacks. Dylan performed a complicated set of maneuvers, but Xana dodged each one. She didn't even try to counter, just continued to leap out of the way of Dylan's swings with a gloating grin. The katana ignited into flames at Dylan's fury, and the fire ate away at Xana's skin as Dylan swung it, singeing her clothes and causing small black blisters to arise on Xana's skin. She acted like she didn't feel a thing. Dylan stabbed her sword toward Xana's stomach, but Xana performed an intricate spin, bending out of the way. Then, she grabbed Dylan's wrist, twisting it so her grip on the katana loosened. Xana delivered a harsh kick to Dylan's jaw, then yanked the katana out of her hands. Dylan went staggering backward, and Xana gave a cheer before she took off running.
Chase me, Dylan,
Xana said, giving an irritating giggle as she ran back into the maze of streets.
Give me back my blade!
Dylan's enraged yell turned into a snarl as she shifted, racing on all fours after Xana. She should have been able to catch up easily, but like Devin, Xana's speed was inhuman. She raced ahead in a blur, leaping upward 12 feet to bounce off the sides of buildings. Dylan kept up with her, chasing her from down below and exposing her fangs. Xana gave another mocking laugh and a nasty salute before she pulled herself onto a nearby rooftop and out of sight. She'd lost her. Dylan transformed back. She spun in place, her eyes searching overhead as she listened intently for where Xana could have gone.
Come back here, you coward!
Dylan's scream vibrated throughout the streets, echoing back to her. She gritted her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. She wasn't going to let Xana escape. Not again, and especially not with her katana. Something far off was buzzing in her ear. Dylan hadn't realized until now. She focused in on the sensation until she heard Saffron's voice rattling around in her head.
Dylan, I've been screaming at you ever since I felt that kick to your jaw,
Saffron demanded. Didn't you hear me? I didn't hear a thing. Dylan tried to pinpoint Saffron's location, but couldn't place her. Can you locate me through our bond?
I cannot find you. Xana has done something to disorient me,
Saffron said viciously. Whatever she did must have tampered with the connection of our bond. That's why I couldn't hear you earlier.
What about Taladin?
Dylan tried, but found that though she bellowed her words across the mind speak, it remained silent. I can't reach him. Whatever she's doing, it's blocking our thoughts, too.
Can you give me any markers as to where you are?
No. All these streets looked the same to her. But I'm close to where we split up. I'll come find you. Dylan felt Saffron put on a burst of speed and knew she would hurry, but she couldn't wait for her partner to catch up. Her katana was a Rhodian weapon of power, and it couldn't be allowed to fall into Xana's hands. She'd use its strength for terrible destruction, and nobody touched her blade. The only way Xana could have it is if the katana was skewered through her spine. And Taladin. Xana had mentioned she'd run into him already. It was possible she was blocking the mind speak, or Taladin was incapable of responding. That meant he was either unconscious or dead. Dylan ran. She looked down every side street and alleyway, her breaths quickening as they caught in her throat. No! It can't end like this. We didn't make up. We didn't make this right. He can't die without us fixing things. Her thoughts grew more desperate until she felt tears stinging at her eyes. She started to panic, tension balling tightly within her chest as she completely forgot about her katana and Xana, turning every which way to find. There was a figure standing with his back to her at the end of the long alley. Dylan recognized the slope of his shoulders, and her own sagged in relief. She jogged down the alleyway, coming to a stop. Taladin! There you are! He didn't appear hurt, but he didn't respond either. Dylan reached out a hand to turn him around. She didn't have time to meet his eyes before he backhanded her across the face. Dylan went flying, seeing stars as the slap nearly knocked her out. She fell against the ground, dazed, as Taladin stood over her with tight fists, cracking his knuckles. Dylan's sore jaw hung open as she placed a hand to her bruised cheek, trying to figure this out. No, this wasn't right. Taladin would never hit her. He wouldn't. He didn't have the capability to harm her, and her soul had known that even when they'd been strangers, from the moment she'd met him. Except there was no affection in his features, no warmth, no recognition, just a passive look of cold detachment. In his eyes, Dylan recognized the same hazy look that was identical to the ones of those who'd been overtaken by Xana's compulsion. Xana appeared. She came out from behind a corner, looking venomously victorious. Dylan's craft could sense that she'd run out of magic. Xana didn't have any left to defend herself. But she didn't need it. She'd used the last of her power to brainwash Taladin into being her bodyguard, and he was what was standing in Dylan's way. Dylan scrambled away against the stone ground. Taladin, you don't want to do this. He couldn't hear her. He grabbed her by the throat, lifting her up with one hand before he smashed her into the wall. Dylan cried out as her back buckled against the stone, and he raised a fist to punch her across the face. His blow struck her right eye, and she yelled in unimaginable pain as it began to swell. His fist drew back again to punch her a second time, but Dylan was smart enough to duck out of the way this time. His fist hit stucco wall with full force. She heard bones crack and knew he'd broken a few fingers, but he didn't react to the pain. Xana's compulsion had to be completely overwhelming all his senses. He was completely unreachable. His fingers tightened around her neck, cutting off her air supply. Dylan kneed him in the groin to get free, and his hold on her loosened. She fell to the ground, gasping for air and rolling away. Even so, his body had reacted, not him. He straightened to his fullest height only a few moments after Dylan's strike, that passive look still etched onto his stony face. Despite knowing he was trapped within Xana's spell, Dylan tried reasoning with him anyway. She got to her feet, slowly backing away. Daddy, it's me! You need to stop what you're doing! No response, no compassion, just silent terror. Taladin took another swing, and Dylan scattered out of the way. She put her hands up to block, but his fist blasted straight through her defenses and slammed into her temple, leaving it bloody. You don't want to do this! Dad, wake up! Dylan pleaded, but her pleas to him were basically silent. He began a flurry of offensive moves that Dylan had to duck to avoid.
I know you don't want to hurt me. You won't. I refuse to believe you can.
Dylan was fast, but the efficiency at which Taladin attacked her was hard to outmaneuver. She'd barely gotten away from one blow before he was delivering another. He was an expert at taking down multiple foes at a time, and he only had to focus on her. She was able to get away from most of his strikes, but not all of them, bruises massing across her skin as he cracked his knuckles across her cheekbone into her shoulder. Xana still had her katana, so Dylan couldn't use that to defend herself. She needed to rely on her training in martial arts. She grabbed Taladin's wrist and wrenched him over, slamming his back into the ground. It was supposed to wind him, but it did nothing. Taladin vaulted back up, smacking her again. Dylan passed out for a moment. She saw black as she fell, then woke up on the ground, crawling out of the way before his foot came smashing down upon her skull. She turned to run, but Taladin snagged her by the back of her head and smashed her temple into a window. The window didn't break, but it cracked glass into her face. Dylan jabbed her elbow backward into his nose, and that broke it, sending blood spraying. She began a set of complex techniques, but when it came time to deliver killing or devastating blows, like breaking his neck, Dylan found she couldn't do it. Dylan knew that she was stronger than Taladin, that she could end this fight in moments if she had to, but she couldn't hurt him, even though he was hurting her. She didn't want him to be permanently wounded, most of all, die. She was a better and stronger Rhodi than he was by far, but that didn't mean anything if she refused to take any action against him that would cripple or end his life. Non-violence was the only decision she felt she had the ability to control. She still had faith that they could find a way out. She'd outlast Xana's spell long enough for the compulsion to break. They'd survive this. They had to.
Why are you doing this?
Dylan asked the question not of Taladin, but Xana, speaking through the blood pouring from her mouth. Xana smirked.
Why wouldn't I enjoy this? You're so sure of yourself, convinced that love is the answer to every problem. I'm going to prove to you today that love isn't enough. I'm going to break you. I'm going to crush your spirit. Then you'll finally admit that the world is terrible enough to make you turn your back on everything you believe in. You love your so-called dad so much. You're going to realize you don't love him more than you love staying alive. Then you'll have to kill him. And you'll understand your precious values have no meaning. The moment you lay a finger on him, you've proven to me and the entire world that love can never win against such endless power.
Dylan coughed.
You won't get me to crack.
We'll see.
Taladin delivered a devastating kick to Dylan's knee, and she screamed at the top of her lungs as it bent in a way it shouldn't have. She wasn't sure if it was broken or merely sprained, but it was messed up, and it failed to hold her weight. At this point, Dylan wasn't able to run. She hobbled away, searching for an exit or a savior and finding neither. The street they were on ended in a set of stairs that went downward into a lower district of the town. Dylan took the stairs slowly, trying her best to flee. Taladin steadily approached. He neither hurried nor ran, merely proceeded toward her with deadly intent as Xana lingered as a malevolent spectator.
Please stop,
Dylan whispered. He didn't. He didn't see her as his daughter right now, but as an enemy. He grabbed her by the shoulders and tossed her down the stairs. She went rolling, slamming her body into the steps until she came tumbling to a stop. He proceeded downward, then dragged her upward to her feet so he could hit her again. On the beating went, and Dylan took it without complaint.
She tried to reason with herself she'd been through worse things and experienced worse pain than this, but was certain that was a lie.
Dylan knew Taladin's love for her was real, no matter what the situation was or how she felt right now. He was good and kind, and he would never do this to her if he wasn't being forced to. But she hadn't understood until now just how strong he was. They'd sparred for years during training, and Dylan thought she'd experienced the worst of him whenever they practiced. But his hits before couldn't compare to the sickening blows he was dealing now. She'd never understood how much he'd been holding back. There were so many things about this world she didn't know, and she didn't understand how she was going to get through this. This weight crushed her worse than Taladin's blows. There was a time in her life when he'd been a god to her, offering his wisdom and protection when she had nothing else to live for. He knew better than she did. His ways were always the right ones, even if they didn't make sense at the time. Those memories seemed so far away now. She wanted to demand answers from the universe and plead to the heavens for reasons as to why her life had ended up this way. But Dylan believed in love more than she believed in anything else. To her, it never failed. She wouldn't cave to Xana's torture and give in by striking Taladin no matter how much he struck her. To Dylan, proving her point that love could survive anything was more important than stopping the beating. Taladin would never abandon her no matter what kind of magic was involved. This wasn't his fault, and she wouldn't blame him for being Xana's puppet. Hope demanded she carry herself through this until she found a way out. She just had to hold on to that love long enough to get through this. Xana watched the whole thing, her smile growing wider each time Taladin landed a blow, whenever Dylan cried out in pain. It was terrible and cruel, though Xana acted like she was watching her favorite movie, deliriously entertained by it all. This is what Xana did. She pitted people against one another and made enemies out of beloved family. It was what she did best. It was what she loved to do. Taladin delivered a sucker punch to her stomach, followed by a harsh kick in the same spot. The kick was so forceful it sent Dylan flying, and she landed on the ground, shaking and unable to move. Xana held up a hand, and Taladin paused, ceasing his attack briefly. Dylan felt something in her lower abdomen tear open. Hot liquid stemmed from between her legs, so much so that the pants of her black Rhodi uniform began to turn crimson red. That blow had been so striking. Dylan's love magic felt it. She was aware of something fracturing inside of her, something magical, not physical, a piece of soul magic withering away. My babies. Dylan hadn't noticed until now, but the life of her children had once been so present, right beside her craft. Her love magic had felt their lives blooming inside of her, growing stronger each day. With that last blow, she couldn't feel them anymore. That had to mean they were already gone. The connection between herself and her children was severed. She drew on her tie to the life after, reasoning that the souls of the babies had already ventured there. When Dylan realized her children had passed, she understood she had to make a final, permanent decision. One that told her she had to choose between being the way the world wanted her to be, or staying true to what she wanted to become. There were choices one had to make when they were a ruler, and if Dylan couldn't shape the world to the way it was meant to be, then she was going to rule over herself. She'd stick to what she believed in over everything else. She wouldn't give up who she was just because someone else wanted to ruin her. Whatever the case, Xana would not break her spirit. Her babies were already in the life after anyway. If her children were gone, Dylan decided she might as well die for her beliefs and not let Xana win. Then she'd be with her babies, and she'd go down knowing that she'd died for something bigger than she was. The world would know the princess refused to give up on love right until the bitter end. Maybe things would change after that, and Crescentia would become better, kinder. Probably not, but Dylan had to try anyway. Her life was her gift to her people. They could go on knowing that their princess had refused to bend to the will of a maniac. Xana had been entertained by the start of all of this, but as time passed, that joy had turned to irritation. Taladin stood there blankly, waiting to comply with her next order.
What are you doing? Just give up already! I know you can kill him!
Xana yelled. Dylan uttered a singular word of defiance, crawling through a pool of her own blood. No. Xana's lip lifted into a snarl.
What did you just say to me?
I said no. This world can torture me all it likes, but it can't change me unless I let it. I get to choose who I want to be, and this is my choice.
Are you crazy? He's going to kill you!
Xana bellowed. Taladin had been fighting with his fists until now, but he reached down to yank his blade out of its sheath, raising it to a final threat. Then let him kill me. I don't care. I won't turn my back on who I am. No matter what you do to me, I will not hurt my dad. So just end me and be done with it, because all you're doing is wasting your time. Xana scoffed.
Okay, so you'll go to an early grave because you want to be right? And you say I'm prideful.
I've spent my entire life wishing I was different so people would love me. Dylan's body shook as she said the words, not from her injuries, but from a much deeper, much older pain. All I've wanted since I was a child was to be accepted, after being told there was something wrong with me since the moment I came out. Since then, I've put on a mask, pretended to be someone I'm not, and forced myself into a mold that wounds me just so I can gain some sort of validation. I have the audacity to keep breathing in a world that doesn't think I have the right to exist. I used to think I had to change who I was when people said there was something wrong with me. I used to think that I didn't have a choice. Dylan shook her head. I'm done with it. I will not apologize for who I am. I will not alter myself to become someone I don't want to be any longer. I won't consider myself broken, wrong, or damaged for being the person that I choose to be. And I won't alter myself to fit the world's perception of who they think that I am. I believe that love wins, always. I'm willing to die for that belief. I will not let you change me or my values. I will go to my grave defending them, and you will not break me. Xana rolled her eyes, completely unmoved.
Fine, Dylan. Die if you want to. It's not like I give a damn. Things will be easier for me if you're out of the way.
She snapped her fingers, and Taladin's blade raised. Dylan shifted into a tigress, trying a last-ditch effort to scare Taladin off by swiping at him with her claws.
Go away!
He didn't leave. Still he approached, that blank look haunting his eyes, backing her against a wall. Dylan's ears flattened against her head, tail tucked between her legs. Her heart finally accepted the bitter, inevitable truth. Dylan would give Taladin her life if he asked. So even though he wasn't asking, that's what she did. Dylan readied herself to die as a tigress. That way, at least she'd be a poor creature defending herself, a trapped animal instead of a child killed by her father. An eagle's cry tore through the air, and Taladin was knocked to the ground. Dylan shifted back and felt someone lift her upward into a sitting position. Her vision came slowly back into focus.
Sister?
Saffron cupped her face gently with trembling fingers.
What has happened to you?
Dylan saw a shadow looming behind.
Saff, look out!
She pushed her sister out of the way as Taladin's blade came swinging down. It missed them both, but only just. Saffron kicked Taladin away, and he went flying as she raised her gauntlet. A small round shield bloomed around the woman, protecting them from his attacks. Taladin roared with rage. He dropped the blade and began punching and kicking Saffron's shield in a blind fury. When that didn't work to break it, he placed both hands against the shield and slammed his forehead as hard as he could against it, screaming at the top of his lungs before he did so again and again. Xana watched the spectacle with a small, knowing look of resolution, as if she figured there was no way for Dylan to get out of this without immense suffering. Blood trickled down Taladin's head as he continued to smash his skull into the shield, and Dylan trembled. "We can't stay here. He's going to kill himself trying to get through." Saffron grabbed Dylan and hauled her upward. "Come on." They wound down another way, taking a road back to the center of the town, returning to the square with the fountain. Saffron kept casting shields behind her, but the journey was slow going. Dylan had to shuffle slowly to move, and Saffron was more or less carrying her. "Can you ride on my back?" Saffron questioned as they once again reached the town square. "I can fly us out of here." No." The pain in her abdomen was too great to even try to pull herself on. Dylan gestured downward. Saffron blanched when she saw that the blood was spreading, leaving a small trail of droplets to follow. "Never mind. We'll make it." Saffron went to boost Dylan into her arms. "I'll carry you this way." Someone came crashing down from the buildings above, knocking them apart. Taladin had scaled the rooftops and jumped from each one to follow them, to avoid Saffron's shields. Dylan fell to the ground again while Saffron transformed immediately. She gave a hiss, spreading her wings wide to shield Dylan from his rage. Xana loomed overhead, jumping from one of the buildings and falling all the way to the ground unharmed to observe the rest of the fight. Taladin attacked once more, swinging his blade forward, but it wasn't at Saffron. His sights were focused solely on Dylan, not acknowledging that Saffron was even there. Saffron screeched and burst between them, lashing out with her claws. Taladin grabbed one of her wings and yanked, and Saffron gave a piercing screech as a snapping sound rang throughout the air. Dylan wailed, feeling the agony of Saffron's broken wing rip apart through their bond. The sun was setting properly now. Saffron allowed her broken wing to drag uselessly on the ground behind her as she charged at Taladin, who jumped out of the way. He slashed his blade downward, and Saffron dodged, until both of them were locked in a battle where Saffron's screeches of fury lingered against the coldness of Taladin's eyes. Taladin tossed one of his throwing knives. It sank into Saffron's shoulder, causing her to stagger backward. While she was busy ripping it out, Taladin sprinted toward Dylan, raising the blade and aiming for her heart. "No!" Saffron tore forward, sinking her beak into Taladin's shoulder and yanking him off. She threw him to the ground before she reared on her hind legs, her talons glinting in the last light of day. "Saff, stop!" Dylan cried, but it was too late. Saffron plunged downward, slicing her talons into Taladin's chest. He began to wheeze as she punctured his lungs, his chest turning to ribbons as she started to shred. But then, something happened. A violent red glow, one the color of blood, shone around Saffron's neck. Her whole form shook violently as she stumbled off Taladin, muscles convulsing without her having any ability to stop it. What is happening?" Tears trailed down Dylan's face in a silent, wretched acceptance. She recalled the words that had been spoken 10 years prior, a promise that was made long ago. "I, Saffron, swear that the location of the legendary Rhodi weaponry that I'm about to tell is true, and that from this day forward, I swear upon my craft that I will not harm any Rhodi, save for Diliana Fairson." When Dylan was 16, she had forged a blood oath with Saffron. She had vowed to give Saffron information on where her parents were, if Saffron agreed to tell Dylan where the Rhodian weapons were kept. They'd sealed the deal with the blood oath, where Saffron had vowed she would never harm any Rhodi again for the rest of her life. If she did, she would lose her craft forever. Saffron had finally broken that vow. She was forced back into the body of a woman, falling onto her knees. She watched in horror as a glowing ball of purple light hovered out of her body, gracefully lingering near her eyes before it dissolved away upon a wisp of wind. "Saff." Dylan tried to use the mind speak, but Saffron couldn't hear her. Her mind remained vacant. Dylan realized the tie she felt that pulled her so strongly to Saffron had disappeared. She could no longer feel the unconscious presence of her partner. She failed to experience Saffron's bravery, her strength, her sense of freedom. With the loss of Saffron's craft, their bond had been broken too. Saffron raised her arm, attempting to wield the gauntlet. Nothing happened. No burst of purple magic, no sparks or flame. She slowly dropped her arm. I can't change, Saffron whispered. I can't cast a shield. I can't do anything. Dylan sobbed. She nearly wished she'd died instead, for her life wasn't worth what Saffron had to give up. Yet her sister had sacrificed her craft and her magic to protect her, willingly. There wasn't any question in Saffron's mind as to what she valued more, her sister or her soul, and she made her choice. Xana's expression was a combination of pure relief and smug joy. Finally, now she's out of the way. Despite the punctures Saffron had delivered to his lungs, Kaladin kept going. He got up once more, chest pouring blood, as he raised his blade. He was a mindless soldier who had no other reason for being except to kill. Though she had just suffered the greatest loss of her life, lost something she would never get back, Saffron still valiantly fought. Magic or not, Saffron was a warrior, and would be until her dying day. All she knew how to do was fight, and battle she would. Saffron snarled as she leapt to her feet, combating each of Kaladin's attacks with kicks and punches of her own. Without her craft, she wasn't as agile or quick. Kaladin snatched Saffron around the neck and smashed her head against the fountain before tossing her in. Saffron fumbled in the water, weakly trying to pull herself free before she passed out on the side of the basin. Dylan was ready to die. There wasn't much point in fighting anymore, and she'd all but lost the will to live. Nothing meant anything if Xana could force her father to do this. Nothing was worthwhile now that Saffron had lost her magic for good. Dylan slumped against the ground, willing her heart to stop so this could be over. Xana stopped by Dylan's side, wrenching her head up. Blood poured freely from a cut on Dylan's temple. Xana placed a glass vial against the cut, filling it with red. Perfect, Xana said with awe as she observed the blood. She took a small sip, then shuddered in delight. You're so powerful, Dylan. I can feel it in your ichor, stronger than you could ever imagine. Just the smallest amount of your blood will be enough to power me for ages. She withdrew a knife from her robe, cradling it in both hands. Now to cut you open and get those nasty searcher brats out. There were voices in the distance. Multiple people were coming, the sound of armor clinking as a group approached. Xana's head jerked up. She gritted her teeth as she heard the noise, shoving the vial into her pocket. Dylan coughed, but her tone ached with victory. You see? Love prevails. My family came back for me, just like I always will for my babies. You'll never get your hands on them. I'm going to the life after with them and will always be safe from you. Xana yanked on Dylan's hair. Love did nothing for you. You're going to die, and your precious magic can't save you this time. Xana put the katana against Dylan's throat, but still didn't move to strike. Dylan knew she wouldn't. Don't play this game. If you really cared about killing me, you would have done it by now. But you care more about being right. It's more important to you that I admit that I'm wrong, and I never will. Xana sneered. We have that in common. Guess we're more alike than I realized. The voices grew closer, and Xana anxiously glanced over her shoulder. You can't fight them off. You have no magic left. You have to run. Dylan cackled. It won't matter. Xana spoke as if she was trying to convince herself. I've wounded you so badly you won't make it out of here. You're dead. Dylan grinned, blood dripping from her teeth. You've killed me, but I still won. Xana gave a hateful hiss.
I don't have time to cut out your searcher brats, but I have your blood, which is all I need. You didn't crack, but it won't make a difference in saving the people you love. With the blood I've gained from you, it'll be enough power to kill everyone that's left in your precious, pathetic family. You might have won this battle, but I'll win the war.
Xana smashed Dylan's face into the concrete before she took off, the katana in her hands. Dylan groaned, her vision fading as she watched Xana disappear. Alas, oh by hell. Envis went to cradle Dylan in his arms, his lip trembling as he witnessed her swelling black eyes, the bruises on her face, the weeping wounds all over her body. He'd found her first, but Dylan didn't hear him. She had fallen unconscious, her head lolling to the side as ichor dripped from her lips. Envis recognized the compulsion in Taladin's eyes immediately and put two and two together. He slowly set Dylan down. Envis had promised he'd never let anyone hurt Dylan ever again, no matter who they were or what they meant to him or his lass personally. Envis warred with himself internally, knowing he had seconds to decide. Did he kill Taladin to save his love? He would. He had to. Dylan would never forgive him, but he couldn't and would not live without her. I'm sorry, Envis said. She's mine. Death can't have her. He opened his mouth to sing a deadly song, planning on making it quick. But before the first note burst past his lips, a green arrow flew out of the skies, sailing through Taladin's shoulder and forcing him backward. He stumbled before he went to attack again, but a flash of feathers and a swish of a weapon whizzed through the air. Tavanna's staff smacked into the back of Taladin's head with immense force, and he fell forward, completely immobile. Tavanna landed, kneeling to pin him, while Devin ran to help Saffron. Harmony was right behind him, breathing hard. He's neutralized, Tavanna breathed. But she reached out to bind Taladin just in case, cuffing his hands behind his back. Harmony knelt by Dylan, his hands glowing as he touched her weak form. I just got my powers, so I barely know what I'm doing, but I think this is more than what I can heal by myself. How long does she have? Tavanna demanded. I'm not sure. Harmony's magic grew brighter around Dylan as he checked, before his eyes widened in surprise. The babies are still alive, but we need to get her to a hospital right away. Maybe if we hurry, Dylan and the babies can be saved. They're not going to make it back to the palace, portal or otherwise, Devin moaned, pulling Saffron out of the fountain. Everyone here, Taladin, Saffron, and especially Dylan, were critically wounded and losing blood. Then we get them to the nearest hospital, quickly. Tavanna raised her voice to call to her troops, who were still searching the town. We need healers, immediately! Screams rang out, and hasty orders were called. Panic and prayer rose throughout the city, a scene of chaos. The Rhodi hurried to save their princess, the sun finally disappearing as the darkness of night coated the skies. Afterward, put her here. Envis laid Dylan on the gurney. They'd raced to the nearest hospital by car, and the seats had been soaked with red by the time they finally arrived. Doctors who had been informed of the princess's arrival immediately swarmed around her as they pushed her inside. Cameras went off everywhere. The local press had gotten the news that the princess was in critical condition and had shown up to swarm the outside of the hospital like vultures. Ray's team kept them out, but more would keep showing up. Envis was sick of the catastrophic headlines. The royal family only made the front page nowadays whenever disaster struck, and lately, that seemed to be all the time. Devin laid Saffron on another gurney. Taladin, who was still restrained and delusional, muttering things to himself as his eyes rolled back in his head, was wheeled in alongside the others. Get out of my way, Shay snarled, shoving people aside as she hastily followed Saffron into the emergency room. She'd been at the compound helping the rest of the prisoners escape, but had left the mission the moment word got back to her about what had happened. Taladin and Saffron went into separate rooms, but Dylan was wheeled back into the surgery bay. Envis tried to follow, but Devin snagged him by the shoulder and held him back. You don't want to go in there, he warned. Just let the doctors do their work. Envis hesitated, then nodded. He couldn't bear to sit, so he stood in the waiting room, nervously entwining his hands as he remained on guard for an update.
Oh no, oh, this is awful.
Jenna arrived, anxiously bouncing as she ran through the hospital's hallways. She hurried to her brother, her red curls a ratted mess.
What happened?
Envis couldn't talk. He just shook his head. Devin remained expressionless as he uttered, Xana compelled Taladin to attack Dylan. He couldn't fight it. Dylan got hurt. Badly. Jenna's eyes watered, and she covered her face with her hands.
Poor Dylan! It can't be true!
Did we see the mission to completion? Envis managed to force the words out. His job was the only steady thing to talk about right now.
Everyone's out. We escorted the last prisoner through the portal just as I got the call to come here.
Jenna's lip wobbled. This is bad. Envis fell against the wall. Dylan's just recovered from Xana poisoning her. Now this.
At least we freed the prisoners,
Jenna said sadly.
Xana can't compel those people to fight for her anymore.
What does it matter? She'll just kidnap more.
Devin bit back.
We saved those prisoners, sure, but at what cost?
Too high of one, that was for certain. A portal bloomed in the middle of the hall. Dylan's personal doctor, Master Amika, hurried through, followed by a barrage of healers. They headed into the surgery bay, and Tavanna stood aside to let them pass as she emerged from Taladin's room. We're keeping him sedated for now, Tavanna said with a glance over her shoulder. We want to make sure Xana's spell is done and over with. I'll watch the door, Devin vowed. He's not getting past me. Tavanna flinched, but didn't say anything. They mostly mingled in silence. Someone came to say Saffron had a severe concussion, but that the healers could mend the damage easily, and she merely needed rest. Taladin's wounds were restored, although they couldn't be sure if the compulsion on him had passed or not while under sedation, so he was cuffed to the bed for now. It wasn't long before Master Amika returned from the surgery bay. Envis expected her to speak to Tavanna, but she came to stand in front of him instead. Dylan's injuries are quite severe, Amika informed him, and his heart shattered. She has several facial fractures, broken ribs, a ruptured tendon in her right knee, and internal hemorrhaging in multiple organs. Everything in Envis's life crumbled. Bits and pieces of his life cracked into dust as he watched his future fade away and become useless, devoid of hope or song. Dylan was his world. She was the music that made his existence have purpose. How would he live if that song was cut short, ended far too soon, when he was in the middle of the most beautiful chorus, and never wanted her lullaby to end? The most difficult part of this process is stopping the bleeding. She's losing a lot of blood due to a uterine rupture, Amika noted. We can repair this rupture through magic and hope the bleeding stops, but doing so will put the pregnancy at risk. The song changed. New notes and verses were added to it, refrains that changed the whole meaning of his life. Everything shifted from one moment to another in a new perspective, and he became someone he never had been before. Envis wasn't sure if he heard her right, and if he had, he wasn't sure how to process it. Dylan? Pregnant? No, it couldn't be. And everyone was looking at him. Even through the fog of his internal shock, he noticed nobody else was shocked at the news that Dylan had been pregnant. He was the only one, which meant everyone else already knew. Both fetuses are clearly in distress. A miscarriage might already be happening or have happened due to the tear, but we won't be able to tell for certain until we act, Amika explained. Both? Envis was too stunned to speak. Act how? Tavanna asked. Envis was glad that she was asking the right questions, because at the moment, his throat couldn't make a noise even if he tried to scream. I must make it clear that these are magical medical means. Any other type of medical intervention won't be enough to sustain the pregnancy. Even so, this type of magic has been known to fail in the past. Amika frowned. If we are decisive and move quickly, Dylan's life can be saved. but we might not be able to preserve the pregnancy unless we take extreme supernatural measures. Even so, those measures could put the princess at risk. Mr. Baugh, what would you like us to do?" She was looking at him. Envis tried to speak, but he was frozen in both time and space. He couldn't even manage to open his mouth. He completely collapsed, inside and out. He'd never had a moment where he'd truly shut down before, because he'd been trained for high-stress situations, and this was nothing like anything he'd ever faced. He'd just learned he was going to be a father, have children with the love of his life, and in the same breath, a doctor was telling him that he might lose it all. The family he wanted, and so desperately hoped for, had arrived, but it could be taken away from him before he had a moment to realize his dream had arrived. He hadn't even gotten a chance to propose. They hadn't been given a spare moment to think about the future they could have together. Now he was being asked to make a decision. He'd pick Dylan, always. But would he be able to mend her heart once she learned they'd lost what they'd created together? It was too much to process. He remained silent, unable to breathe, until the lack of oxygen forced him to gasp. Emika waited for his response, seemingly impatient. Devin stepped in. "The princess is top priority. Her life matters most. But please, if there's any chance you can save those kids without putting her life on the line, do it." "Of course, Master Devin." Emika bowed. "We will initiate procedures to stabilize the princess first, and hope the twins survive long enough to repair the rupture. Desmodandre be with all of you." Emika ran back to the surgery bay, and nobody said anything. The guilt was clear to read on all of their faces. Something besides pain and grief arose, and he recognized it as anger. That's when Envis was able to find his voice. "You knew!" Envis turned to them. "You all knew, and nobody told me?"
"We're sorry, Envis,"
Jenna replied meekly.
"We wanted to."
Yet nobody did. Fury was rising so quickly he couldn't see straight. "This wasn't our news to tell you," Devin snapped. "This was up to Dylan how she wanted to handle this." "Well, she didn't!" Envis shouted. He was thankful the press wasn't in here to capture his meltdown. But that was the only thing he felt grateful about. "How long has this been going on?" "She's 12 weeks long," Savannah replied calmly.
3 blasted months? Are you bloody kidding me?"
he said, aghast.
"She didn't tell me after all that time?"
"She just found out herself a few weeks ago, and you were gone by then,"
Jenna insisted.
"It's not her fault."
"I'm not blaming her, Jenna."
Envis was about to cry. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to hold it together. "I understand you're upset," Tavanna said soothingly. "This is a terrible way to find out, and not at all in the way Dylan planned."
"I'm not sure she planned to tell me at all. Maybe if you'd gotten off your ass and asked her to marry you after graduation, or at any other time in the last 8 years, she would have felt more comfortable telling you sooner."
Devin raged. "You know why I didn't," Envis snapped. "We've already been over this."
"You're a hypocrite. You expect us to tell you about the kids when you've had all of us stay silent about this so-called proposal for months now? You've had us keeping secrets, so why can't my sister have hers?"
Devin demanded. "Devin, that's not fair. I just approved the proposal a few days ago," Tavanna said gently. "Royal protocol has to be followed before anything can happen."
"Fuck protocol! I'm sick of this!"
Devin was done with the conversation. He left everyone behind, looming at Taladin's door. Tavanna sighed, watching her son stand guard.
"She was just trying to make sure you'd be safe while you were away,"
Jenna argued.
"She didn't want to distract you when you were out there chasing after Crazy Face, and you know what? That was probably the right decision since you're never home."
"I don't have any power over that,"
Envis yelled.
"We're searchers. You know the kind of life we have to live."
"Well, you'd better start making some different choices, because it looks like Dylan might not pull out of this one."
Jenna stomped away, infuriated too, though she slumped dramatically onto a chair and crossed her arms, refusing to look at him. Envis knew that nobody was really mad at him. Everyone was just upset right now, but still, He didn't think it was fair that everyone was shouting at him when he was the one who'd been kept in the dark. A few tears watered at his eyelids, but he managed to keep composed. Tavanna put a gentle hand on his shoulder. This is a very difficult moment for all of us, especially you, Envis. But we must pull together as a family and be here for Dylan, as well as the rest of them. Saffron will be grieving the loss of her craft, and Taladin. Tavanna's shattered tone was clear. She barely had any hope left for her brother. Once he woke up and found out what he'd done, he'd never forgive himself. My queen. There was a soft voice from behind, a member of Ray's team. She had her head bowed, eyes glued to the floor, as if she didn't want to deliver whatever news she had. What is it? Tavanna asked. The town has surveillance footage of what happened from security cameras posted around the area, she said softly. If you so choose, you may watch it. Envis struggled to breathe through the desperation that was choking him. Tavanna hesitated, then nodded. I believe I must. Tavanna glanced at Envis. You should stay back. No, Envis said harshly. I need to see it. She gave no further response, other than a nod. The woman led the two of them to an isolated office room, one where the blinds had been pulled over the window. A television was on in the completely darkened space. The woman left silently, and Tavanna's hand slightly trembled as she lifted the remote to press play. Security footage sprang to life on the screen. Envis's stomach twisted in abject horror as he watched Taladin smack Dylan to the ground. Tavanna emitted a pained sound of agony. The video played on, switching from different vantage points from the security cameras posted around the town as Taladin beat his daughter bloody. Envis wept silently as he watched the violent imagery play out on the screen. Every hit Dylan accepted without complaint made Envis feel like he was experiencing the blows himself. He wished he had. He would have done anything to put himself in Dylan's place and take the blows for her. She didn't deserve to be treated like this. Taladin didn't deserve to be the one forced to do this to her. All the while, Xana loomed over it all, gloating, mocking, acting as if it was her right to do this to people and not something incredibly vile and sickening. Tavanna had a hand over her mouth to hold in the revulsion or the screams, he wasn't sure. Tears were trailing down her face, too, as she witnessed the horrors on screen. Tavanna had experienced the most devastating of wars, been through the worst of life, but the images on the recording broke her unlike anything else had. Envis wanted to rip the television out of the wall and smash it on the floor, just to stop the sight of Dylan being beaten to an inch of her life. But that wouldn't erase what happened, and Dylan had endured what she'd gone through, so he'd endure watching it happen, because someone had to bear witness to this. He couldn't leave her to live alone with the memory, so he forced himself to experience it too. Near the end of the video, Envis watched as Dylan's arms trembled, and she struggled to get up from the ground. Xana's mocking voice echoed through the air, telling Dylan to give in and die. But Dylan refused. Even on the brink of death, the resolution in her voice was enough to rally Envis to war. I used to think I had to change who I was when people said there was something wrong with me. I used to think I didn't have a choice. Oh, lass, there was never anything wrong with you. You're the best person that ever was. Envis would tear the skies down upon all the people who had ever told Dylan she was broken. They couldn't understand just how beautiful she truly was. He was so in love with her now, he could hardly bear it. Envis shook with every word she said as Dylan stood her ground. I'm done with it. I will not apologize for who I am. I will not alter myself to become someone I don't want to any longer. I won't consider myself broken, wrong, or damaged for being the person that I choose to be. And I won't alter myself to fit the world's perception of who they think that I am. I believe that love wins, always. I'm willing to die for that belief. I will not let you change me or my values. I will go to my grave defending them, and you will not break me. What Dylan had said had broke him. She'd held on to who she was no matter what, right until the bitter end. She refused to strike someone down she loved despite all circumstance. There wasn't a person braver in this entire world. He'd never find another woman like her no matter how hard he searched. He'd chosen well to marry her, and now he might lose her before he could. The video ended. Tavanna tossed the remote on a nearby desk, shielding her eyes. She's stronger than all of us. Envis remained silent. There was nothing he could say that would comfort either of them, that would make this better or worse, and she knew that. I'll give you some time to process things. Tavanna left the room, and Envis found he wasn't able to stand any longer. He couldn't stand to be around anyone right now, so he abandoned the office with the cursed television behind him, which was replaying all the haunting images, and walked until he found a hallway devoid of people. You will not break me. That woman was indestructible. If an invincible creature existed that could survive off of sheer will and nothing else, it was his lass. She could power through the worst of situations and keep living on. He'd seen it time and again. Except Taladin was the one person that might be able to destroy her. Envis wasn't so sure he hadn't, not yet. You will not break me. The words repeated in his mind, unwilling to be stopped. Dylan refused to be broken, so he had to remain steadfast for her too. She was at her weakest, so he was the only one strong enough to fight for the both of them right now. He didn't think he could, not when his entire world was falling to pieces, and Xana had been the one to take it away. But he dug deep and found his resolve somewhere, because his lass needed him to. He had to be brave, just like she was. She didn't know any other way to be, and he would follow her anywhere. Dylan would not be defeated, so neither would he. A person could not be broken unless they decided to break, so he would not. He ruled over his baser instincts, ignoring his pain and choosing to fight on. He pictured Xana's face in his mind, haunting, belligerent, cruel. She smirked, her arrogance waiting to celebrate at the news of Dylan's death. As he said before, death could not have her because she was his. They belonged together. Xana would not take that from them. Softly, he vowed, You will not break me. The thoughts of Xana faded away. Within the blackness of the night, Envis collapsed onto a bench, letting his head fall into his hands. Dylan faces her toughest battle yet in Rhodi United. Crescent Empire, the Rhodi Saga, Book 6. The End. This has been Rhodi's Rule. Crescent Empire, the Rhodi Saga, Book 5. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Liana Walsh. Copyright 2026 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2026 by Megan Linsky.